2026 financial relief.
And this isn't just, theory. This is the administration really laying the groundwork for what they plan to propose.
And the credibility of our main source here is just immense. We're relying heavily on recent statements from the White House economic advisor, Kevin Hassett.
And Hassett is not just some spokesperson.
Not at all. He's an individual whose economic outlook is taken very seriously all across Washington. And critically, he's on the short list to be the next Federal Reserve chairman.
So when a guy with that kind of economic gravitas says a $2,000 payment is viable,
you listen. His statements move markets, and more importantly for you, they provide real, actionable insight into the administration's thinking, their financial assessment, and their political timetable.
Okay, let's unpack this then. Hassett's shift in tone. I mean, going from skeptical over the summer to now being nearly certain. That's the real story.
It is.
What exactly did he reveal yesterday that just transformed this whole discussion about the $2,000 payment from an if to a when?
Well, he provided a really clear three-part economic rationale. The key thing to understand is that the administration isn't defending this as, say, emergency relief anymore.
Right. It's not a pandemic check.
No. They're presenting it as a financially sound dividend that's been made possible by, frankly, unexpectedly strong economic performance and some fiscal discipline.
Okay, let's start with the specifics then. The $2,000 figure, it's been circulating since, what, July?
Back in July, yeah. Just whispers then.
But now it has the weight of a top economic advisor behind it. So what concrete evidence did Hassett actually cite to make everyone believe the financial space now exists for this kind of payment?
So the change, as Hassett detailed it, is all rooted in measurable economic data. He was very explicit about why this proposal, which he admitted seemed, uncertain over the summer.
When everyone was worried about inflation.
Exactly. The focus was totally on inflation. But now he says it's pretty sure to happen. He laid out three very positive pieces of economic news that, in his view, have created the fiscal capacity to do this.
Without triggering more inflation or blowing up the national debt.
At least not in the short term. That's the argument.
Okay, I want to focus on those three pieces of evidence because if the money is really there, the political well, that usually follows. Let's break down that first point. Economic growth.
First, he pointed to just really positive economic news, specifically, and I'm quoting here, a couple of quarters showing almost 4% growth.
4%. Now, for our listener, why is 4% GDP growth such a big deal? Why does that translate directly into money for a $2,000 check?
It's pretty simple arithmetic, really. It all comes down to tax revenue. Higher productivity means companies are selling more, they're earning higher profits.
Which means they pay more in corporate taxes.
Exactly. And higher employment means more people are working, they're learning more, and they're paying more in payroll and income taxes.
So all that economic activity, it just fills up the government's wallet, so to speak.
It makes the government's revenue stream much, much healthier than they originally projected. So when the GDP is humming along at 4%, the government suddenly finds itself with this unexpected, unallocated cash.
And that's the financial space that Hassett keeps talking about.
That's it, precisely.
Okay, that makes the connection really explicit. A rising economy is filling the government's coffers, which lets them earmark $2,000 per household. And I guess that leads right into his second point about the government's immediate financial health.
It does. His second point was about fiscal improvement that you can see right now. The government is actually running a big government surplus for a few months in a row.
Okay, now hold on. A surplus. We need to frame that correctly for people. That does not mean the national debt is gone.
Oh, absolutely not. We are still running an enormous national debt. What it means is that for this recent sustained period, the amount of money coming in, taxes, tariffs, everything was more than what the government was spending on its immediate operations.
So a temporary cash positive period. Higher revenue than expected, lower spending than expected.
You got it. And this temporary surplus, it acts like a financial windfall. It gives the administration the ability to say, look, we've outperformed our budget, so we can return some of this unexpected money to the people who need it.
And frame it as that dividend.
Exactly. It provides immediate, tangible proof that the money is there without having to, say, borrow more or print new money right away.
Okay, so that's two really strong points. You've got robust 4% growth driving up revenue and a temporary surplus showing that cash is on hand.
Yeah.
What was the third, and arguably the most impressive factor he cited?
The third factor really addresses the longer-term picture, the fiscal discipline piece. Deficit reduction.
Yeah.
Hassett noted that the annual deficit compared to last year is down by a massive $600 billion. dollars.
600 billion, that is a huge number.
It is. And that reduction is critical because it completely changes the narrative. It's no longer a story about reckless spending. It's a story of fiscal responsibility.
So where did that $600 billion reduction come from? And why does that matter for a payment that's happening in 2026?
The source material doesn't detail exactly where every dollar came from, but generally a reduction that big comes from a combination of things.
Like the increased tax revenues we just talked about.
That's a big part of it. Also, lower than projected spending in some areas, maybe some programs ended, and lower demand for certain federal services because the job market is better.
And when you reduce the annual deficit by that much,
You free up an enormous amount of capital, or maybe more accurately, you reduce the need for the government to borrow that capital, which lets policymakers confidently say, okay, we can afford to allocate funds for priorities like these direct relief checks.
all right, let me play devil's advocate for a second. If the government has a $600 billion smaller deficit, why not use that money to, I don't know, shore up Social Security for the long term? Or just pay down the national debt? Why a one-time check?
Yeah, and that's always the big political fight, isn't it? But the administration's argument through Hackett is that this strong growth and deficit reduction, it creates options.
Okay.
Long-term programs like Social Security, they need big structural changes. A $2,000 dividend, on the other hand, is a targeted, immediate policy option to help with, say, lingering inflation effects.
So by pointing to the deficit reduction, they're trying to say we can walk and chew gum at the same time.
We are being fiscally prudent and providing relief. The viability is now less of an economic question because the money is demonstrably there, and more of a political and legislative one.
Which brings us to that crucial next step. Even with this money available, it doesn't just, magically appear in people's bank accounts.
Not at all.
What's the legislative requirement here?
It's the appropriation process. The money has to be sent to the people through an act of Congress. It requires what's called an appropriation.
And Hassett was asked about this, right? About whether the money would come from tariff revenue or something like that.
He was, and he clarified it. He said, look, tariffs are part of the big revenue stream, along with income taxes, corporate taxes, everything else. But it all just goes into one big pot, the general fund.
So it doesn't matter where the money came from. What matters is the vote to spend it.
The vote is everything. Congress holds the purse strings. The administration can propose it. They can show the money is there. They can justify it fiscally.
But Congress has to pass a bill that literally says the Treasury shall spend X billion dollars to send $2,000 payments.
That is the non-negotiable step. Without congressional appropriation, it's just a really strong proposal on a piece of paper.
Okay, let's pivot to what is, I think, the most sensitive and important part for our community: eligibility.
Absolutely. Who gets the money?
When Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent first talked about this, he set a pretty clear line in the sand, and Hassett has now confirmed it. What's that income threshold?
The definitive point, the one they keep repeating, is this. The payment would go to households making less than $100,000 per year. That is the main overarching rule.
Let's dig into that $100,000 number. Is that adjusted gross income, AGI? Is it total income? And, how does that compare to some of the earlier relief packages we saw?
It almost always refers to adjusted gross income, your AGI. But what's really critical here is that by setting it at $100,000, they basically sweep in virtually every American who relies mainly or solely on federal benefits.
It's a much higher threshold than before.
It's notably higher. Previous stimulus checks often had a $75,000 cutoff for individuals. So $100,000 for households is much more inclusive of the, lower middle class.
Now let's get to the elephant in the room. This is what causes so much anxiety for our listeners, especially seniors and the disabled community.
Yeah, know the question.
You're asking, I don't file taxes, I'm retired, I only get SSI or SSDI. Am I going to be left out? Do I have to jump through a bunch of bureaucratic hoops?
And this is where we can deliver that crucial aha moment based directly on what they're saying. The White House economic team is stressing this distinction. Qualification is based only on income.
Under $100,000.
Right. It has, and this is a quote, nothing to do with whether you're working or what specific benefit you receive, like Social Security.
Okay, let's define those benefits clearly, just for anyone who might be new to all this. What are the main groups we're talking about?
We're really looking at four major groups. First, you have Social Security retirees.
Your standard retirement benefits.
Right. Second, SSDI recipients, that's Social Security Disability Insurance for people with a prior work history. Third is SSI, Supplemental Security Income, which is a needs-based program.
For those with very limited resources.
Exactly. And fourth, VA benefit recipients, veterans who get disability or pension benefits.
And the thing that unifies all four of those groups is that the vast, vast majority of them fall well below that $100,000 threshold.
Exactly. The government knows that someone relying only on Social Security or disability is inherently way below that line, often closer to $20,000 or $30,000 a year.
So by setting the ceiling at 100 grand, they automatically include pretty much everyone on a fixed income, but they still get to say they're targeting relief away from the highest earners.
It's a politically smart number, and it also greatly simplifies how they would distribute the money.
It suggests they won't need one of those complicated non-filer application websites like they had a few years ago.
That is the strong implication. I mean, the Social Security Administration, the VA, the IRS, they already have the income data for all these benefit recipients.
Well, they can just use their existing systems.
They can likely just identify the eligible people and auto-distribute the funds. It avoids all the confusion and complexity, and frankly, the fraud that can come with asking millions of non-filers to submit extra paperwork.
Okay, let's walk through a couple of detailed examples just to make this crystal clear for everyone listening.
Good idea. So, scenario one, a single person on SSDI. Their only income is their monthly benefit. Let's say it totals $18,000 a year.
They're in.
Easily. They meet the income test, they're included, and they should get that $2,000 payment automatically.
Okay, scenario two. A retired couple, they file their taxes jointly. One spouse gets a $30,000 pension, and the other gets $45,000 in Social Security. So their total household income is $75,000.
They are also eligible. Their joint income is under the $100,000 cap. And this just confirms that the payment is aimed broadly at low to middle income households. The source of the income doesn't matter as much as the total amount.
What about an edge case? Someone who's mainly on Social Security, but also works part-time. Their combined income benefits plus wages hits, say, $95,000.
Still eligible. The threshold is defined as less than $100,000, so $95,000 is in.
And that's a key policy decision, isn't it? It's not just for the very poorest, but for that entire low-to-middle bracket that's feeling squeezed.
That's the key insight from Hassett's comments. That income cap is the one single defining factor.
And that focus, prioritizing a generous income cap over the messiness of benefit types or filing status, that offers predictability. That's exactly what the fixed income community needs.
It does. It basically gets rid of the months of speculation we saw before. Will Social Security recipients be forgotten, or will I need a special application? The commitment from the White House team seems to be use this $100,000 line as the simple test. If you're under it, you're in the pool.
Okay, so we've established the financial side looks solid, and we know who is supposed to get the money. Let's pivot to the really critical question of timing.
When does the check arrive?
Exactly. Hassett gave us a window. He said early 2026.
He did. He anticipates the president will formally bring the official plan to Congress in early 2026. But, we need to put that phrase under a microscope. What does early actually mean in Washington, especially with midterm elections looming?
This is where the politics and the policy calendar really collide, right? A $2,000 check is a massive political win if you can deliver it.
Huge. But if it's late, that messaging benefit is completely lost.
You can't campaign on something that hasn't happened yet.
Exactly. And the source material really points out this urgency. The administration needs this proposal out the door quickly so they can use it in their messaging for the midterms. If it gets introduced too late, Congress might just drag its feet and the political reward just evaporates.
So we can apply a kind of aggressive political logic to that vague early 2026 phrase. What's a more specific prediction for when this proposal will actually drop?
Realistically, I think the official proposal needs to land in Congress sometime before the middle of February, certainly before the end of February.
Why so early?
Because in Washington, the calendar just flips so fast. If they wait until March or April, they lose all the momentum. By March, the political cycle is already in full swing. Lawmakers are back in their districts campaigning.
They need that official document, the actual legislative language, on the table so they can start their messaging. So they can say to voters, we propose this and we have the money to pay for it.
I'd say a tighter window for maximum impact would be within the first 6 weeks of the new year. Landed in Congress in late January or early February. That gives them the most time for messaging and for the legislative process to actually start.
Okay, timing is everything. But even if it drops in January, how do they get it passed?
Yeah.
The Senate is famous for gridlock. You usually need 60 votes.
Right. The filibuster.
It feels like the opposition party would just block this to deny the administration a political victory.
And that is precisely why the key legislative tool here, and lawmakers are already talking about it, is reconciliation.
Ah, reconciliation bills.
It's the legislative magic that could make this $2,000 payment a reality, and a fast one, by bypassing all that traditional gridlock.
Okay, let's do a deep dive on reconciliation. It's jargon, but understanding it is, I think, key to knowing if this money is likely to show up.
It is. So reconciliation is a special accelerated process that's tied to the annual budget. Normally, like you said, you need 60 votes in the Senate to get anything major done.
You beat the filibuster.
Right. But reconciliation is different. Lawmakers have already signaled they're likely going to pursue at least 2 more reconciliation bills before early 2027.
And what's the huge critical benefit of using reconciliation for something like a $2,000 direct payment?
The benefit is, frankly, revolutionary in a divided Congress. It lets a single party push through legislation with a simple majority vote, 50 votes, plus the vice president's tiebreaker.
It completely bypasses the 60-vote requirement.
It effectively sidesteps the opposition party's ability to block it.
So if they have the votes within their own party, this thing can move forward no matter what the minority party thinks.
That's the whole strategy. But, and this is where it gets a little weedy, it's not a free-for-all. It has very strict rules governed by something called the Byrd Rule.
The Byrd Rule.
Right. And the Byrd Rule basically says that anything in a reconciliation bill has to have a direct, tangible impact on the federal budget. It can't be, quote, extraneous to the budget.
So how does a $2,000 check fit that rule?
It fits perfectly. Because a direct payment is, by definition, a change in federal spending. It requires billions of dollars to be appropriated.
And that deficit reduction Hassett mentioned, the $600 billion, that provides the fiscal justification.
Exactly. Since the payment is purely a spending item, it avoids any procedural challenges under the Byrd Rule. It's not like some policy change that only has an incidental impact on the budget.
So this isn't just a possible way to pass it. It's probably the only way to pass something this big without a massive, time-consuming, bipartisan fight.
I think so. And it confirms the political angle. The source notes that using reconciliation means one party can take, quote, squarely placed credit for delivering the money.
Which goes right back to what you said. This is a midterm election issue.
It is. The party in power wants to deliver tangible relief before that campaign cycle really heats up.
So the whole conversation is now shifted. It's not can they afford it or will it pass? It's now when will they drop the proposal and which reconciliation bill will they attach it to?
The mechanisms are aligning, both the economic and the legislative ones, in a way we really haven't seen since the last major stimulus. The question for you, the listener, is no longer about possibility. It's about execution and timing.
Okay, well, the viability looks strong and the eligibility is pretty clear. We have to be responsible here. It's vital for managing expectations that we remind everyone this is still a proposal.
Yes. Not an approved payment.
It still has to get through Congress and be signed into law.
Exactly. We have to encourage critical thinking. While Hassett is confident and numbers look good, some of the most critical specifics for the fixed income community are still totally missing.
Let's detail what we don't know yet. First, back to that timeline. Early 2026 is a pretty wide window for people trying to plan their finances.
We don't know the exact week or month. Will it be the first week of January, aiming for a payment by April, or late February, pushing delivery into the summer? That detail matters, and we don't have official guidance on the logistics of the transfer itself.
We can assume direct deposit for most people.
We can assume, but it needs to be formalized. Will it be direct deposit, direct express cards, paper checks?
And this leads us to the most practical, real-world questions that we hear from seniors, the disabled, and low-income families. The questions about protections. Let's start with the payment schedule.
Right. The first missing detail is that specific distribution schedule. Previous rounds were staggered, so will these be staggered by benefit type? Social Security first, then SSI.
Or maybe by birth date, like they do with some of the regular payments.
Exactly. People born on the 1st through the 10th get paid 1 week, and so on. We need that granular schedule so people know when to expect the money.
The second big unknown, and this is financially huge, is the tax status. Is this $2,000 taxable or tax-free?
This is a massive detail. For low-income folks, having it be tax-free is everything. It ensures the full $2,000 is relief, and it doesn't accidentally push you into an unexpected tax bill next April.
Previous stimulus payments were structured to be tax-free, right?
They were either as tax credits or non-taxable rebates. We have to wait for the formal language of this new proposal to confirm it will be tax-free. If it were taxable, it could create a real headache for the very people it's meant to help.
Okay, the third area. And I would argue this is the most important detail for anyone on the razor's edge of poverty: protections against garnishment and the impact on other benefits.
This is a really complex area, and without these protections, this check could actually cause severe hardship.
So we need clarity on two fronts here.
Right.
Let's start with garnishment. Will this money be protected from debt collectors?
That's the question. Social Security benefits are generally protected from private garnishment, but a one-time lump sum payment can be treated differently unless the law explicitly protects it.
So if the $2,000 lands in your bank account,
A private debt collector could potentially seize those funds to satisfy a judgment for medical debt, credit card debt, whatever.
the previous big relief packages had language protecting the funds, didn't they?
They did. Strong, specific language. That language is absolutely essential to make sure the money provides relief and doesn't just get snatched by creditors. Without it, the money is vulnerable.
And the second, equally crucial area of protection is the effect on existing means-tested benefits.
This is life-altering for anyone on SSI or Medicaid.
Absolutely critical. We need to know if getting this $2,000 payment will mess up your eligibility for SNFP, food assistance, Medicaid, or subsidized housing. These programs have incredibly strict asset and income limits.
And let's walk through how that could happen. For a program like SSI, they look at two things: your monthly income and your total countable assets.
Okay.
If the $2,000 counts as income in the month you get it, it could push you over the limit for that month, reducing your benefit. But the bigger danger is if you save it,
If it's still in your account the next month.
then it becomes a countable asset. For SSI, the asset limit for an individual is just $2,000.
So if you already have $2,000 and you get another $2,000,
Your bank account balance jumps to $4,000, and you are instantly ineligible for SSI. And in many states, losing SSI means you automatically lose your Medicaid health coverage. It would be a devastating consequence.
that is the exact kind of unintended harm the legislation has to prevent. So what specific language are we looking for in the proposal?
We need to see an explicit disregard. The legislative text has to say that this $2,000 payment is to be treated as non-income and a non-countable asset for a minimum period, usually 12 months, for all federal means-tested programs.
Disregard clause.
That is the safety measure. Until we see the formal text of the proposal, we absolutely cannot assume those protections are in place, even if they were there last time.
That is a vital point. Finally, what about the application process? We know a lot of seniors don't file taxes and are wary of new government forms.
Well, the $100,000 income cap strongly suggests an automatic distribution based on existing data, but we still need that formally confirmed.
So we need clear official guidance on whether non-filers need to do anything at all.
Correct. The goal has to be a system that sends the money automatically. It reduces stress, and just as importantly, it reduces the risk of scams.
So your advice, in a nutshell, as we wait for this to drop in early 2026.
I'd say maintain a posture of cautious optimism and extreme vigilance. Only trust official announcements, the formal proposal text, or direct communication from the SSA, IRS, or VA.
Avoid speculation, avoid those sketchy websites claiming to get your payment faster.
And critically, avoid any call, text, or email that asks you for money or personal info to sign up for the $2,000. Scams thrive in these moments of anticipation. We have to wait for the verifiable black and white text of the law.
So what does this all mean? Let's summarize the core takeaways and connect all this political strategy back to your personal financial reality.
The biggest takeaway is that this $2,000 payment, this dividend check, has moved from being just, political talk to a near certain strategic proposal. It's backed by high-level economic confidence.
The size. It's a $2,000 one-time payment.
The target. It's aimed at households making less than $100,000. And crucially, that includes the vast majority of everyone on Social Security, SSI, and SSDI.
The mechanism. We expect an official proposal in early 2026, probably January or February, using the power of reconciliation to get it passed quickly with a simple majority.
And the encouragement. The White House is signaling that the money is there. It's available because of strong economic growth, a temporary surplus, and that big $600 billion drop in the deficit. The financial argument against it has basically been neutralized.
And here's where it gets really interesting for the long game. That dramatic shift in Hassett's confidence from doubt to certainty, it suggests this isn't just a viable proposal. It's a highly prioritized piece of political and financial messaging.
It's aimed squarely at mobilizing the voting base that relies on these benefits.
So the real deep dive now shifts. We'll be watching for when Congress appropriates the funds, and most importantly, whether that final legislative text includes all those mandatory protections.
The protections against garnishment and those critical disregards to protect benefits like Medicaid and SNAP, the viability seems proven. The execution of the protections is what we have to watch like a hawk. That's what will ensure this payment actually delivers dignity and breathing room.
This potential payment, it offers not just financial help, but really critical stability for millions of Americans who are struggling right now. So we strongly encourage you, our listener, to stay tuned. We will bring you immediate updates and we'll analyze the official text line by line as soon as it's introduced in early 2026.
And please consider sharing this deep dive with friends or family who also rely on fixed income benefits. Your questions and your feedback, they really help us focus our research, so please drop your thoughts below.
We'll see you very soon in the next deep dive where we'll continue tracking this proposal from the White House all the way to the... We have some major news today. The White House has now officially, on the record, confirmed their commitment to distributing a $2,000 payment.
And they're calling it a dividend.
A dividend, right.
Right.
And this isn't just, some rumor anymore.
No, this is high level, a confirmed promise.
Which could mean $2,000 cash directly in your pocket if you meet the income requirements.
And for so many people, that's not just a little help. That's some real breathing room.
So the big question is, who qualifies? Why now? And what does exploring all legal options really mean for getting this money out?
We're going to get into all of it.
Stay with us for this deep dive. Okay, let's unpack this because we've got a critical, high-profile update, and it's coming directly from the administration about a really significant potential payment.
It is. And our goal here really is to give you clarity.
Exactly. Our mission today is simple. We're just going to cut through all the noise, all the speculation, and frankly, the political talk to get to the facts.
The official statements, the actual commitments, and the context around this potential $2,000 payment.
A payment that's aimed squarely at relieving that financial stress for low to middle income earners.
And I think setting the context right away is so important. This confirmation, it came directly from the White House press secretary.
Right.
So that right there just elevates the whole discussion. We've moved beyond, is this a rumor or is this a proposal?
We're in a totally different phase now.
We are firmly in the commitment stage, so we need to look really closely at what they're promising and maybe what the challenges are that are still ahead.
Okay, so let's just nail down the headline fact right at the top before we get into the weeds.
Please.
The White House is now institutionally, officially backing the distribution of a $2,000 payment. They keep calling it a dividend.
Mm-hmm.
And the targeting, it seems crystal clear. They're aiming for, and this is the quote, everyone except high-income people.
And, that distinction, calling it a dividend instead of a stimulus check, that's not just semantics. That's a really important political and legal nuance.
How so? What's the strategy there?
Well, a stimulus check, that term is usually associated with deficit spending, with an act of Congress. It has a certain political baggage.
Right, it sounds like an emergency measure.
Exactly. But by calling it a dividend, they're trying to frame it very differently. Perhaps as a return on national resources or something that doesn't rely on new debt.
So it's a payment that could be authorized under what existing executive authority?
That seems to be what they're aiming for. It's a message that suggests this money is, owed or deserved, not just some temporary economic fix. It's a very deliberate choice of words.
That reframing really does tell us a lot about their strategy here. So let's get into the chain of confirmation, because it wasn't just one announcement. It was a sequence, and it shows just how fast this moved from a proposal to a locked-in administration priority.
It really was a rapid escalation. It started with the president's statement on a Sunday. He announced this specific $2,000 dividend idea.
And right from the start, he was clear that high-income individuals would be excluded.
Yes, that set the anchor right away, both for the dollar amount and for the, the target demographic.
And this wasn't just some off-the-cuff remark, was it? Because I remember the very next day, he brought it up again.
He did. He doubled down on this exact $2,000 payment. And when the chief executive does that, when they reinforce a major dollar-specific commitment in less than 24 hours,
It's a signal.
it's a very deliberate signal of internal alignment and, frankly, urgency. They were intentionally building public expectation around that $2,000 figure.
Okay, so you have the president setting the tone twice. Then where did the momentum go?
It moved to the financial arm of the government. We then got confirmation from the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessing.
And he added a new layer of detail.
A very significant one. He confirmed that detailed discussions were taking place about the logistics of this payment, and he specifically mentioned a target group,
Which was?
individuals with income under $100,000.
Wow. Okay, so that's the first time we hear a hard number attached to the eligibility.
And that's a huge moment because the Treasury is the agency that would actually implement this. So hearing it from them gives the whole proposal these concrete administrative parameters. It's not just a political idea anymore.
But the real definitive statement, the one that sort of locked this in as an official political promise, that came from the White House press secretary, Caroline Leavitt.
Absolutely. That was the linchpin. She was pressed by a reporter in a briefing, and she made it, and I'm quoting her here, very, very clear, that the White House is institutionally committed to distributing this $2,000 comment.
Institutionally committed. That's strong language.
It is. So you see the pattern. The president sets the political vision, the Treasury Secretary lays out the financial parameters, and then the press secretary confirms the public commitment. This is not a trial balloon.
It's a mandate.
It's an administration-wide mandate.
Okay, I get the consistency, and that's powerful. But let me just push back on the enthusiasm for a second here.
Sure.
The fact that they're all repeating the same number so quickly,
Yeah.
that can just be really disciplined messaging, right? And then the press secretary immediately gave that crucial caveat.
The exploring all legal options line.
Exactly. They are currently exploring all legal options to get that done, and she gave no timeline. Now, to anyone who's listened to these briefings, that phrase, exploring all legal options, it often sounds like Washington code for, we don't actually know how to do this yet.
And that's an excellent, very necessary point of skepticism.
So are the sources suggesting this exploration is genuinely productive, or are they just buying time?
The analysis suggests it's genuinely productive, but it's also genuinely difficult. And here's why. If this were a straightforward legislative matter, they would have just introduced a bill in Congress.
Right. There'd be a bill with a name and everything.
Exactly. The fact that you have 3 of the highest level figures all repeating the $2,000 number, but then also mentioning legal options, that tells us a couple of things. 1, they are locked into the dollar amount. And 2, they are now in an internal race to find the administrative pathway to make it happen.
So let's dig into that. What could those legal options actually be? Because like you said, this is the bottleneck right now. This is what's stopping the money from flowing. What authority could they be looking at to get around the slow traditional legislative process?
Well, when an administration wants to find a non-traditional administrative way to send out direct payments, they usually look at a few specific existing authorities.
Okay, what's option number 1? What's the most likely candidate?
The first, and maybe the most direct, would be using existing Treasury stabilization funds. Or they could be looking at a very broad interpretation of their authority under Title 31 of the U.S. Code.
And what is Title 31?
It's the section that's related to money and finance. It gives the Treasury some pretty broad powers. They might be able to distribute funds administratively if they can tie the action to an existing national priority.
Like the current economic situation.
Exactly, like persistent inflation and the financial stress it's putting on low and middle income families. The argument would be that the current economic strain justifies this administrative dividend under the Treasury's existing regulatory umbrella.
So they'd be using a decades-old statute and applying it to today's reality.
Precisely. Now, the second option, which is a bit more of a stretch, involves interpreting the Stafford Act.
The Disaster Relief and Emergency Assistance Act.
Right. And historically, that's been used for natural disasters, hurricanes, floods, pandemics.
So how would that apply here?
Well, some administrations have tried to invoke certain clauses in the Act to justify broad economic relief, arguing that, severe financial instability or a national economic emergency could fit the criteria for a disaster.
That sounds like something that would get challenged in court immediately.
It absolutely does, which really highlights the difficult position they're in. They're looking for a path of least resistance, and there might not be an easy one.
And is there a third option?
There's a third, less direct option, but one that always gets explored. It involves leveraging authority from executive orders or maybe reinterpreting existing laws about specific benefit payments.
So like adjusting payments from the Social Security Administration or the VA?
Potentially. It could be framed as an advance or a special adjustment, but that's usually very complex because those programs have their own very specific legislative language that's hard to get around.
So the bottom line here is this exploration phase is real. They're on a kind of legal scavenger hunt.
That's a great way to put it. They are on a high-stakes legal scavenger hunt to find the money and the authority to send it because they've committed their institutional reputation to it.
The repetition of that $2,000 number then isn't just messaging.
No, it's a sign that they've made a promise and now they have to find a way to keep it. The pressure on them to deliver now is just enormous given how public and how specific this promise has become.
They've really gone all in.
They have, and failure to deliver the full $2,000 could lead to a catastrophic loss of credibility, especially with the very people they're trying to support.
Okay, so given that intense focus on delivery, let's drill down into what we know about eligibility. This is the practical information that you, our audience, really need to know.
Right. So we start with the broadest message, the one the president used, which was simply everybody except for high-income people.
It's very wide, very inclusive language.
It is. It's designed to be.
Yeah.
But the more specific, more administratively actionable number came from the Treasury Secretary.
Right. When he confirmed they were looking at the details for individuals with income under $100,000.
And for you, the listener, whether you're a retiree living off a moderate pension or a low-income veteran or someone on a fixed income just trying to keep up with costs, that $100,000 figure is absolutely crucial.
Why is it so important?
Because it shows the payment is clearly targeted toward the middle and lower income brackets. It's aimed at the people who have been disproportionately crushed by this current inflationary environment.
That number, it feels like an acknowledgement of where the economic pain actually is. When you think about families making $60,000, $70,000, $80,000 a year, their budgets have been strained to the breaking point by housing, food, and energy costs. So setting that ceiling at $100,000, it ensures a really broad segment of the economically anxious public is included.
It really does. It focuses the aid where inflation has had the most destructive effect on, purchasing power and just basic stability.
It's also a strategic choice, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. It's a strategic decision to maximize the public perception of support while still maintaining some degree of fiscal responsibility by excluding the highest earners. It frames the payment as essential relief, not just some generalized stimulus giveaway.
Right. Okay, so let's pivot to the amount itself, the non-negotiable anchor of this whole conversation.
Right.
That $2,000 price tag.
The analysis we've seen suggests the public is, quote, very much sold on this idea of a $2,000 payment.
So that number, that expectation, is now firmly set in the public's mind.
It really is. And this brings us into the realm of behavioral economics, specifically something called the anchoring effect.
Explain that. What's the anchoring effect?
Well, once the administration publicly anchors the expectation at $2,000, any lower number, say, if they came out and offered $600 or $1,000,
people wouldn't see it as a gain.
Exactly. It would be perceived as a painful loss relative to the expectation that was already set. It's a psychological trap.
So the administration is risking a huge amount of public trust if they even think about trying to pull back now.
A significant amount. The analysis we have warns that reducing the figure now would, quote, irritate people more than anything.
It's an asymmetrical risk then.
A very asymmetrical risk. The political benefit of delivering $2,000 is high, for sure, but the political cost of delivering, say, $1,000 is catastrophic. It would disproportionately hurt their credibility.
So, in a way, they've put themselves in their own political trap.
They absolutely have. They can't just deliver some relief anymore. They have to deliver this specific amount of relief.
The commitment to that higher $2,000 figure, it really signals that this payment is designed to be substantial. It's real material relief.
Right. It's something that can actually help bridge a financial gap for a struggling family. It's not just a token gesture that, disappears after one trip to the gas station or the grocery store.
So this means we can be reasonably certain that if the administration successfully navigates these legal options and the money does get delivered,
The amount will be $2,000.
or maybe even a little more, given the president's tendency to sometimes float higher numbers.
That's possible, but we can be almost certain it won't be less. The political cost of failing to deliver that specific $2,000 figure is now, I think, greater than the administrative and legal cost of finding the means to actually deliver it.
That's a really powerful point. The $2,000 has become this political promise with the force of an institutional commitment.
It has. And reducing it now would just be seen as a profound betrayal, especially by the low-income folks who are really counting on that specific level of support.
And looking at this whole situation, you realize the administration has really maneuvered itself into an extremely precarious political spot.
Mm-hmm.
They are, and I'm quoting the analysis again, really painting themselves into an extremely tight corner by so consistently promoting this $2,000 dividend.
It makes the delivery not just a policy decision.
No, it's a high-stakes test of their political competence.
The stakes just could not be clearer. The analysis warns that if they, quote, do not follow through with this, their credibility and their trust is going to go down the toilet.
And you have to remember who they've targeted with this promise.
Exactly. They've specifically targeted low to middle income earners. That's a crucial voting bloc. And it's the group that is currently bearing the absolute brunt of economic anxiety.
So to fail to deliver financial relief to them after making such a specific promise.
It would result in a massive loss of faith among that core constituency. It would be a political disaster.
But this political gamble, it also kind of reflects a deep recognition of financial need, doesn't it?
I think it does. They seem to be willing to take this huge risk of committing publicly before they've even finalized the mechanism, because they believe the financial hardship out there is so severe.
So it requires this level of intervention, and they need to be the ones seen delivering it.
That seems to be the calculation. And we can really understand why $2,000 is the bare minimum acceptable figure when we track the history of the proposed relief amounts just this year.
Right. There's a clear upward trajectory in their own internal assessment of what's needed.
A very clear one. It tells us that those earlier, smaller proposals, they just failed to generate enough political or public momentum.
Which suggests they were just inadequate to meet the challenge.
Let's track that history. Back in February, the initial idea was much more abstract. It was this $5,000 Doge dividend.
Right. That was more of a concept, a very high initial anchor, but maybe less serious in its implementation details.
Exactly. Then the discussion got much more concrete, but also more fiscally conservative in August. That's when we heard about this $600 payment.
And that was tied to the American Worker Rebate Act of 2025.
Right, so that was a legislatively backed figure. But the fact that it was floated and then pretty much ignored or raised immediately tells you that $600 was quickly deemed insufficient.
I mean, for a family dealing with a rent hike or a spike in their utility bills, $600 is a drop in the bucket.
It is. It fails to provide that psychological or material relief that's really needed. So then by early October, the figure had already basically doubled.
That's when the talk was $1,000 to $2,000.
Which indicates a growing political consensus, or maybe, a reaction to their own internal polling, that those lower amounts just weren't addressing the true gravity of the economic climate for middle-class and low-income families.
And that finally brings us to the current commitment, which was set in mid-November.
At least $2,000 or more. The fact that the president has continually increased the number every time he talks about it is a really powerful political signal.
It shows a recognition that $600 or $1,000 just won't move the needle for families on fixed incomes struggling with this inflation.
It has to be substantial to be effective. And now the commitment is firmly locked at the highest end of that scale. They've accepted the premise that the relief must be $2,000 or higher to be both economically effective and politically successful.
And this leads us to a really critical point, the role of public support in all of this.
Yes. The analysis explicitly suggests there's a positive feedback loop here. The more sustained public excitement and support there is for this $2,000 idea, the more momentum it gains.
Making it, quote, more likely it is to actually happening.
Which means the public is an active participant in this outcome. It's not passive.
So if the public were to just, sit here and act like, we don't care about $2,000, as the source puts it.
That lack of interest could genuinely allow the commitment to fade away. They could let it die on the vine.
So public anticipation and continued attention are actually driving political accountability.
They absolutely are. By showing support, by demanding answers, by just keeping this discussion alive, the public is effectively adding more pressure and political necessity to ensure that this commitment is fulfilled.
So that collective voice is what's critical to forcing this $2,000 commitment through whatever complicated administrative process they're exploring.
Exactly. So if you're an individual relying on benefits, a retiree, a low-income worker, and you are counting on this $2,000 dividend, your interest and your sustained attention are actually essential to maintaining the pressure on the White House to find and finalize that legal path forward.
The higher the public anticipation, the less likely they are to fail. Okay, now we come to what is probably the most important section for our listeners who are focused on practical financial planning. What is the current verifiable status of this payment, and what are the crucial logistical details that are still missing? We need to be really clear here.
Yes, let's reemphasize the current state. It is, as we've said, a high-tension scenario. It's commitment versus the delivery mechanism.
So the $2,000 amount has been publicly confirmed as a definite goal, an institutional plan.
And this is the big but, it is not yet approved or finalized.
Meaning the entire focus remains on exploring all legal options to figure out how the money can be distributed.
Right. They've confirmed the, $2,000. They've confirmed the coup under $100,000 in income. But the how, the specific legal mechanism, that is the current bottleneck.
And the hope, as you said, is that by looking at these administrative pathways, they can find a quicker route.
A non-traditional, faster route. But that search for legal authority, it creates this void of logistical information that we have to address with, real clarity and compassion for our audience, who are often managing extremely tight, fixed budgets.
So let's be blunt. Since they're still exploring the mechanism, we cannot give you an official timeline.
There is no firm date for when this $2,000 will arrive. We can't give you a date because the authorizing mechanism, the how, is what will define the when.
Furthermore, we have no final details on the physical logistics. How is the money actually going to get to you?
Will it be a direct deposit through the existing Treasury system, the same way you get your Social Security or SSI? Will it be a paper check in the mail? Could they leverage the existing Direct Express cards?
And we don't have any specific schedules, like those ones that divide payments by birth date or benefit type.
Not yet. Without that finalized legal mechanism, those details are impossible to know.
And this is where the detailed analysis for our low to middle income listeners becomes absolutely paramount. Because right now we have zero information about the vital financial protections that are necessary to make sure this $2,000 is actually helpful and not, harmful.
Let's break down the three biggest logistical unknowns that could cause harm: tax status, garnishment protection, and benefit cliffs.
Let's start with tax status. For so many of our listeners, especially those on SSI or whose only income is Social Security, they need to know, will this $2,000 be taxable or tax-free? Why is that so critical?
Well, if the $2,000 is authorized as a taxable benefit, which can happen if it's framed as, say, an advanced tax credit or some form of earned income, it could force people who don't normally file taxes to have to file.
Or worse, it could generate a tax liability that they just can't afford.
Exactly. Historically, when these kinds of relief payments have been framed as a gift payment or a rebate, they've been tax-free. But until the White House announces the specific authorizing language they're using, we cannot guarantee whether this $2,000 will be protected from federal or state taxes. It's a huge missing piece of financial planning information.
Okay, next up, let's talk about the benefit cliff. This is a major fear for anyone on means-tested assistance. How would a $2,000 lump sum payment affect your eligibility for critical programs like SNA, Medicaid, or housing assistance?
This is, I think, the most serious risk for low-income beneficiaries. Many of these means-tested programs, like SSI or SNAP, have very strict limits on the assets and the income a person can have.
So give us an example.
Okay, a listener who relies on SNAP or food stamps might have a very low asset limit they have to stay under. If they receive a $2,000 lump sum, and that money is not legally designated as an excluded resource,
You could push them over the limit.
it could temporarily push them over that limit, which could jeopardize months of essential food aid, or even more critically, their health coverage through Medicaid.
That is a terrifying thought. A $2,000 payment that's meant to provide breathing room could ironically cause a catastrophic loss of essential benefits.
Precisely. I mean, if you lose your Medicaid coverage, that $2,000 payment becomes almost meaningless compared to the cost of a single major medical bill.
So what do we need to see?
We need to see the final legal mechanism explicitly state that this $2,000 dividend is excluded from consideration as income or an asset for all federal means-tested benefit programs. Until that legal clarification is made, recipients face a real acute financial risk.
And finally, garnishment protection. For those of you out there struggling with back taxes or medical debt or other obligations, will this $2,000 be safe from debt collectors?
This protection is absolutely vital. We saw with past relief payments that specific legislative language was required to shield those funds from both private and public debt collection.
Things like garnishments for overdue student loans or even child support payments.
All of it. If the administration uses an executive action or an interpretation of Title 31, the authorizing document must contain explicit language that grants this payment immunity from garnishment. Without that explicit protection, that $2,000 could literally vanish the moment it hits the bank account of someone who is struggling with debt.
So to sum this up, the political commitment to the $2,000 figure seems absolute, but the practical usefulness of it for low-income individuals hinges entirely on these three missing protections: tax status, benefit protection, and garnishment protection.
Yes, we have to maintain a logical, critical mind here. The commitment is real, the political pressure is intense, but until the administration announces the specific legal mechanism they are using, all of those vital logistical details, the when, the how, and the critical protections that make the payment safe for you to receive, they remain the next pieces of information we are all urgently waiting for.
So your job, as the informed and financially conscious listener, is to understand that the $2,000 is confirmed as a promise, but the practical delivery is still pending the successful completion of this White House legal exploration. And we will be tracking the moment they announce that mechanism.
Because that is the moment all of these critical logistical details will suddenly become clear.
And we will finally know if this $2,000 is truly safe for you to receive. Okay, let's quickly reinforce the most important facts from this deep dive so you walk away with the confirmed truth and a clear understanding of what's next.
First, the amount. The White House, at the absolute highest levels, is politically locked into the $2,000 payment. The anchoring effect makes the political cost of reducing that amount just too high for them to backtrack now.
Second, the target. All discussions confirm they are focusing on those with income under that $100,000 threshold. That specifically targets the middle and lower income brackets who are most strained by inflation.
And third, the status. It is not approved yet. But officials are actively, urgently seeking an administrative pathway. They're exploring all available legal options to make it happen outside of the potentially slow process of congressional approval.
And if we connect all this to the bigger picture, this commitment to $2,000, it really highlights the political recognition that substantial financial aid, not just some token payment, is desperately needed right now.
It is. It's an admission that they need to address the persistent economic challenges for fixed-income families and low-income workers in a meaningful way.
And this high-stakes hunt for a legal option, it really demonstrates an urgency to deliver this money as fast as possible.
It does. The administration is in a genuine race to fast-track real money to real people. But the moment they choose that legal path is the moment we will finally get the answers on tax, benefit, and garnishment protections that actually make this payment useful and safe for you.
This level of commitment is rare, and it shows that you, the low to middle income earners across the country, you are being seen and heard in your urgent need for financial support. We're going to continue to track every single detail, especially the announcement of those specific legal mechanisms and the timelines and protections that come with it.
So you know exactly when this crucial $2,000 relief is set to arrive, and more importantly, whether it is financially safe for you to receive.
The analysis gave us a powerful final thought to leave you with, suggesting that public momentum drives political action. So for you, the listener, the ultimate question is this: how strong is your support for this $2,000 dividend, and how will that collective, sustained attention ensure the promise is kept and the money is delivered with all the necessary financial protections in place?
Don't miss the moment those crucial logistical details drop, because that is the moment this commitment becomes real-world cash flow for you.
We strongly encourage you to subscribe right now and turn on those notifications so you never miss an important update on this $2,000 payment. Please like this deep dive, share it with your friends or family who also need this financial help, and comment below with your questions and your perspectives on this institutional commitment.
We thrive on your insights and engagement.
We'll catch you on. Okay, let's just jump right in. I want you to imagine for a second waking up and seeing an extra $2,000 in your bank account. No strings attached, just immediate breathing room. A way to finally catch up on those bills that keep piling up because of inflation.
And for millions of people, especially folks on a fixed income, Social Security, SSI, SSDI, VA benefits, that isn't just a fantasy.
No, not at all. It's at the very center of confirmed high-level discussions happening right now in Washington. We're talking about a potential $2,000 payment.
And that's the critical word there, right? Confirmed. This isn't a rumor. The pressure from inflation on fixed incomes is it's relentless. The cost of food, medicine, rent.
It never stops.
It never stops. So $2,000 isn't just some extra cash.
Yeah.
For so many, it is a genuine lifeline. It provides stability. It provides a bit of dignity.
There's the difference between paying the rent or not.
Exactly. So our mission today in this deep dive is to cut through all the noise, all the political talk, and get to the facts. We're looking at official sources, including direct interviews with the Treasury Secretary.
And we're going to nail down 3 crucial questions for you. Who actually qualifies? Where is this money supposedly coming from? And maybe the most important question, what's the realistic timeline for when it could actually show up?
We want to give you the clear, actionable information you need to feel informed and, supported.
Right. No jargon, no confusion. So let's start at the very top. The source, the confirmed financial update, and why this plan seems to have some real momentum behind it.
Okay, so what's really fascinating here is that this isn't coming from some think tank paper or a whisper campaign.
No.
This is coming directly from the highest levels of the administration. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent has formally and very publicly confirmed that they are actively discussing a $2,000 payment. He calls it a dividend payment.
And that confirmation is everything. It just changes the whole conversation, doesn't it?
It really does.
It wasn't some guarded, off-the-cuff remark. It was in a recent Fox News interview, a very visible 50-second clip where he addressed the idea head-on.
And the moment the Treasury Secretary, the person literally in charge of the country's finances, says they are modeling this out, well, that's when you know it's moved past the idea stage. It's in the pipeline.
It's serious.
It's very serious. And if we look at the history here, the momentum is even clearer. The source material we're looking at confirms this is not some brand new idea.
Right.
This is actually the 4th version of this proposal from the president. The 4th time he's endorsed distributing money directly to people, whether you call it a dividend, a rebate, or a stimulus.
The 4th time.
Yeah.
That shows a real commitment, a relentless focus on this specific kind of relief.
It does. When you see an idea like this keep coming back cycle after cycle, it tells you it's a major priority. It signals to lawmakers that the administration is not going to let this go.
So it's about sustained political will. They want to get direct financial relief to people who are struggling.
Exactly. And that commitment is tied to a specific funding idea that's meant to sidestep the biggest criticism of past stimulus packages.
Which is always the deficit, right?
Yeah.
How are you going to pay for it?
Always. This payment is being discussed as a kind of profit sharing, with the money coming specifically from tariff revenues.
Okay, let's unpack that. Because, my first thought, and the interviewer in that clip brought this up, isn't using tariff money for this a bit like taking debt to pay off debt?
That's the pushback. Yeah.
I mean, that tariff money already goes somewhere in the budget, right? It funds other things or pays down the deficit. So if you pull it out, aren't you just creating a hole somewhere else?
That is the essential question about how federal funds actually work. And, in reality, most of that money just goes into one big pot at the Treasury. So calling it tariff money is more of an accounting choice.
A way to frame it.
Exactly. But the Treasury Secretary gave some important context there. He said they're looking at, and I'm quoting, a lot of options for funding. And he very quickly pointed out that the recent big tax bill is also financing the president's agenda.
So the idea is that other changes could free up funds, which lets them use the tariffs for this.
That's the narrative. The key thing for you to understand isn't the nitty-gritty of the accounting, it's the intent. The administration is trying to fund this in a way they can sell as not adding to the debt.
They want to offer relief while also looking fiscally responsible to the critics.
It's threading a very difficult needle. Direct help for families, but with an eye on the politics of the national debt.
Which brings us to a really important reality check. We have to be crystal clear about where things stand right now.
Yes. This is absolutely crucial for everyone listening. Just to manage expectations.
Let's just say it as plainly as we can.
The $2,000 payment has not been agreed upon. It has not been approved yet. It is actively, quote, in discussion. The Treasury is running the numbers. That is the absolute state of play right now.
And there's a huge gap between a promising idea and a signed law.
A huge gap.
And that gap is filled with the legislative journey. It's not quick. It's not easy.
No. You need formal, binding legislation. That means a bill has to be written. It has to go through the House, then the Senate. They have to agree on the exact same text.
And then, and only then, does it go to the president to be signed. It's a long, messy process filled with negotiation. It's not just a switch they can flip.
And understanding that process is so important because it tells us what a realistic timeline looks like, which we'll get to. But before we even worry about when the money might come.
It's to talk about who actually qualifies.
Exactly. Which brings us to the big question of eligibility, the income line in the sand.
All right, this is where we get our first really solid number, straight from the Treasury Secretary himself. He defined the starting point, the preliminary income threshold. The payment would be for families making less than $100,000.
And we need to add some really important context to that number for our audience.
Yeah.
For retirees, for people on SSI or SSDI, $100,000 can sound like a massive amount of money. But in these federal relief programs, that number is almost always the absolute ceiling.
So it's not the target, it's the cutoff. It's who is definitely not eligible.
Precisely. The plan is designed, in their words, for low and middle income people. A household earning $100,000 is often seen as upper middle income. So that number is the line that says if you make more than this, you are out.
Okay, that's a key distinction. So if you make less than that, you're in the running.
Yeah.
But based on past stimulus programs, the final number in the actual law is usually a lot lower than the first proposal, isn't it?
Substantially lower. Congress always tries to target the relief much more narrowly to get the most, bang for the buck. They want the money going to the people who will spend it immediately.
So based on that history, what does the source material project as the real number? The number that will likely be in the final bill?
The projection, based on very similar relief efforts in the past, suggests the final number is likely to be somewhere around $75,000 for a single person.
Okay, $75,000.
And then for a married couple, they might scale that up to about $150,000. That's usually the sweet spot that captures the people who are genuinely struggling with rising costs, but aren't in deep poverty.
So that wiggle room is important for planning. The bottom line for you is this. If your annual income is below, say, $75,000 as an individual, you are squarely in the group this payment is designed to help.
You are absolutely in the discussion. And that brings us to maybe the single biggest worry for so many of our listeners, the tax return myth.
Oh, this is a huge one. We hear about this all the time.
A massive source of anxiety. So many people in our audience, retirees, SSI recipients, they don't file tax returns. Their income is below the filing requirement, and they get terrified that they'll be left out.
They worry they'll have to go hire an accountant or figure out these complicated forms just to get the relief they desperately need.
We need to put that fear to rest right now, based on what the Treasury Secretary himself said. Getting this dividend has, and this is a direct quote, nothing to do with filing a tax return whatsoever.
Let's repeat that. Has nothing to do with filing a tax return.
Zero. This is huge. The administration knows that their target audience often doesn't file. They've already built the system to find you without a tax return.
So how do they do that? If there's no tax form, how does the government know you qualify and where to send the money?
They use the data they already have. If you get Social Security, SSI, SSDI, or VA benefits, the government already knows who you are.
The SSA and the VA have your records.
They have everything. They have your address, they have your direct deposit information, and most importantly, they have the exact record of your annual income from your benefits.
And that system of data matching is reliable.
Extremely. For all the previous stimulus rounds, the Treasury just got a secure, encrypted data file from the Social Security Administration. They run that file against the income limit in the new law.
So if your SSA file shows your income is below the threshold,
you're automatically in. It's as simple as that. The system is specifically designed to work for non-filers in this group.
That is such a critical piece of information. So if you're an older adult or a beneficiary and you don't normally file taxes, do not start worrying about it now.
Please don't. It's totally unnecessary stress. Your
Yeah.
eligibility is based purely on your income, which they can see from your benefit records.
In fact, being in the system is the fastest way for them to get you the money.
Exactly. Focus on the income number, not the tax forms.
Okay, so understanding eligibility is step one. But the next question is always the most urgent one for people living paycheck to paycheck.
When?
When does the money actually arrive? Let's get into the realistic timeline and the logistics of how you'd get this potential $2,000.
And this is where we have to bring in a big dose of political reality. Even though the idea has momentum, the legislative process moves at its own speed, and it's usually not very fast.
We have to give that reality check. You'll see some headlines saying it could be done in a month if they attach it to some must-pass bill.
Yeah.
And I suppose that's possible.
It's the exception, a huge exception. The normal standard process for a bill like this, you're realistically looking at 3 or 4 months, maybe even 6 months.
6 months is a number you should probably have in your head for planning purposes.
Yeah.
Because this needs a formal law, the timeline depends completely on how fast Congress moves. And there are a lot of places that can get bogged down.
So many choke points.
Let's just walk through them quickly so people understand why it takes so long. First, a committee has to draft the bill. That's called a markup.
Then it has to go to the floor of the House for a debate and a vote. Then it has to do the same thing in the Senate.
And this is where it really slows down. What if the House and Senate pass slightly different versions?
Then they have to reconcile them. That means a small group from both sides gets in a room and argues over every single word until they have one identical bill. That step alone can take weeks, sometimes months.
So the big takeaway here is patience. It's much better to prepare for a multi-month wait than to plan your budget around this money showing up in 30 days.
Absolutely. Now, let's assume it passes, the president signs it. How does the $2,000 actually get to you?
Well, the good news here is they're not going to reinvent the wheel. The delivery methods will be exactly what you're already used to for your monthly benefits.
Which means for the vast majority of people, it will come via direct deposit. It'll go right into the same bank account where your Social Security or VA check lands every month.
That's the fastest, safest, and cheapest way for them to do it.
For sure. And for anyone who doesn't use a bank account, there's the Direct Express card.
Right. If you get your monthly benefits on that debit card, the $2,000 will just be loaded onto the card as a one-time payment. Simple.
And then, of course, the fallback is always the traditional paper check in the mail. But it's important to remember that's always the slowest method. It can take weeks longer than the electronic payments.
Okay, let's talk about delays.
Yeah.
Because when they send out millions of payments, things can go wrong. What do you do if your neighbor gets their payment, but yours is nowhere to be found?
First thing is don't panic. The Treasury sends these out in batches, not all at once. It can take several business days, sometimes even a full week, for all the payments to go out.
So what's the specific advice? How long should you wait before you start trying to call someone?
I would say wait at least 5 full business days after the official payment date. If you call on day 1, you'll just be stuck on hold with everyone else, and they probably won't have an answer for you anyway.
Give the system a chance to work.
Exactly. Let the backlog clear. Then, if it's still missing, you have a much better chance of getting a real answer.
That's great practical advice. Now, before we move on to the really critical financial protections, you mentioned the Treasury Secretary brought up another potential financial boost.
He did. Separate from the $2,000 dividend, he said that a lot of people are expected to see, in his words, huge tax refunds coming in early next year because of some recent tax law changes.
So while that's not the same thing, it's part of the same overall story, isn't it? The administration is looking for multiple ways to get money into people's pockets to help with these high costs.
It's a multi-pronged approach. Direct payments, tax policy. They're trying to ease the burden from a few different angles.
Okay, so let's get back to the $2,000 payment and talk about something vital for our audience, the safety net. How do we make sure this payment helps and doesn't accidentally hurt people?
This is maybe the most important section for our low-income listeners, because a one-time payment can have unintended consequences for the other benefits you rely on to survive.
We have to separate the audience a bit here, right? For people just on Social Security retirement or SSDI, the big question is taxes.
Exactly. But for anyone on SSI Supplemental Security Income or Medicaid, this conversation is about survival. Because your eligibility is tied to incredibly strict income and asset limits.
Okay, let's start with the tax question. Is this $2,000 going to be taxable income?
Since the law isn't written yet, we can't say with 100% certainty the final bill will make the final decision. But we can offer some very strong reassurance based on history.
Which is,
Almost every single time Congress has authorized a payment like this, a one-time payment for economic relief targeted at low and middle-income folks, they have made it entirely non-taxable.
the goal is to give you $2,000, not $2,000 minus whatever you owe in taxes.
Precisely. They want to give you the maximum benefit, not create a new tax headache. So we fully expect the final law will make this 100% tax-free.
That's a big relief. But now for the much more dangerous issue for our low-income listeners, protecting benefits like Medicaid, SNAP, and especially SSI.
This is the minefield. A sudden $2,000 deposit could, theoretically, push someone over the asset limit and get them kicked off their benefits.
Which would be a complete catastrophe.
A total disaster. For a single person on SSI, the asset limit is only $2,000. That means this payment could put them over the limit on the day it arrives.
So you get a payment meant to help you, and it ends up costing you your health care and your monthly income. It's an insane outcome.
It's unacceptable, and the people who write these laws, they know about these rules. So we have to look for very specific protective language in the final bill.
What kind of language exactly? What should people be watching for?
Two things. First, the law has to say that the $2,000 does not count as income in the month it's received. That's the easy part. The second part is the absolute non-negotiable safety net. The law must also say the money does not count as a countable asset for a specific period of time. Usually it's for 9 to 12 months.
Why is that time limit so important, the 12 months?
Because it gives you time to spend the money on what you need it for. Catching up on rent, fixing your car, buying groceries, paying a medical bill. It's meant to be used.
Right.
By excluding it from the asset limit for a year, you can use the relief money without fear of losing your other benefits. If, after 12 months, it's still sitting in your bank account, then it starts to count against you.
So that 12-month exclusion is like a legal firewall.
It is the single most important detail for every SSI recipient. Without it, this payment could do more harm than good for the most vulnerable people.
Another big concern is debt collectors. Is this money protected from garnishment?
We fully expect it will be. Again, based on past relief bills, the legislation will almost certainly include language that shields this payment from being seized by private creditors.
So an old credit card debt or a medical bill in collections,
Yeah.
they can't just snatch the money as soon as it hits your account.
That's the goal, to make sure the relief actually goes to your immediate needs. Now, there's sometimes a small exception for things like federal tax debt or child support, but it should be broadly protected from private debt collectors.
So tax-free, excluded from asset limits for a year, and protected from garnishment. Those are the three pillars that make this work.
Absolutely. And with those protections in mind, we have to turn to the dark side of all of this. The scammers who will inevitably try to steal it.
This is so important. Every single time the government talks about sending out money, the predators come out of the woodwork.
They do, and they target the most vulnerable people, seniors, people with disabilities, anyone they think might be desperate for this money.
Okay, I'm going to speak directly to you now, our listener. Please listen very, very carefully. If this $2,000 payment is approved, your phone is going to start ringing. You are going to get texts and emails.
And they will sound very official. They're designed to create a sense of urgency and fear.
We need to give you the one core rule, your shield against all of this. Here it is. The IRS, the Social Security Administration, the VA, they will never, ever call you, text you, or email you to ask for money, for your bank details, or for gift card numbers to release your payment.
Let's paint a picture of what that scam looks like. You'll get a call. The person says they're from the Treasury Department, and there's a $200 processing fee you have to pay to unlock your $2,000.
And they'll tell you to pay it with an Apple gift card or a wire transfer.
Red flag, huge red flag. The government does not do business with gift cards. They will never ask you for a fee to get money you are owed.
They already have your information. They know how to pay you.
So what is the one thing you should do if you get a call, a text, or an email like that?
Hang up. Immediately. Delete the text. Delete the email. Do not click on any links. Do not engage with them at all.
The only official communication you should trust will be a letter that arrives in your physical mailbox from a government agency, or information you find by going to a verified, secure government website yourself.
And if you're worried, if you think maybe it was a real call, don't call back the number they gave you. Look up the official number for the SSA or the IRS and call that one.
Even better, use the My Social Security portal online.
Yes, let's talk about that.
The My Social Security portal is the government's secure website for you to manage your benefits. It's the safest place to get information. A scammer cannot get in there. You can log in and see official messages and payment statuses yourself. Make that your single source of truth.
Okay. The scams are designed to target your hope and your fear. The best defense is knowing how the government actually operates.
Exactly. So with that warning delivered, let's zoom out a little and talk about the bigger picture here. Why is this happening now, and what does it mean for the economy?
Right. This whole discussion about a $2,000 payment is a direct response to the economic reality everyone is facing.
It's all about the cost of living. It's about inflation. For people on fixed incomes who can't just go out and earn more money, these last few years have been brutal.
And it's important to be clear about what this payment is and what it isn't. While it would be a huge help, it's a one-time fix.
Yes, this is not a permanent monthly increase to your benefits like the annual cost of living adjustment, the COLA. This is emergency relief. It's a patch to help you get through a really tough period of high prices.
There's an economic theory behind why they choose to do it this way, isn't there?
There is. It's all about what economists call the propensity to consume.
Which means what, in plain English?
It means that if you give $2,000 to a wealthy person, they might save it or invest it. But if you give $2,000 to a low or middle income person, they will almost certainly spend it right away.
On rent, on food, on car repairs.
On necessities. And that spending immediately goes back into the local economy. It creates a ripple effect. It's like a quick, targeted shot of medicine for the economy right where it's needed most.
That makes sense. Now, there was a fascinating political point in the source material about how public attention can actually help make this happen.
Yes, this was a key insight. The administration and Congress are watching the public reaction to this idea very, very closely.
So the idea is that the more people talk about it, the more momentum it gets, the more likely lawmakers are to actually vote for it.
It creates a political feedback loop. When lawmakers see that an idea is genuinely popular and that their constituents desperately need it, it gives them the political cover they need to say yes.
They can go back to their district and say, I voted for this because you told me you needed it.
Exactly. The voice of the people really does matter in pushing a bill like this over the finish line. It moves it up the priority list.
So by staying informed, by sharing this information, you're not just a passive observer. You're part of the process that could make this a reality.
It's a powerful idea, and this whole deep dive has been about giving you the tools to be an informed part of that process.
Okay, it's time to bring it all home. Let's summarize the absolute key facts you need to remember about this major financial update.
Let's do it.
Okay, let's wrap this with the bottom line. We are talking about a potential, and I stress potential, $2,000 payment that is being actively discussed at the highest levels. This is confirmed by Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent.
It's targeting families with incomes under that $100,000 ceiling. But remember, the final number for an individual will likely be closer to $75,000. And critically for our audience, no tax return is required to get it.
Right. The government will use your existing Social Security or VA records to find you. The timeline, because it needs a new law, is not immediate. You should realistically think in terms of 3 to 6 months.
And when it comes, it should be automatic. Direct deposit or your direct express card. And we have to see those vital protections in the final bill. It must be non-taxable, it must have a 12-month asset exclusion for SSI, and it must be protected from garnishment.
And above all, please, please beware of scams. The government will never call you and ask for money to process your payment. Just hang up.
So as we close, I want to leave you with one final thought to chew on. This whole discussion is about using a dedicated revenue stream tariffs to pay for direct relief.
Right, trying to do it without creating new debt.
So the provocative question is this. If they can use tariffs to fund a $2,000 dividend now, what other dedicated non-general revenue streams could be used to provide more long-term structural stability for seniors and people on fixed incomes?
That's a powerful question. Moving beyond one-time fixes and toward permanent security.
That's the bigger challenge.
It certainly is. This $2,000 would be a massive help, but the fight for long-term stability continues. Now, to make sure you get every update on this, the final income limits, the payment dates, those crucial SSI protections, you need to be connected with us.
Please take a second right now to subscribe and turn on your notifications. We will be following this every single step of the way.
And if you found this deep dive helpful, please like it and most importantly, share it. Share with a friend, a neighbor, a family member who also relies on these benefits. That is how we build the momentum we were talking about. That's how we help turn this proposal into a reality. We'll see.
You are about to hear about a major financial update that, for millions of Americans, could provide some really significant and immediate relief.
And this isn't just a rumor.
No, not at all.
What?
This isn't wishful thinking. We have confirmation of a concentrated high-level commitment coming directly from the White House.
Right.
A commitment to deliver a payment of at least $2,000 straight to you.
In the form of a dividend or, a stimulus check.
And we can verify the extraordinary level of seriousness here.
We can. We are analyzing 5 distinct, really high-profile data points from the administration that, when you put them all together, they mean something big.
What's that?
It means the administration has, well, they've effectively cornered themselves. They have gone so far in their public commitment that backing out now would be extremely difficult.
So we're going to unpack the critical details.
We are. Who qualifies? Why the administration believes they can fund this whole thing using tariff revenue, which is a big question.
A huge question.
And what specific steps they have to take next to make this payment a reality for you.
This deep dive is, it's absolutely critical information, especially if you rely on a fixed or a limited income.
Mm-hmm.
If you are a senior, a retiree, or if you're currently receiving benefits like Social Security, SSDI, or SSI.
Which is our program for the lowest income seniors and disabled people.
Exactly. For you, this potential $2,000 payment could be life-changing. It really could be the breathing room you need against this relentless inflation.
Yeah.
We're going to analyze the statements from 3 very high-profile officials, the economic advisor, the Treasury Secretary, and the press secretary, to give you a clear, concise picture of the political gravity and, of course, the financial specifics of this payment. Okay, let's unpack this. Our deep dive today is into a potential financial dividend of $2,000 or more.
At least $2,000.
Announced by the president, and it has received immediate, high-level, and frankly, highly unusual support from across the administration's top ranks.
Right.
For you, the learner, who needs quick, reliable, actionable financial knowledge, our mission is very clear. We need to verify the depth of this commitment and distill these early, crucial details about who qualifies and how this payment is being funded.
And we really need to address the controversial use of tariff revenue.
We do.
What's fascinating here is not just the dollar amount, it's the level of kind of synchronized administrative buy-in.
What do you mean by that?
Well, when you have the economic advisor, the Treasury Secretary, and the press secretary all speaking in unison right away, backing the president's public posts.
It's not just a coincidence.
No, it transforms a political idea into an official administrative challenge. It means the gears of the White House machinery are turning right now, actively studying the logistics and the legal pathway to get this payment delivered.
So this isn't just a political trial balloon. It's more than that.
Much more.
Mm-hmm.
When cabinet-level officials attach their reputations to a specific, unlegislated financial figure like $2,000, it creates this powerful internal momentum.
So we're going to synthesize the weight of this collective commitment. The president's own repeated promise and these statements from the 3 top officials to understand the full scope of what the White House is now obligated, at least politically, to deliver.
It's the speed and the concentration of these 5 affirmations, all in such a tight time frame. That's what signals genuine intent. The commitment is so deep that the political cost of failure is now astronomically high.
And that creates a sort of self-imposed deadline, an urgency.
Exactly, an urgency that makes this proposal stand out from others we've tracked in the past.
Okay, let's start with the announcement itself, the anchor point for this whole policy discussion.
The core claim.
It came directly from the president, the distribution of at least $2,000 in the form of a dividend.
And the repetition is key here. He didn't just float the idea once.
No.
The source material shows a second immediate post doubling down on that $2,000 minimum payment.
And what does that tell you?
It confirms that the figure is fixed in the administration's intent. They haven't given themselves any wiggle room to propose, $500 or $1,000 later. They are publicly committed to that minimum amount.
But that $2,000 figure it's substantial.
Yeah.
For so many of our listeners on fixed incomes, where the average Social Security benefit is hovering around, what, $1,700 a month?
Right around there, yeah.
So $2,000 is more than a month's income. It's not just a nice bonus.
No, it's survival for some.
It represents covering an unexpected car repair, or catching up on overdue utility bills, or just buying essential medications without having to choose.
Right.
But as you noted, the real story is the immediate and synchronized backup. This is where we see the administrative machinery really start to engage.
That's right. We look first at Kevin Hassett, the economic advisor. His input is crucial because his job is to determine the financial feasibility. He's the architect of the policy's financial foundation, so to speak.
So Hassett is the one responsible for getting the numbers straight. What did his initial review conclude, specifically about how this payment could be made without, increasing the national debt?
Hassett's primary finding provided the unique and politically advantageous spin on this. He confirmed that based on his review of the tariff revenue.
The money coming in from tariffs on imported goods.
Exactly, the money currently flowing into the Treasury from that. He says there would be enough money to pay for the $2,000 checks without needing to go into the rest of the budget.
Okay, that claim about tariff funding is absolutely critical. What happens politically if the numbers that Hassett provided, if they turn out to be wrong?
It introduces immense political risk. I mean, Hassett is lending his professional credibility to this idea that this is debt-free relief.
Which is a huge selling point.
A massive selling point. This claim immediately differentiates the proposal from past stimulus packages, which, relied heavily on deficit spending.
Right.
By tying the funding to existing tariff revenue, it becomes so much more politically palatable to lawmakers who might otherwise resist these kinds of direct payments. It changes the narrative from spending to redistribution.
And Hassett also clarified the procedural path forward, right?
Yeah.
He confirmed that this payment will require legislation.
Yes. That single sentence cuts off any speculation that this could be some kind of quick executive order.
It has to go through Congress.
It has to go through Congress. And his concluding point was just as important. He confirmed the matter is being actively studied and is in discussion.
And what does that phrasing tell you?
It tells us the administration is already in the detailed drafting phase. They're figuring out the specific protective language and the implementation rules. They're not just talking about it anymore.
So we have the economic architect confirming the mechanism and the need for congressional approval. Who is next to affirm the commitment?
We moved immediately to Scott Besson, the Treasury Secretary. His involvement is essential because the Treasury is, it's the massive distribution system for all federal payments.
So if the Treasury Secretary is involved,
they are past the idea phase and deep into the how do we move the money phase.
the Treasury Secretary's commitment is really the functional confirmation of financial backing. What was his specific pledge?
His statement was very, very clear. The White House is committed to making that happen and is currently exploring all legal options to get that done.
That phrase, exploring all legal options, what does that signal in administrative language?
It's code for we are determining the exact legal vehicle, the specific sections of the tax code or existing legislation we need to amend, and all the regulatory steps necessary to initiate the distribution. It confirms that active logistical work is underway.
Okay, and rounding out this trio, we heard from Caroline Levitt, the press secretary, who handles the public communication strategy.
Right. And her role was to consolidate the messaging and project that unified commitment. She confirmed the president made it clear he wants to make it happen. And then she reiterated that the team of economic advisors is actively investigating the pathway.
But she also added a note of caution.
She did. She provided the necessary caution. They do not yet have a specific timeline or any of the granular details on distribution, which is, perfectly expected since the proposal has not yet cleared that legislative hurdle.
Let's just reflect on the weight of this for a second, this convergence. We have the president setting the amount.
At least $2,000.
The economic advisor establishing the source of the money and the legal necessity.
The Treasury Secretary confirming the commitment to actually distribute it.
And the press secretary maintaining that public momentum. It's a full-court press.
It is. The source material is very clear. This level of commitment is rare, and it effectively paints the administration into that very tight corner we talked about.
They've created a massive public expectation.
Huge, especially among their core constituencies, seniors, low-income families, disabled voters. If they fail to deliver on a $2,000 payment they have now confirmed 5 separate times, the political fallout would be immense.
And that self-inflicted pressure is the strongest momentum driver pushing this proposal toward Congress.
Absolutely. That pressure gauge is what assures us that this is a serious priority, not just some fleeting idea. The administration is now highly motivated to find the congressional votes needed to turn Hassett's calculation into a signed law.
Right. The commitment itself has become the policy's engine.
It has. We've established the urgency and the amount. So now let's pivot to the two most critical practical questions for you, the listener.
Okay.
Who exactly is getting this money, and how deep is the rabbit hole of this whole tariff funding mechanism?
Let's focus intensely on eligibility. This is probably the most vital information for our listener community of retirees and, low-income individuals.
It is, and the administration seems to have defined the target demographic relatively clearly right from the beginning.
The president's initial statement gave us that broad, encouraging framework. The dividend would go to everybody except high-income people.
Which sounds great.
It sounds great, but when we talk about federal relief, the definition of high income can be, well, a little tricky. Did the economic advisor, Hassett, offer a more concrete preliminary threshold?
He did, and this is a crucial figure for you to keep in mind for planning. Hassett stated that the $2,000 rebate would be aimed at families making less than, say, $100,000.
$100,000. That is an extremely high ceiling for an exclusion threshold.
It is.
Especially when we consider that many of our listeners are individuals, not families. Let's discuss the profound implication of that number for our core audience, people on Social Security, SSDI, SSI, and low-income VA recipients.
This proposed income ceiling is a very strong signal that the primary beneficiaries are those living on fixed or limited incomes. For perspective, the vast majority of Social Security recipients and virtually all SSDI and SSI beneficiaries fall well below that $100,000 family threshold.
So this suggests the rules will be structured to include them.
It strongly suggests that the rules will be structured to include those who need the relief most. The individuals currently struggling to keep pace with inflation on fixed budgets.
It provides significant reassurance that this demographic is the explicit focus here.
It does.
While the final rules have to be set by Congress, establishing that preliminary income bar at $100,000 means the administration is explicitly advocating for the inclusion of anyone receiving federal benefits designed for the disabled, the elderly, or the low income.
And this targeting connects right back to the nature of the payment.
How so?
Because it's framed as a dividend or a rebate tied to tariff revenue, it's being positioned as returning money to the consumer class, the very families who bear the cost of tariffs that get passed on by importers.
That's a clever political framing.
It is. It allows them to justify delivering the payment only to low and middle income Americans.
This brings us directly to the proposed method of funding. Let's spend some real time on this tariff funding concept, because this is the most complex and, frankly, the most questioned part of this entire proposal.
It absolutely is.
Explain again how the administration claims this works, using tariff revenue instead of, dipping into the federal budget.
Okay, so the premise is that the U.S. government is currently collecting significant revenue from these tariffs imposed on imported goods. Hassett is asserting that this specific revenue stream, this existing pool of money, is sufficient to cover the total cost of the $2,000 checks.
Without requiring new debt.
Without requiring new debt or diverting funds from other established programs like defense or education or healthcare.
That is a massive financial claim. And the source material noted there's significant external calculation skepticism. Why are other financial experts questioning Hassett's numbers? We can give you the full picture of this conflict.
We absolutely do. The skepticism comes up for a few reasons. First, tariff revenue fluctuates. It fluctuates wildly based on international trade volume and political relationships.
That's not stable.
It's a very unstable source for a massive, guaranteed nationwide payment. Second, and this is probably the most important point, the revenue generated by tariffs isn't typically just sitting in a general account waiting to be distributed. Much of that money is already earmarked by Congress for specific trust funds or programs.
Earmarked for what, for example?
For instance, customs duties often feed general treasury accounts, or they're used to enforce trade laws, things like that.
So even if the revenue exists, if it's legally earmarked for something else, the administration can't just spend it on a dividend.
Not without Congress specifically de-earmarking it first, which just adds another layer of legislative complexity to this whole thing.
Exactly.
And look, to cut $2,000 checks for tens of millions of families earning under $100,000 would require tens, maybe hundreds of billions of dollars.
A staggering amount of money.
It is. External calculations suggest that the annual tariff revenue, even at robust levels, might not be consistently high enough or even accessible enough to fund this payment year after year if the program were to be made permanent.
So what are the critics saying Hassett is doing?
They're saying he is either overstating the revenue or he's underestimating the cost, or maybe a little of both.
So the dilemma is clear. The administration is using this tariff funding claim as the political justification for the payment, but the financial mechanics of that claim are questionable.
Right. If Congress decides the math is too risky or unreliable, they face a choice. Either use general budget funds anyway, which completely defeats the original premise, or vote the proposal down entirely.
And that legislative negotiation is why we have to now address the critical information gaps that directly impact the practical lives of our listeners.
Exactly, because this is still in discussion. We lack the crucial details that will only be settled in the final legislative language.
Let's focus on those missing details, starting with the impact on existing federal benefits, which I know is the #1 concern for our low-income audience.
This is the most vital aspect for you to understand, especially if you receive supplemental security income or SSI or Medicaid. We need to know, will this $2,000 dividend be taxable or tax-free, and how will it affect your eligibility for other programs?
Can you explain why the tax status is so incredibly important for fixed-income recipients?
Of course. If the $2,000 is counted as taxable income, it could push certain low-income individuals over tax filing thresholds, creating an unexpected tax bill at the end of the year.
Which nobody wants.
Nobody wants that. But more critically, for means-tested programs like SSI, the distinction between income and resources is, it's life-changing.
What do you mean by that?
SSI and Medicaid eligibility rely on extremely low limits on both your monthly income and your countable resources, your assets. Typically, that's just $2,000 for an individual.
So if this $2,000 is counted as income in the month it's received, what happens?
It could potentially reduce or even eliminate that month's SSI benefit entirely.
Okay.
And if it remains in your account and is counted as a resource in the following months, it could push you above that $2,000 resource limit, which could potentially terminate your benefits completely.
That is the nightmare scenario we need to avoid.
It is. However, there is precedent here. When prior large stimulus payments were issued, Congress often specifically included protective language.
What kind of language?
Language stipulating that the money would be entirely excluded from counting as income or resources for federal benefit programs for a specified period, usually about 12 months.
And that ensures the payment actually provides relief.
Yes, without kicking people off of essential programs like SNAP, which is food stamps, or Medicaid.
The fact that the Treasury Secretary is exploring all legal options gives us some confidence that the administration is aware of this massive danger.
It suggests they're currently drafting language aimed at including these protections. They simply cannot afford to give $2,000 with one hand and take away Medicaid or SSI eligibility with the other.
So we have to trust that the commitment is genuine and that the drafting team is prioritizing benefit protection.
We do. But until that legislative language is published, we cannot confirm these protections. So you must proceed with caution and keep track of this specific detail.
Let's also touch on the missing payment details. If Congress approves this, what are the chances of a quick turnaround on getting the money out?
Well, we don't have exact payment schedules yet, but based on prior experience, if legislation is passed quickly, the distribution methods will rely on the existing infrastructure, meaning direct deposit for those receiving Social Security, SSDI, or SSI via established bank accounts, or the Direct Express card.
And what about the timing? Will everyone get it at once?
Probably not. Payment schedules might be staggered based on benefit type, or, more commonly, based on the recipient's birth date, similar to how regular Social Security benefits are paid out now.
So that means we have to wait for the final bill to get the specific dates, but the most likely scenario is that they will rely on the same secure payment methods you already use.
That's the most logical path.
And this leads us perfectly into the urgency and the risks involved with such a large public commitment.
Right. Here's where we look at the political engine that's driving this. The sheer weight of those 5 data points has made the commitment itself the driving force.
They're highly invested.
They are. And the source suggests that the failure to deliver would result in a lot of really, really upset people.
This momentum is now powerful enough to actually move Congress. The source material mentioned that lawmakers are reportedly Warming up to the idea of these $2,000 payments. Why is Congress, which usually resists large spending, becoming receptive to this now?
There are a few key factors, I think. First, the political pressure from constituents, especially in an election cycle, is immense when a specific dollar amount has been floated by the White House.
Sure.
Second, that unconventional tariff funding mechanism, even with its flaws, it provides political cover.
How so?
Lawmakers can argue, I didn't vote to increase the national debt. I voted to redistribute existing revenue to consumers. That shields them from the common critiques about the budget.
Let's connect this push directly to the needs of our listeners. For low-income beneficiaries, what tangible impact does $2,000 have in this inflationary environment?
It provides genuine financial dignity. I mean, we know that the cost of living adjustments, the COLAs provided to Social Security haven't always kept pace with the true costs faced by seniors.
Especially in certain areas.
Right, particularly in crucial areas like healthcare copays, prescription drugs, and food. $2,000 is not just breathing room. For someone on a razor-thin budget, it's a necessary cushion.
It could mean replacing a worn-out appliance.
Or addressing a critical housing repair. Or just alleviating the chronic stress of choosing between medication and groceries. This payment is about survival and quality of life for the most vulnerable.
It's also about empowering them against debt. So many seniors carry high-interest credit card debt just to bridge that gap between their fixed income and the rising cost of living.
And a $2,000 cash injection can pay down that high-interest debt, freeing up crucial monthly income.
Absolutely. The need is clearly established. But precisely because this payment is so substantial and the news is traveling so fast,
the immediate overwhelming risk is fraud. We have to prioritize protecting our listener community right now.
given the amount and the high public interest, the risk of scams is immediate. This warning has to be loud, clear, and comprehensive.
Okay, listen closely to this. The IRS, the Social Security Administration, the SSA, or the VA will never call you, text you, email you, or contact you on social media asking you to pay a fee. Never. They will never ask you to buy a gift card, wire money, or provide your personal account information in order to receive this stimulus or dividend payment. This is the single most crucial defense against fraud.
And these scammers, they're sophisticated. They prey on the high interest and the urgency. They might claim your direct deposit failed, and they need your bank routing number immediately to prevent the money from being lost.
Or they might say you need to pay a small processing fee via a gift card to activate the payment. It's all a lie.
So what should you do?
If you receive any unexpected contact claiming to be a government agency about this payment, hang up. Do not engage. The government already has the information it needs to send you money through your existing benefit system.
The official channels will be secure.
Yes. Official letters sent through the mail or information visible inside your secured My Social Security portal online.
We advise you to only trust information from official, verified government websites or official mail.
And if, and only if, the program becomes official and you suspect your payment is late or incorrect, the official procedure will involve contacting the SSA or IRS using verified phone numbers found on their official websites.
Or through secure certified mail.
Right. Never through an unexpected, unsolicited call.
Furthermore, we should probably address the possibility of garnishment. For many low-income listeners, their existing benefits, Social Security, SSDI, SSI, are generally protected from garnishment by creditors for, common consumer debts.
That's right. But if Congress does not include protective language in the legislation authorizing this $2,000 payment, that dividend could potentially be seized by creditors or debt collectors once it hits a bank account.
This is why the legislative language surrounding these protections is just as important as the dollar amount itself.
It is. Historically, with relief payments, Congress has included specific language that temporarily shields the funds from garnishment. Since we don't have the legislative text yet, we cannot confirm this crucial protection.
But we should expect massive pressure on lawmakers to include it.
Oh, absolutely. They have to include it to ensure the money provides actual release, not just a pathway for debt collectors. We will be tracking this specific detail with extreme diligence.
So we have unprecedented political momentum, a clear target demographic, a complex and contentious funding mechanism, and a high risk of fraud if protections aren't clearly communicated and implemented.
And everything now waits on Congress.
So what does this all mean for you right now? We've established through 5 separate high-level administrative commitments that the White House is intensely focused on providing at least $2,000 to American families making under $100,000.
And they plan to fund it primarily through tariff revenue.
This is a real high-priority proposal with powerful momentum, but it still requires Congress to act.
Let's reinforce the core facts one last time. The amount is confirmed at $2,000 or more based on the president's public pledge.
And eligibility strongly targets low and middle-income Americans.
Meaning recipients of Social Security, SSDI, SSI, and VA benefits are absolutely the intended beneficiaries.
The next crucial step is legislative action. That action will settle the vital, practical details, the exact date the money will arrive, the precise final income thresholds, and most importantly for you, the specific financial protections.
Protections to ensure the payment is tax-free and will not jeopardize your eligibility for essential means-tested programs like SSI and Medicaid.
The commitment from the Treasury Secretary and the Economic Advisor to be exploring all legal options and actively studying the matter, that confirms that the administration is laying the necessary legal and logistical groundwork.
We are committed to tracking every development, every hearing, every proposed bill related to this $2,000 push through Congress. This is not a done deal, not yet, but it is certainly the most politically advanced and publicly committed to proposal of its kind that we have seen.
We will continue to watch this very, very closely because for those managing limited funds, this $2,000 could truly be transformative. It could offer security and dignity. But let's leave you with a final provocative thought to mull over, building on the tension we discussed regarding the funding.
The political appeal of this proposal rests entirely on that claim that the tariff funding works, that it avoids new debt.
Right.
Yet financial experts express deep skepticism about that math. So does the unconventional source of funding, these tariff revenues, does it actually make the required congressional action easier to pass by providing that necessary political cover? Or does the complexity and the questionable math of the tariff revenue make it easier for powerful opposition forces to derail the proposal entirely simply by claiming it's fiscally unsound?
That tension, the undeniable political gravity of commitment versus the financial complexity of the funding, that is what will determine whether or not these $2,000 checks reach your bank account.
It's the whole ballgame.
We hope this deep dive gave you clarity and confidence in understanding this major update. Follow us now for immediate verified updates as soon as Congress begins to move the required legislation. We are dedicated to being the helpful voice. Welcome back to the deep dive. We need to talk.
We do.
And I don't mean just a casual chat about the headlines. I mean, we need to have a serious get down to brass tacks conversation about your bank account.
About money. Real money.
Yes, because over the last 48 hours, the financial world has just been turned completely upside down by a single proposal that, and this is a big if it becomes real.
A very big if.
It could mean a deposit of $2,000 just landing directly in the hands of millions and millions of Americans.
It is the story of the week. There's no doubt about it. And, it's not just the number, the $2,000, that's grabbing headlines. It's the source.
Exactly. The source. This isn't a tax refund.
Nope.
It isn't a standard stimulus check like we saw a few years ago. This is being framed as something entirely new in the American economic experiment.
It's a whole new playbook, or at least they're trying to convince us it is.
Right. We are talking about the tariff dividend, a proposed payment of $2,000 specifically aimed at low and middle income citizens.
And supposedly funded by the trade wars.
Yes. So look, if you are listening to this right now, and maybe you're on a fixed income, maybe you're retired, you're receiving Social Security, SSDI, or you're a veteran just struggling with the cost of groceries.
Which is pretty much everyone on a fixed income these days.
Absolutely. So this episode is specifically for you. We want to talk directly to you.
That's right. Our goal today is to, cut through all the noise. There is so much excitement out there.
A ton of it.
But there is also a lot of confusion and, frankly, a lot of skepticism. We need to parse out what's a promise, what's an actual plan, and the most important question of all.
Is the money actually there?
Is the money there? That's the bottom line.
So we are going to break this down piece by piece. We'll look at the specific language used in the president's recent Truth Social posts. We'll do the napkin math on whether the country can even afford this, the timeline, and this is really important, the very real risk of scams that always pop up with news like this.
We have to talk about the scams.
We have to. But first, just to set the stage, this isn't just pocket change. $2,000. For a lot of people, that's life-changing money.
Oh, absolutely.
That's the transmission finally getting fixed on the car. That's the credit card that's been maxed out, finally paid off. It's breathing room.
It's breathing room. That's the perfect way to put it. It represents a significant injection of liquidity right into households that have just been battered by inflation for years now.
Battered is the right word.
But, and you know, I have to be the voice of reason here right from the very start. We have to look at the mechanics. We have to. Because promising a check is easy. It's just words on a screen.
The easy part.
Clearing the funds, actually getting it through the U.S. Treasury and into your account, that is a much, much more complicated beast.
Okay, so let's unpack this beast. We're basing this whole deep dive on a really rigorous analysis of those social media posts from the president and also the underlying economic data, the hard numbers on U.S. tariff revenue. So let's start with the hook. The president posted, and then he doubled down the next day. What exactly are we looking at here?
We're looking at a branding shift, a really intentional one. And words matter.
They always do in politics.
Always. Back in 2020, 2021, we had stimulus checks. And the psychology of a stimulus check is that it's a rescue boat.
Right. The economy's sinking. Here's a life raft.
Exactly.
Yeah.
The ship is sinking. The economy is locked down. So the government prints a bunch of money to keep you afloat. This is different. The administration is calling this a dividend.
A dividend. That sounds,
yeah.
I mean, that sounds like something you get from owning stock in a company, not from just being a citizen.
Precisely. And that is the psychological play here. A dividend is a share of profits that gets paid out to shareholders.
Okay.
So by using that specific word, dividend, the implication is that every American citizen is a shareholder in, let's call it USA Incorporated.
Like we all own a piece of the company.
And because the country is supposedly making a profit from these tariffs, which are basically taxes on imported goods, well, then the citizens, the shareholders, are entitled to their cut of that profit.
That is, wow, that is a fascinating way to frame it. It completely shifts the narrative from I need help to something more like I am owed my share.
It does. It changes the voter from a dependent into an investor. It's a very powerful reframing.
Right.
But we have to ask the hard question.
Is there actually a profit to share?
Is there? Or is this just some clever marketing fluff to make us all feel better about a massive government spending program?
And that is the big, big question we are going to get to in the math section. But first, let's nail down the who, because the language, it shifted really fast between that first post and the second one, didn't it?
Yeah. It was a very rapid evolution, almost an immediate course correction. The first post on Truth Social was, it was broad, very broad. It said, and I'm quoting here, a dividend of at least $2,000 a person, not including high-income people, will be paid to everyone.
Everyone. That is a huge word, a very expensive word.
An incredibly expensive word. But then, not even 24 hours later, came the update.
The double down post.
Right. And that post tightened the scope significantly. It explicitly stated, and again I'm quoting, all money left over from the $2,000 payments made to low and middle income USA citizens.
Okay, let's stop right there. Low and middle income. If I'm a listener, let's call our listener the learner, and I'm sitting there at my kitchen table, I'm looking at my budget, that phrase, low and middle income, is speaking directly to me. But what does it actually mean?
It's a validation. It's a validation of a specific demographic that has been feeling squeezed. The president is explicitly naming the groups that are hurting the most. By shifting from everyone to low and middle income, he is sending a clear signal that this money isn't for the hedge fund managers or the tech CEOs in Silicon Valley.
No, this is for the people who really need it.
It's for the retirees on Social Security. It is for the people on disability insurance, SSDI and SSI. It is for our veterans on fixed pensions. It's for people working a minimum wage job.
And we saw so many questions in the source material we looked at from people asking exactly that. I don't file taxes. Do I still qualify? I'm on VA disability. Am I included in this? Based on this new language, the answer seems to be a resounding yes.
The intent is certainly to include them. In fact, you could argue they're the priority. When you target low and middle income, you are targeting the very people who will take that money and spend it immediately.
Right back into the economy.
Exactly. It gets spent on groceries, on gas, on rent. It doesn't get, tucked away in a stock portfolio. It cycles right back through the local economy.
But we have to define the ceiling. That's the big question everyone has. The proposal explicitly excludes high-income people. So where is that line drawn? Is it $50,000 a year, $100,000? Where's the cutoff?
And the proposal itself didn't give a hard number, which is pretty common in these these early stages. They like to keep it a little vague.
Of course.
However, we can make some very educated guesses. We can look at the data, and more importantly, we can look at the precedents that were set by the stimulus rounds in 2020 and 2021.
Right, because we've done this dance before. We have a blueprint for this kind of thing.
We have. And the source analysis we looked at speculates that the cutoff almost certainly won't be as low as, say, $50,000 a year for an individual.
Why not? I mean, $50,000 sounds like a solid middle-class income in a lot of parts of the country.
It does, but it really depends on where you live, doesn't it? $50,000 in rural Alabama goes a very long way.
A very long way.
$50,000 in New York City or San Francisco, you're barely scraping by. You're probably living with 3 roommates. If you set the cap that low at $50,000, you are alienating a massive chunk of the voting base who absolutely consider themselves middle class, but are still struggling with the price of eggs and gas and rent.
That's a great point. And the average U.S. household income is what, around 80-something thousand?
Approximately $83,000. So politically, you just can't exclude the average American household. It would be a disaster.
So if 50,000 is too low, what's the magic number? What's the logical guess?
Well, all the speculation, and it's based on those prior stimulus checks, points to a threshold of around $75,000 for individuals.
75,000.
And then, $150,000 for married couples who file their taxes jointly.
Okay, that makes sense. It mirrors the previous checks.
Yeah.
It's a number that people are familiar with.
It is. And it's a number that's designed to cover the working class, most retirees, and the vast, vast majority of people who self-identify as middle class.
75,000 for an individual. That really does cover a massive chunk of the country.
It really does. If we look at the demographic numbers, and specifically if we reference that $1,400 stimulus payment from back in 2021,
Okay.
about 85% of the entire U.S. population qualified under very similar income limits.
85%. That's a staggering number.
It is. When you do the math, it equates to roughly 284 million people.
284 million.
That's if you include all the dependents, children and adult dependents as well.
Wow. So just to be perfectly clear for everyone listening, when we hear the phrase low and middle income, we aren't talking about a small niche group. We aren't just talking about the absolute poorest among us. We're talking about the vast majority of the American public.
The vast majority. This would be a massive scale operation.
Massive. And that scale, that 284 million number, that brings us to the elephant in the room.
The math.
The math. The tariff math, as they're calling it. This is where the rubber meets the road, or maybe where the tires fall off the car completely.
Could be.
We've established that this is being branded as a dividend funded entirely by tariffs. So let's look inside the piggy bank. How much money is actually in there right now?
All right, let's look at the hard data. This is from the analysis of Treasury reports. The United States has brought in approximately $195 billion in tariff revenue so far this year.
$195 billion.
Okay.
Okay. Now, to the average person listening, myself included, that sounds like an astronomical amount of money.
It is.
I mean, I can't even visualize what $1 billion looks like, let alone 195 of them.
No, it's an abstract number for sure.
Yeah.
But it is objectively a lot of money. If you break it down, it averages out to about $1 billion coming into the Treasury every single day.
$1 billion a day?
Roughly $30 billion a month. So the projected annual revenue, if things continue at this pace, is around $350 billion for the year.
$350 billion. Okay.
And if you look at the administration's long-term projections, the really rosy ones, they are eyeing a total of $3 trillion over the next 10 years. $3 trillion.
$3 trillion sounds fantastic. That sounds like problem solved. We've got plenty of cash. But here is where I get skeptical.
And you should.
We have to pay people now.
Yeah.
You just said 284 million people. If you give all of them $2,000,
yeah.
I'm doing the mental math here, that is not cheap.
No, it is not. And that right there, that is the aha moment.
Yeah.
Or perhaps it's the oh no moment, depending on your perspective.
Right.
If you take 284 million people and you multiply that by $2,000 per person, the total cost of the program comes out to $568 billion.
Whoa, wait a minute. Let me just pause you right there.
Go ahead.
We have $195 billion in the bank right now from this year's tariffs.
Correct. Cash on hand.
But the check, the total Dilson's checks, is $568 billion.
That's right.
We are short. We are incredibly short. We're almost $400 billion in the hole before we even start.
We are very short. The math just, it simply does not work on a cash basis right now. It's impossible. You cannot pay a $568 billion bill with $195 billion of cash.
So is the whole thing a bust then? I mean, is this just a lie? Or is there some kind of financial magic trick to make this work that we aren't seeing?
Well, it's not necessarily a lie, but it is let's call it a very creative interpretation of government finance.
Creative accounting.
It requires a financing strategy that, frankly, looks a lot like a payday loan, but on a massive national scale.
A payday loan. Explain that.
Think about it. The government cannot pay this out of its current earnings from tariffs. They just don't have the cash. So what do they have to do? They have to bridge that enormous gap.
Okay.
The strategy would be to borrow the money today. Essentially, the Treasury would issue new bonds, which adds to the national debt immediately, with the promise, with the plan, to pay that new debt back over time using that projected 10-year tariff revenue stream, that $3 trillion we mentioned.
I see. So it's like, okay, let's use a home renovation analogy. I want to redo my kitchen. It costs $50,000. I don't have $50,000 sitting in my checking account right this second.
Right.
But I have a steady job, I have a good salary, and I know I'm going to earn more than that over the next few years. So I take out a loan from the bank, I fix the kitchen now, and then I pay off that loan with my future paychecks.
That is a perfect analogy. The administration is banking on that $3 trillion figure over 10 years. They're saying, look, the income stream is there, it's reliable, it's not all here today.
So they borrow against the future earnings of USA Incorporated to pay the shareholder dividend now.
That's the plan.
But there's a huge risk there, right? To use my analogy, if I lose my job, I can't pay back the loan for the kitchen. If global trade slows down, or if the next president comes in and cancels all these tariffs, poof, the revenue disappears.
Exactly. You are betting the farm on the idea that these tariffs will remain in place and remain profitable for a full decade. That's a long time in global politics. And in the meantime, to your earlier point, you are technically increasing the national debt the very moment those $2,000 checks are sent out.
Which directly contradicts that leftover money comment in the president's second post, doesn't it?
It completely does. The Post said money left over from the payments would go to debt reduction. But if the program costs $568 billion and you only have $195 billion, there is no leftover money immediately.
There's a deficit, a big one.
There's a massive deficit. The leftover surplus only exists if you look at the very, very long-term 10-year view, and if you assume everything goes perfectly. In the short term, you are digging a hole to fill it later.
That is such a crucial nuance. It's a promise based on future performance. It feels a bit like counting your chickens before they hatch, and then taking out a loan based on the price of eggs you haven't even laid yet.
It's aggressive fiscal policy, to say the least. But let's look at the political side of this for a second, because you don't make a promise like this, and so specifically that $2,000 number, unless you really intend to follow through, right? Or is this just campaign-style rhetoric to keep people energized?
That's a great question, and it brings us to the pattern of promises. Because when I was looking at the research for this, I realized this isn't the first time we've heard about cash handouts recently. Not by a long shot.
It is definitely not, and this is where the administration runs into the boy who cried wolf risk.
The analysis we reviewed points out that this is the fourth distinct iteration of a cash distribution promise just since January of last year.
The fourth time. Wow, I remember a couple, but fill me in on that timeline. Okay, let's trace it back. In February of last year, there was all this talk of a $5,000 Doge dividend. Remember that? It was all over the crypto news, and then it spilled into the mainstream. The idea was to pay people with cryptocurrency.
Right, I remember that now. Everyone thought they were going to get a crypto check from the government. That never happened.
No, it evaporated into thin air. Then, fast forward to August, Senator Josh Hawley introduced a bill called the American Worker Rebate Act. It proposed a $600 rebate. The president endorsed it.
$600. Okay, a much smaller, maybe more realistic number. Did that pass?
Nope. It stalled in Congress, never went anywhere. Then in October, during a TV interview, the president mentioned a dividend of somewhere between $1,000 and $2,000.
Kind of testing the waters.
Exactly. And now here we are in November with this very specific $2,000 tariff dividend blasted out on Truth Social.
Okay, so they have been drumming this beat for almost a year now. Why keep doing it if they aren't delivering? Doesn't that just make people angry and cynical?
It does, but it also creates a very specific kind of political pressure. The analysis suggests that they are essentially painting themselves into a corner.
How so?
By repeatedly floating specific dollar amounts, especially that $2,000 figure, the administration creates a concrete, tangible expectation in the minds of voters, especially those low and middle-income voters we've been talking about.
Right. If you tell someone 4 times that you're going to give them $2,000 and then you don't, eventually they stop listening to you. Or worse, they vote for the other guy who promises something else.
Exactly. It becomes what the analysts called a catastrophic messaging failure. It's a massive loss of credibility. You look like you're all talk.
Which, ironically, and this is a key point from the analysis, might actually make it different this time.
What do you mean?
Well, because the stakes are so much higher now. The political cost of walking this promise back after the 4th time is now just too high. They almost have to deliver something this time, or they risk looking like they were stringing people along for an entire year. The pressure is on to convert this from a social media post into actual policy.
That is a very, very valid point. Desperation can be a powerful motivator in politics. If they feel their base slipping away, if they see poll numbers dipping, they might just force this through, regardless of the immediate deficit impact.
So let's game this out. Let's assume they do it. Let's assume the political pressure works, the creative accounting holds up for now, and they decide to pull the trigger. How does it actually happen? If I'm that learner listening in, wondering when I should start checking my mailbox, what's the realistic timeline?
And this brings us right back to that urgency versus reality debate. The messaging, using social media, the double down posts. It all implies a desire for near-term action.
It sounds like coming soon.
Right. The president isn't talking about some 10-year rollout plan. He's talking about a payment now.
But we know how Washington works. Legislation takes time. You can't just snap your fingers and move $568 billion around.
Correct. Ideally, a program this large would go through Congress as a formal bill. But Congress is slow, and they fight about absolutely everything. It could get bogged down for months.
So is there another way?
Well, there is a possibility, though the analysis doesn't confirm it, of them trying to use an executive order to repurpose some funds. But an action that big would almost certainly face immediate legal challenges.
So realistically, we are not talking about money showing up next week.
Probably not next week, no. But if they get clever and attach it to a larger budget reconciliation bill, or maybe a must-pass government spending bill to avoid a shutdown.
Ah, the old tuck it into a bigger bill trick.
Exactly. Then it could move relatively quickly, perhaps within a few months. That's probably the most optimistic, realistic scenario.
Okay, a few months.
Yeah.
And once it's approved, how does the money actually move? Because for our listeners, especially those on Social Security, SSI, or VA benefits, the good news is the government already knows who you are and where you are.
That is the silver lining for the learner demographic. The mechanism for distribution would almost certainly mirror exactly what we saw during the pandemic stimulus rounds. If you have direct deposit set up with the IRS for your taxes or with the Social Security Administration for your benefits,
The money just appears.
the money just shows up in your bank account one morning. No fuss.
And what about for those who don't bank online or don't have a traditional bank account? There are millions of people in that situation.
Right. Paper checks are still a thing, of course. They're slow, but they work. But for millions of Americans, especially those in unbanked assistance programs, the Direct Express card is the absolute lifeline.
Can you just explain what that is for those who might not know?
Sure, a Direct Express card is essentially a prepaid debit card. It's what the federal government uses to distribute benefits to people who don't have a bank account. So your monthly Social Security or SSI payment gets loaded right onto that card.
And you can use it like any other debit card.
Exactly. So if this dividend goes through, the most likely scenario is that they would just load the $2,000 directly onto those existing Direct Express cards.
That's huge because it means for most people, no application is necessary, no forms to fill out.
That's the goal, a seamless distribution. And that right there leads us to the most important warning of this entire deep dive.
The scams.
Precisely. The scams. We absolutely cannot stress this enough. Whenever there is news about free money or government payments, the predators come out of the woodwork.
Like a lockwork.
They know people are desperate. They know people are hopeful. And they weaponize that hope against you.
It's just heartbreaking, but we see it every single time. So let's be crystal clear for everyone listening. What does a scam look like in this situation?
It looks like a text message on your phone that says, "Click here to claim your $2,000 tariff dividend."
Don't click it.
Never. It looks like an email with a scary subject line that says, "Action required. Your payment is on hold." It's designed to make you panic. It looks like a phone call from someone pretending to be from the IRS or the SSA, asking you for your Social Security number, or even worse, asking for a processing fee to release your funds.
Let me say this as clearly as I possibly can. The IRS does not text you. The Social Security Administration will not slide into your DMs on Facebook.
They will not call you and demand a processing fee in the form of gift cards. That's a huge red flag. They will not email you asking for your mother's maiden name or your bank password. Official channels are silent until they send you an official letter in the mail or the money just appears in your account.
And since this is currently just a proposal and not a finalized law,
There is no application process right now.
Yes.
Zero. None.
so anyone telling you that you need to apply or register is lying.
Correct. They are trying to steal your money or your identity. If you get a call like that, hang up. If you get a text, delete it. If you're ever unsure, go directly to the official government websites yourself, -ssa.gov or irs.gov. Do not, under any circumstances, click links in a suspicious email.
That is such an important takeaway. So to summarize that point, manage your expectations. This is a proposal. It's a strong proposal. It's backed by the president, but the check is not in the mail yet. Do not spend money you don't have.
And do not build your monthly budget around it just yet. Treat it as a possibility, a hopeful one maybe, but not a guarantee.
I want to pivot here slightly. We've talked about the mechanics, the politics, the scams, but let's zoom out. Even if this specific check doesn't arrive tomorrow, the fact that we are even having this conversation is significant. As you said, we're moving from tariffs protect industry to tariffs fund the people.
That really is the so what of this whole deep dive. It represents a fundamental, maybe even a radical shift in economic philosophy in this country. Traditionally, tariffs are trade tools. That's all they are. They're used to shield domestic manufacturers, like steel companies or automakers, from foreign competition.
Right, to make American-made products cheaper by comparison.
Exactly. And any revenue that the government generated from those tariffs was just thrown into the general pot, the big government slush fund. It pays for roads, the military, government salaries. It's just anonymous money.
But this proposal forges a direct link. It connects that specific revenue stream directly to the citizen's personal pocketbook.
It makes the average American a direct stakeholder in the trade war. It gives you skin in the game.
That is a really powerful concept, because usually when we hear about trade wars and tariffs, all we hear about are the downsides. Oh, the price of TV is going up because of the tariffs. My new washing machine is more expensive.
Exactly. Tariffs often act as a hidden tax on the consumer because the importing companies just raise their prices to cover the costs of the tariff. The consumer ends up paying for it. But if the government turns around and says, yes, prices might go up a little bit, but here is a $2,000 check to more than cover it, your perception changes entirely.
It really does. You're not just paying more for imported goods anymore. You are now receiving a cut of the penalty fees being charged to foreign companies and foreign exporters. It's a national profit-sharing model.
It is, and it raises some really fascinating questions about the future of fiscal policy in America. If this sets a precedent, do we start seeing more of these dividends tied to specific government revenue streams? A gas tax dividend or a corporate tax dividend, it fundamentally changes the relationship between the taxpayer and the state.
Instead of just paying taxes into a black hole.
You're receiving returns on your investment as a citizen. It's a very different model.
It is a lot to think about. It's complicated, it's messy, and it's potentially revolutionary. So let's recap for everyone listening, just to make sure we have all the key facts locked down one more time.
Right. Let's do the final checklist. First, the proposal. A $2,000 payment branded as a dividend, not a stimulus check.
Second, the target.
Low and middle income USA citizens. Based on historical precedent, that likely means excluding individuals who earn over $75,000 a year, or married couples earning over $150,000. And yes, this absolutely includes seniors, veterans, and those on disability benefits like SSI and SSDI.
Third, the funding. And this is the tricky part.
Very tricky. It's funded by a projected $3 trillion in tariff revenue over the next 10 years, which the government would have to borrow against today to pay out the estimated $568 billion cost in the short term. It is the national credit card approach.
And fourth, the status. Where are we right now?
Right now, it is strongly endorsed by the president. It's his fourth such endorsement of a cash payment. But it is still just a proposal. It requires either legislative action from Congress or some form of executive implementation to become real.
And for the timeline, what should people watch for?
The urgency is definitely there in the messaging, but the mechanics of borrowing and distributing that much money mean it is not going to be instantaneous. The next real step to watch for is the introduction of an actual bill in Congress. That's when you know it's getting serious.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, before we sign off, I want to pose a final provocative thought. We've talked about the math, the politics, and the logistics, but I want to ask you, the listener, directly. If the government successfully links this tariff revenue directly to citizen payouts, does that fundamentally change how you, personally, vote on trade policy?
That really is the big question, isn't it? If a trade war literally puts cash in your pocket, does the abstract cost of inflation on certain goods matter less to you? It becomes a question of direct, tangible benefit versus a broader, more diffuse economic impact. Are you willing to pay 10% more for a new toaster if you get a $2,000 check in your bank account at the end of the year?
It certainly complicates the old political narratives.
Yeah.
It turns national economics into a very personal balance sheet equation. We will keep our eyes on the debt clock and the tariff ticker for you. As soon as this moves from a Truth Social post to a bill on the floor of Congress, we will be back to break it all down.
Stay informed, stay skeptical, and please, stay safe from the scammers.
Thanks for listening to The Deep Dive.
We're tracking some major financial news right now, and it's something that could directly affect millions of retirees, low-income households, and really anyone relying on fixed benefits.
That's right.
Things like Social Security, SSI, disability payments. This isn't just a rumor anymore. This has been bubbling up for a while, but now we have some solid confirmation.
We do. We have confirmation coming from the Treasury Secretary himself, Scott Bessent, that a pretty significant financial distribution is on the table.
Okay.
We're talking about a $2,000 stimulus check or dividend, whatever they want to call it, and it is actively being discussed at the highest levels.
So we're going to cut through all the noise, all the speculation that always surrounds these kinds of announcements, and just bring you the facts. Our whole focus today is, who actually qualifies? What does under $100,000 income really mean for you? And what needs to happen before any of this potential money actually hits your bank account?
And if you're worried about your financial future, this deep dive is, well, it's your essential guide. We're going to stick only to the confirmed details and figure out how this potential $2,000 could give you some essential breathing room.
Okay, let's unpack this.
Let's do it.
Welcome back to The Deep Dive. If you're tuning in, we know why you're here. You're probably very interested in what the government might be doing to provide some financial help.
Especially if your income is fixed.
Exactly. Whether that's from Social Security retirement benefits or SSI, which helps the most vulnerable, or SSDI, veteran benefits. We get it. We understand the stress of trying to manage bills and inflation when your income just doesn't change.
It is incredibly difficult. And, trying to sort through the internet rumors, the headlines, the confusing jargon, it's almost impossible to find out what's actually real.
Right. So our mission today is to cut through all of that noise and give you some real clarity on one specific, massive topic.
The $2,000 payment.
The $2,000 payment? It's being called a stimulus check, a dividend, a rebate. But, for the person getting it, it's all the same thing. Direct money to help with costs.
And the reason we're doing a deep dive on this now is because this proposal, which, the president has championed before, was just confirmed as a topic of serious internal discussion by the Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent.
And that confirmation changes everything.
It changes everything. It moves it from speculation to a real vetted proposal.
And we didn't just read the headlines. We've gone through the core source material. We're talking about the interview clip of Secretary Bessent on Fox News where he directly addressed this.
And when we say analyze, we mean we're focused on what he exactly said.
Yes.
Not what commentators wished he had said or how a headline spun it, just the facts. The goal is to establish what is verifiable about this potential $2,000 payment.
Specifically, who are they targeting? And maybe most importantly, what are the very real legislative hurdles that have to be cleared before this money shows up for you?
Our mission is simple: authoritative clarity. If we do our job right, you'll walk away feeling informed, feeling confident, and prepared for whatever the next steps are in this process.
Okay, let's unpack this.
Right.
So let's start with the hard fact, the number that has everyone talking, the amount. The discussion that the Treasury Secretary confirmed is centered specifically on a $2,000 payment.
A $2,000 payment. And as you mentioned, they're using a few different terms, stimulus check, dividend, rebate.
Right.
But we have to stress, for the person receiving it, it's a proposed one-time distribution of money. The goal is to help offset the relentless pressure of current living costs.
And it is absolutely crucial to understand what this is and what it isn't.
Yes.
This is being proposed as a one-time thing, a rebate. It is not an increase to your existing Social Security benefits.
That's a critical distinction. You're not talking about a permanent change to the COLA calculation. This isn't a permanent boost to SSI or SSDI payments. It's relief money.
It's designed to be an immediate, critical financial boost. It's what the administration keeps calling essential breathing room for people who are struggling with the cost of, well, everything. Food, gas, housing.
And this idea of direct financial relief isn't new for this administration. It's a recurring theme.
Yeah.
The sources we're looking at indicate this is actually, I think they called it the fourth iteration.
The fourth endorsement, yeah.
The fourth endorsement the president has made about distributing money back to the people. And that's significant. It suggests a consistent philosophy here.
Which is?
Prioritizing direct cash to individuals over, say, complex corporate tax breaks or other interventions that might take a long time to, trickle down.
And the framing around it is very deliberate, very empathetic. They talk about it in terms of, addressing financial pressures, providing dignity, offering practical help with bills.
The $2,000 isn't supposed to solve everything, but it's designed to be big enough to make a real material difference. Maybe it covers a month of rent or offsets several months of inflated grocery bills.
Okay, so that's the what. A $2,000 one-time payment. Now let's get to the how. How would it be funded? This brings us to probably the most complex and politically tricky part of this whole thing.
It is. Secretary Besant confirmed the funding mechanism they're discussing is tariff revenues.
Tariff revenues, or profit sharing from tariffs.
Right. And what's fascinating here is that mechanism fundamentally changes the politics and the economics of this compared to the stimulus payments we saw before.
How so?
Well, the stimulus checks during the pandemic were mostly funded through massive deficit spending. The government basically borrowed trillions of dollars and added it to the national debt.
Okay.
Using tariff revenue, on the other hand, implies they're using money the government has already collected on goods imported into the country. It's existing revenue, not new debt.
And this is exactly where the interviewer on Fox News zeroed in. They immediately challenged him on it.
They did.
The analogy they used was something like, isn't this like using your overdraft to pay off your credit cards or taking money from one credit card to pay another?
And that analogy perfectly captures the debate. There are really two competing ways to look at using tariff money like this. And you need to understand both of them as this moves forward.
Okay, so what's the first interpretation, the skeptical one?
The skeptical view, which aligns with that interviewer's question, is this. Tariffs are taxes on imported goods. And most economists agree that those costs, well, they get passed on to the American consumer.
In the form of higher prices.
In the form of higher prices on everything from your phone to your clothes. So the skeptics argue that funding a stimulus check with that money is just rebating money that you already paid in inflated prices.
So you're not really getting ahead.
You're not. It's seen as an offset for the government's own trade policies that might have contributed to inflation in the first place. It's just shuffling money around.
So in that view, the $2,000 is just softening the blow from the tariffs, not actually creating new wealth.
Precisely. Now, the second interpretation is the one the administration is pushing.
The more favorable one.
The more favorable one. They argue that these tariffs have generated billions in revenue that would otherwise just sit in a general government account, or maybe go to paying down debt, which doesn't help struggling families right now.
Okay.
So by calling it a profit share or a dividend, they're framing it as returning existing government revenue directly to the working class, who will then immediately spend it, put it back into local economies, and create demand.
And in their view, it's a responsible, non-debt way to provide relief.
Exactly. And this sets up a huge political choice. The debate that Secretary Besant confirmed is happening is whether to fund relief from a revenue stream that might be, self-defeating in the long run, or to use this model to avoid the massive deficit spending we saw a few years ago.
And that debate over the funding source is absolutely critical.
It is, because a controversial funding source slows everything down in Congress.
Which brings us to the current status. And we need to be crystal clear on this for every single person listening.
Yes, please listen carefully here.
The $2,000 payment has not been agreed upon yet. It is officially in discussion. This is not an approved policy. It's a serious proposal, but it is far from a done deal.
It is so far from being a done deal. To get from in discussion to $2,000 in your bank account, this thing has to go through a complex and usually very slow legislative process.
Meaning it has to be written up as formal legislation.
Formal legislation that has to make its way through the House, the Senate, and then obviously get signed by the president. That's the path.
And that means it needs a majority vote in both chambers.
Right.
It needs to get through committees. It needs to survive floor debates.
And it almost certainly means there will be negotiation over that funding source we just talked about and the exact income thresholds for who gets it. It is not an executive order. It has to survive Congress.
Here's where it gets really interesting. Let's dig into that critical hurdle that affects you directly. Eligibility, and specifically the income limits they're talking about. When Secretary Besant was asked specifically about who would get this potential $2,000 payment, he confirmed the ceiling they're discussing right now.
And that number is?
The target is families making less than, say, $100,000.
$100,000. So that's the first major piece of verifiable information we have on eligibility. It clearly defines the administration's goal. They're focused on low-income and middle-income people.
And just as important, it excludes high-income individuals. In this context, if your household is over $100,000, the secretary basically said you're likely not going to qualify for this specific relief.
And for most of our listeners, people on fixed benefits like Social Security, SSI, SSDI, low-income veterans, that $100,000 ceiling is actually pretty reassuring.
Right.
Because most people relying on those incomes are well below that threshold. It puts them firmly in the primary target demographic for this money. The intent is clearly to help those who feel the economic pinch the most.
However, we have to introduce some nuance here. Because in Washington, the number they float at the beginning is almost never the number that ends up in the final law.
That's the reality. While the secretary confirmed $100,000 is what they're discussing, that is not a line in the sand. That's simply the maximum eligibility marker, the upper limit they will not go past.
So we need to prepare people for the real possibility of that number coming down during negotiations. What does that usually look like?
Well, if we connect this to the bigger picture, history shows us that Congress almost always goes for much lower income thresholds, especially when the funding is controversial, like with these tariffs.
Why is that?
When they start writing the actual legislation and calculating the total cost, they almost always bring that number down substantially. It's a way to reduce the overall price tag and target the impact even more narrowly.
So what are some of the numbers being floated as a more likely compromise?
The source material details some speculative but, educated guesses based on past stimulus bills. We could definitely see that final ceiling drop to $80,000, maybe $75,000, $70,000, even $60,000.
So it's critical for our audience to be aware of that potential drop.
Absolutely. The $100,000 figure is let's call it a political marker, an enthusiastic starting point. But the final bill could be much tighter.
What's the most realistic scenario then?
The most likely scenario, based on historical patterns, is that the real number might hover around, say, $75,000 for a single person, a household of one.
Okay, $75,000.
And then for a married couple filing their taxes jointly, that number is usually doubled in the legislation. So you'd be looking at around $150,000. It's a sliding scale.
So the key takeaway here is you need to look at both numbers. If your household income is well below $75,000, you are almost certainly the primary target. If your income is somewhere between $75,000 and $100,000, you need to watch the final legislative language very closely because that's the group most likely to get cut out during negotiations.
That is the perfect way to frame it. The initial announcement gets the attention, but the final text of the bill determines who actually gets the money.
Okay, now let's tackle one of the single biggest sources of stress for our audience, especially people on fixed income.
I know where you're going with this.
The dreaded tax filing requirement. Many retirees, many low-income beneficiaries, they don't file tax returns because their income is below the threshold. The last thing they want is to have to suddenly figure out IRS forms just to get this payment.
It was a massive concern. And the source material gave some powerful, essential reassurance on this point that we have to relay very, very clearly.
The Treasury Secretary's discussion, based on our analysis, explicitly clarified this. Receiving this payment has nothing to do with filing a tax return whatsoever.
And that is probably the single most important detail for our listeners. Let me repeat that. It has nothing to do with filing a tax return.
So if you're a retiree who only gets Social Security, or you receive SSI or low-income VA benefits, and you don't normally file taxes,
You should not worry about it. Do not worry about filing a tax return or changing your routine just to be eligible for this. The administration is signaling that if this is approved, they'll use the data the government already has.
and let's explain how that works. The government already has these huge databases, right? The master beneficiary record for Social Security, the SSI rolls, VA payment lists.
They know who you are, they know how much you get, and they know your mailing address or your direct deposit information. If this payment is approved, the fastest, most efficient way to deliver it is through those existing channels.
So we can confidently tell you, do not stress about tax paperwork for this. Your job is to monitor the legislative process, not to prepare forms.
The Treasury Secretary really boiled it down to one simple question for people. Is your income below 100 grand? Yes or no? That's it.
The simplicity of that question tells you everything. It's designed to be accessible.
Exactly.
All right, let's move on to the timeline. This is where we have to confront the realities of how Congress works.
Right. Since this needs a formal bill, the timeline has a lot of uncertainty, and it really depends on what the political priorities are at the moment.
So let's talk about the spectrum of possibilities.
Yeah.
The optimistic one and then the more realistic one. What's the absolute fastest this could happen?
The optimistic scenario, which was mentioned in the analysis, is that this could happen pretty quickly, maybe in the next month.
A month.
A month. But we have to be so clear about what that would take. That would require a rare political event. Lawmakers would have to prioritize this above everything else, maybe attach it to a must-pass bill, and move it with, near unanimous speed.
It's possible, but not probable.
Highly improbable, especially with that controversial tariff funding we talked about.
So why is it so unlikely to happen in 30 days? Let's just walk through the basic logistics of it.
Well, the standard legislative path is just slow, because this bill involves revenue, the tariff money. It has to start in the House of Representatives. It would go through the Ways and Means Committee, then a floor vote,
And then over to the Senate.
then to the Senate, probably through their Finance Committee. And every single one of those steps, every committee meeting, every public hearing, every day of debate on the floor, it all takes time. And that's not even counting all the recesses Congress takes.
So what does that reality mean for our listeners' expectations?
It means that a more realistic alternative is that it could take 3 or 4 months, or, maybe even 6 months.
And that delay isn't just bureaucracy, it's the time needed for the political system to actually vet the bill, debate the funding, negotiate that final income threshold.
Right. Is it 100,000 or is it 75? They have to finalize all that language before the president can even sign it. The money cannot flow until that bill is passed and signed.
So if you see a headline tomorrow that says this $2,000 is guaranteed in the next few weeks, that's just not consistent with the fact that it has to go through the full congressional process first.
Exactly. The timeline is dictated by legislative speed, which is usually slow, not by administrative desire, which might be fast.
Okay, let's quickly touch on how the money might arrive, assuming it passes.
Mm.
The focus here would be on simplicity for our audience.
Since the sources don't detail the specific payment methods, we have to rely on the implications of that non-filing rule we just discussed.
Which means?
Which means the government is going to use the data it already has, the Social Security Administration databases, the VA's records, and so on.
And that reiterates the central benefit for our audience. No application is needed for most people.
No application. If you already get federal benefits by direct deposit or on a direct express card, the government has your information. The distribution would likely be automatic, just like the previous stimulus checks were.
So the right course of action for our listeners right now is nothing.
Essentially nothing, other than monitoring the legislative progress. You should not be calling the SSA or the VA to ask about this. You should not be looking for an application form online. If it's approved, it will be sent to you automatically.
Now, before we move to the critical warnings, I want to bring in a related financial note that Secretary Bessent mentioned in the same interview. It's separate from the $2,000, but it kind of shows the administration's broader thinking.
Yes, this is an important piece of context.
The secretary indicated that early next year, people are going to see huge tax refunds coming in. Now, the source didn't detail why,
Right. It could be tax credits or withholding changes. We don't know the specific.
but it's a concurrent message of significant financial relief being aimed at the public.
And it's really important to clarify the distinction here. The huge tax refund talk is separate from the $2,000 dividend proposal. The refund is part of the existing tax system. The dividend is a proposed new distribution.
But taken together,
Taken together, they show a two-pronged strategy focused on getting direct financial relief to people, whether through the traditional tax system or through this new proposed rebate model.
okay, let's move into section 4. Critical warnings and the idea of encouraging momentum.
Right. As soon as the government starts talking about sending out large payments, you have to brace yourself for, well, for criminals.
Well, it's inevitable.
It's an inevitable wave of scams, and we have to anticipate the vulnerability of our audience, especially seniors and low-income folks, to this kind of fraud.
This is probably the most important part of our whole deep dive. This is about protecting your money.
This raises an important question. If this payment is only in discussion and needs Congress to act, then any email, text, or phone call you get right now claiming to process your payment
Is a scam.
is unequivocally a scam. If they ask you to pay a fee to get it, it is a scam.
Let's get into the specific red flags. Scammers are very sophisticated. They can use spoofing technology to make it look like the call is coming from the Social Security Administration or the IRS.
They will. And they'll say there's a processing fee or that they need to verify your banking details before they can release the dividend.
So let's give everyone an ironclad rule to follow.
The rule is this. No legitimate government agency, not the SSA, not the IRS, not the VA, will call you, text you, or email you out of the blue asking for money for your bank details or for your Social Security number related to this proposed check.
They already have your information if you're a beneficiary.
They already have it. Your safety net is simple. Do nothing. Wait for an official letter in the physical mail from a government agency you trust. If you get a suspicious call, hang up. If you get a text, delete it. Do not click any links.
Do not pay money to get money. If this is approved, it will be automatic and it will be free.
And one more point on protections.
Oh,
If this does pass, based on previous stimulus laws, it is highly likely that this $2,000 payment would be tax-free.
that's a big deal.
It's a huge deal. And it would also likely be protected from garnishment by most debt collectors. That's a key feature of this kind of relief, to make sure the money actually helps you and doesn't just go to pay off old debts. We'll have to confirm that in the final bill, but the precedent is very strong.
Okay, now let's pivot back to the political side of this. The source material mentioned the crucial role of public engagement, of giving this idea attention and momentum.
This is really a fascinating look into how politics works. The more public support and visibility an idea like this gets, the greater the likelihood that Congress actually acts on it quickly.
And the reasoning is pretty straightforward, right? The source noted that public attention riles up the president and strokes their ego.
Which makes them more committed to pushing the issue. In today's political world, having high-profile public support for a direct cash payment is a huge motivator for the administration to lean on lawmakers to get it done.
So public support turns into political capital. It creates a sense of urgency.
Exactly. When you have the Treasury Secretary confirming these talks and the president endorsing it, that sustained public engagement acts as a necessary push to get lawmakers in the House and Senate to even put it on the calendar. Legislative bodies are much more likely to prioritize bills that have strong, visible public backing.
So what does this all mean? It means your engagement actually matters.
It really does.
By following verified sources like this one, by sharing factual information, not rumors, and by discussing this proposed dividend, you are actively helping to create the political momentum that could turn this into a reality. The attention you give this is, ironically, a key ingredient.
Well said.
Okay, let's wrap this up with the final takeaways and some next steps.
Perfect.
If you walk away with nothing else, please remember these 4 key facts about this proposed $2,000 dividend. First, the amount.
It's a $2,000 payment, a one-time dividend or rebate, not a permanent increase to your benefits.
Second, the status.
It is only in discussion. It is not approved. And it requires formal legislation to pass through the House and the Senate, which means the timeline is uncertain, likely months, not weeks.
Third, eligibility.
The focus is on low and middle-income individuals under that $100,000 household threshold. But you need to be prepared for that number to be negotiated down, maybe closer to $75,000 for single filers.
And finally, and maybe most importantly, action needed.
None yet. No application is required, and the payment does not depend on you filing a tax return. And please, please remain vigilant against scams.
Okay, so as we conclude, let's circle back to that bigger, more philosophical question this whole proposal raises.
The debate around using tariff revenues to fund this dividend, it really highlights a fundamental tension in how our government works. It's a question we're going to be dealing with for the rest of this decade.
And that question is?
Should financial relief be funded by existing revenue streams, like these tariffs, which might be inflationary themselves, or should it be funded by accumulating new debt, which is what we've done for every other major stimulus effort?
So it's not just about who gets the money anymore, it's about where the money comes from.
Exactly. As this proposal makes its way through Congress, the crucial debate won't just be about the income cutoffs. It'll be about the economic precedent this funding source sets for the future.
So if this tariff-funded dividend actually happens,
Does it become the new template? A new way to do targeted, non-debt-based relief, even if the tariffs themselves are controversial? Or does Congress reject it and go back to deficit spending? That is the big question that economists and lawmakers will be grappling with. And the answer will affect a lot more than just this one payment.
this is a story that is changing quickly, and staying informed with verified factual information is your best defense against both financial anxiety and fraud. We really urge you to stay connected to official sources, and if you found this deep dive helpful, please share it. By getting this accurate, detailed information out there, you are directly contributing to the political momentum that the administration itself suggested is necessary to push this from a promising discussion into actual dollars. $2,000.
Mm-hmm.
That is the number. It's the number that's just, hanging over every kitchen table conversation in America right now.
It's everywhere. You can't escape it.
And look, usually when we talk about government money on this show, we're kind of dealing in the currency of rumors.
Right. Or wishful thinking.
Exactly. Wishful thinking you find on some, message board thread.
Yeah.
The type of clickbait headline promising the moon.
Oh, yeah. The classic internet whisper network. 4th stimulus check confirmed. And then you click and it's nothing.
It's always nothing, but this feels different. This is not that. We aren't looking at rumors today. We're looking at a stack of, direct on-camera statements.
From the very top.
From the President of the United States, from the Treasury Secretary, and the top economic advisor. And they're not whispering.
No, they're effectively shouting from the rooftops that this money is coming. It's a full court press.
It really is.
And that's what makes this specific moment today, Friday, January 16th, 2026, so incredibly volatile and fascinating.
How so?
Because the administration isn't just floating a trial balloon here to see how people react. They're past that.
Right.
They're engaging in what looks like a very high-stakes game of political chicken.
One of our sources, and I thought this was a great way to put it, describes it as the administration painting themselves into a corner.
And that is the key theory we have to explore today. That's the whole ball game. The idea is that they are intentionally raising expectations so high, so incredibly high,
that not delivering becomes impossible.
it becomes political suicide. They can't walk it back.
Which, for the families listening right now, the people who are trying to balance the books on a fixed income, that's actually the most hopeful signal we have seen in years.
It's a huge signal.
So today, we're going to unpack 5 specific data points from just the last 48 hours that seem to prove this is real. We're going to talk about where the money is supposedly coming from.
These tariffs.
And the very real hurdles that, still exist in Congress.
And we have to answer the big one. Is this a handout or is it a dividend? Because the answer to that question changes everything about how this gets passed and ultimately who gets it.
So let's get into it. Welcome to the deep dive.
Let's do it.
I want to start just by setting the scene for you, the listener. It's mid-January, the holidays are over, which means the bills are coming in.
Yep. The credit card statements are arriving.
Exactly. It's cold outside. And if you're retired, if you're on Social Security, SSI, SSDI, or VA benefits, or, frankly, if you're just working a job that pays less than 6 figures, your ears perk up when you hear $2,000.
Of course.
But you've also been burned before. You remember all those 4th stimulus check rumors from 2022, 2023?
The ones that turn out to be absolutely nothing. Ghost stories. That's what we call them.
Ghost stories. I like that.
They get your hopes up and then they disappear into thin air.
Right. So our mission today is to be the filter. We have this comprehensive update that just dropped today, and it's analyzing video clips, social media posts, all from the last couple of days. We need to figure out Is this real legislation or is this just more noise?
Commitment versus chatter.
Exactly. And I want to speak directly to the folks on fixed incomes right now. We know that for you, this isn't just some political theater.
No,
This is groceries. This is rent. This is a car repair you've been putting off.
it's dignity. It's breathing room. And to understand if it's real, I think we have to start with the language shift. That's really the first clue in the whole stack.
What do you mean?
Notice that the administration has almost completely stopped using the word stimulus.
You're right. I hadn't even clocked that. Back in 2020, 2021, it was always economic impact payment or a stimulus check.
Always.
Now, the word of the day is dividend. Why does that matter? Is that just branding?
It is branding, but it's branding with a very, very specific economic philosophy behind it.
Okay, unpack that.
Think about a corporation, Apple or Ford or whoever.
Mm-hmm.
If they have a great year and make a ton of profit, what do?
They might pay a dividend to their shareholders.
Exactly. They pay a dividend. It's not charity. It's not a handout. It's a profit share.
It's your cut of the earnings because you own the stock.
Precisely. The president and his team are trying to reframe the American citizen as a shareholder in USA Incorporated.
Mm-hmm.
The argument is, we are bringing in billions and billions of dollars in new revenue through these tariffs on foreign goods. That's profit. And you, the citizen, you deserve your cut.
Which is a brilliant psychological pivot, isn't it?
It's genius.
Stimulus sounds like the government is saving you because you're struggling. It's remedial.
Right. It implies weakness on your part.
But dividends sounds like the government is paying you because you're an owner. It sounds like you've earned it.
It changes the power dynamic completely. It's empowering, not paternalistic.
Right.
And critically, it appeals to fiscal conservatives who usually hate handouts. Because if you frame it as a return on investment for the American taxpayer, suddenly it becomes much harder for a Republican in Congress to stand up and vote no.
Because they'd be voting against their constituents getting their share of the profit?
Exactly. It frames the payment as something earned, not something given. It's not welfare. It's a disbursement of national profit.
Okay, so the framing is the America dividend. I get that. Now let's talk numbers, because the number 2,000 is flying around, but I want to be really precise here.
Good idea.
The source material we're looking at highlights a post from the president where he didn't just say $2,000.
No, he was careful with his words.
He said at least $2,000.
That floor is interesting, isn't it? It suggests that, depending on how the tariff revenue projections look over the next few months, they might try to go even higher.
So 2,000 is the starting point, not the ceiling.
2,000 is the anchor. It's the promise. But they've given themselves wiggle room to be even more generous if the numbers work out. And just to show you how, I guess, wild the brainstorming is inside the White House right now, this whole dividend proposal was leaked alongside that 50-year mortgage idea.
Right, which is a whole other deep dive we could do.
A whole other can of worms. But it shows they're looking for massive structural changes to the economy, not just small tweaks. They're thinking big.
Cool. Okay, let's get to the evidence. The core of this. We promised 5 data points. These are the things that have happened in just the last 2 days that suggest this train is actually, leaving the station.
Okay, let's lay them out. Data points 1 and 2 come straight from the top. The president's Truth Social account.
He posted it twice in 48 hours about this specific topic.
And the frequency there really matters.
Aye.
If a president posts something once, it might be a stray thought. A 2 a.m. idea he just fires off. But if he posts it and then doubles down on it the very next day, with more specific details,
then it's a directive. It's a signal to his entire staff.
It's a signal to his staff, to Congress, and to the American people. He's putting his name on it repeatedly. And in those posts, he specifically mentioned the amount, and he clarified the target audience.
Everyone except high-income people.
Exactly. Which is smart. He's preemptively killing the argument that, millionaires and billionaires don't need this. He's engaging with the inevitable criticism in real time.
Okay, so that's 2 data points right there. The repeated direct commitment from the president. But for me, the real smoking gun isn't the president's posts. It's data point number 3.
Kevin Hassett?
The economic advisor.
Yes.
This clip from Hassett is, it's wild. Usually when you ask a top economist about sending checks to 300 million people, they get all nervous. They start sweating and talking about inflation and overheating the economy.
They get very cautious. They list a dozen caveats.
But Hassett didn't do that.
No, he did not. He was asked, point blank, on camera, if these tariff checks are actually happening.
A direct question.
A very direct question. And his answer was entirely about the math. He didn't talk about politics. He talked about the ledger. He said, and I'm paraphrasing the source here, that if you look at the tariff revenue that has been coming in, there is enough room to cover the checks.
And here's the key phrase.
This is the absolute key.
Without touching the rest of the budget.
Not go into the rest of the budget. Let's just stop and sit with that for a second.
Because that sounds like magic accounting to a lot of people. How can you spend, what would it be, trillions of dollars?
Hundreds of billions. Close to $1 trillion, probably.
Okay, hundreds of billions of dollars, and say it doesn't touch the budget. That doesn't make intuitive sense.
And this is where we get in the overdraft debate.
Explain that.
There was a reporter in that briefing who, thankfully, pushed back on this immediately.
Good.
They asked, isn't this like using your overdraft protection to pay off your credit card?
Which is a great metaphor.
It's a perfect metaphor. The U.S. government is already running a huge deficit. We owe money. So if we get new money from tariffs, shouldn't we use that to pay down the debt first?
Right. It's the fungibility argument. Money is money. If I find $100 on the street, and I already owe you $100, but I go and spend that found money on a nice dinner instead of paying you back.
You're technically still in debt, and your overall financial situation hasn't improved.
I've just moved the money around.
Exactly. Traditional economists would say Hassett is wrong here, that spending tariff money on checks absolutely increases the deficit, because you could have used that same money to lower the deficit. It's an opportunity cost.
But Hassett's not a traditional economist in that sense. He's operating on a different theory.
A completely different theory. He is treating the tariff revenue as a totally separate, walled-off bucket of money.
Like a slush fund.
In a way, yes, or a dedicated revenue stream. He's making the case that since this money didn't exist before the new tariffs were put in place, it's essentially found money.
And therefore,
distributing it back to the people who are paying for those tariffs through higher prices is budget neutral. It's a closed loop. Money comes in from tariffs, money goes out as dividends. The main budget is untouched.
Now, whether that argument holds up in an economics classroom at Harvard is one thing.
Right.
But the real question is, does it hold up in the halls of Congress?
And that's why it's so clever. It gives political cover. It allows a congressman from a swing district to go on TV and say, look, I voted for this $2,000 check for my constituents, and it didn't increase the national debt one single penny because it was paid for by the tariffs on China.
It's a powerful narrative tool.
It's a permission structure. It gives them a way to say yes without being labeled a tax and spend liberal.
Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Let's move to data point number 4, Scott Bessem.
The Treasury Secretary.
Yeah.
The man whose signature would literally be on the paper check.
If they even send paper checks anymore.
True. The man whose name would be on the direct deposit notification.
His update was crucial because it moved this whole conversation from the realm of theory into mechanics.
Yes. Hassett gave the why. Bessem started to give the how. He said the White House is, quote, committed to making that happen.
Strong words.
Very strong. And then he added that they are, quote, currently exploring all legal options.
Exploring all legal options? Translate that for us. What does that mean in Washington speak?
It means they are looking for loopholes. They are trying to figure out if there is any conceivable way the president can do this via an executive order, or if they absolutely must go through the full legislative process in Congress.
Which would be the Hail Mary pass.
It would be a huge long shot. But the fact they're even looking shows their level of commitment. It also implies that they are drafting the actual bill language as we speak.
Yeah.
You don't have your Treasury Department lawyers explore legal options for a tweet.
Right.
You do it when you are preparing for a major policy rollout.
And finally, just to tie a bow on it, data point 5, Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary.
Right. She just confirmed the unified front, reaffirming what the president said, what Hassett said, what Bessem said.
So we have the president, the economist, the treasurer, and the spokesperson all singing the exact same song in the same 48-hour window.
It is a media blitz. It's a coordinated campaign. And it leads us directly to the question that everyone listening right now wants answered.
Okay.
If this money is real and they think they have a plan to pay for it, who gets it?
The means testing question. This is where we need to be very, very specific for our listeners, especially for those on fixed incomes who are always worried that they'll fall through the cracks.
Right. Based on the source material we have, we can triangulate the answer pretty clearly.
Okay.
Hassett, the economist, he threw out a number. He said families making less than, quote, say $100,000. The say is important. It means the number isn't set in stone, but that's the ballpark they're in.
And the president's wording was a little different.
A little broader. He said, everyone except high-income people.
So let's break that down with some real-world examples. If I am a retiree, my only income is my Social Security check. Let's say it's $25,000 a year. Am I in?
You are the bullseye. You're exactly 100% who this is designed for.
Okay. What if I'm on SSDI because of a disability and I make $30,000 a year? Or I'm a veteran with a disability rating that gives me a similar income.
You are the target demographic. The administration knows that these are the groups getting hit the absolute hardest by inflation. Their costs for food, for medicine, for utilities have gone up, but their income is fixed.
So that $100,000 cap is actually pretty generous.
It's very generous. It covers the vast majority of American households. It really only excludes, the top 15 or 20% of earners.
So for our audience, the takeaway is this. If you are receiving government benefits, Social Security, SSI, VA, you are almost certainly well under that cap. You do not need to worry about being too rich for this payment.
Correct. Unless you have a massive side business that's pulling in 6 figures on top of your Social Security, you are in the clear. You are who they want to send this money to.
Okay, so we think we know the who and we know the how much, at least $2,000.
Right.
But now we have to have a really serious reality check about the when.
Uh-oh.
Because I feel like we've hyped everyone up with all this momentum talk and all these data points, and now we need to be the designated driver and bring everyone back down to earth.
Yeah, let's do it. This is the hard truth part of the deep dive.
So when asked for a timeline, when is this money coming? Scott Besson, the Treasury Secretary, said, nothing.
I don't have a timeline. That is the direct quote from the source.
And Kevin Hassett, the economist.
His quote was, "We haven't decided yet."
That is not what people want to hear.
It is absolutely not what they want to hear. But the reason is simple. And Hassett, to his credit, admitted it right there in the press conference.
What did he say?
He said, it is something that will require legislation.
There it is. The L word.
Legislation, which means Congress. It means the House of Representatives and the Senate. And this, historically, is where good ideas go to die.
Because the president cannot unilaterally spend this amount of money.
No. The Constitution is very clear on this. The power of the purse belongs to Congress. The president can't just wake up and decide to mail checks to everyone. It has to be approved.
But the source material, it did offer a little glimmer of hope regarding Congress, didn't it? It wasn't all doom and gloom.
No, it wasn't. This was an interesting little nugget. The source noted that their information suggests lawmakers are, quote, warming up to the idea.
Warming up? Why? Why would they warm up to spending hundreds of billions of dollars? Usually they fight tooth and nail over pennies.
2 big reasons, I think.
Okay.
One is the dividend framing we already discussed. He gives them that political cover. But 2, look at the calendar. We're in 2026.
It's an election year.
It's a midterm election year.
Yeah.
Every single member of the House and a third of the Senate is up for re-election in November.
And a $2,000 check landing in voters' bank accounts in, say, September or October.
It's a pretty powerful motivator to get out and vote for the incumbent. No politician wants to be the one who voted against giving their constituents a $2,000 check, especially not when the president is on TV every day saying the money is sitting right there in the tariff account, ready to go.
It puts immense pressure on the opponents.
Huge pressure. If they vote no, they are effectively telling their voters, I don't think you deserve a share of America's profits. And that is a really tough attack ad to run against in the fall.
This leads perfectly into that tight corner theory that the source material discussed. The idea that the administration isn't just hoping this passes, they're engineering a situation where it has to pass.
Exactly. Think about the game theory here for a second. If the administration was unsure about this, if they thought it only had a 50-50 shot, they'd be quiet.
Right, they'd work behind the scenes.
They would leak a rumor anonymously to a friendly reporter to see how people reacted. They wouldn't send the Treasury Secretary out on national television to promise it's going to happen.
By going public with this level of coordination, they are burning their boats. There's no retreat.
They are making it so that failure becomes an embarrassing public disaster.
They look weak.
They look weak, and they look like liars to the millions of people they promised this money to. They have incentivized themselves to fight to the absolute death for this bill. And for you, the listener, that is actually a really good thing.
Because it means this isn't just a casual suggestion.
It's a must-win priority for the White House. They've put their credibility on the line.
The momentum is building. It feels real. But Let's talk about the danger zone for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Because whenever there is this much talk about free money in the water, the sharks start circling. And frankly, this terrifies me for our older listeners who might be more trusting.
This is, without a doubt, the most actionable and important advice we can give today, so I hope everyone is listening closely to this part.
Okay?
There is no application.
Say that again for the people in the back.
There is no form to fill out. There is no website to register on. The Treasury Secretary himself just said he doesn't even have a date yet. So if you get a text message that says, click here to claim your $2,000 tariff dividend,
Delete it. It's a scam.
it is 100% a scam. If a nice-sounding lady calls you and says she's from the Social Security Administration and she just needs your bank information to pre-authorize your $2,000 deposit,
Paint the phone.
hang up immediately. The government already has your information if you receive benefits.
That's the key point.
They know where you live. They know your bank account number because they send you your check or your deposit every single month. They will never, ever, ever call you, text you, or email you to ask for it.
So if anyone asks for your info,
They are trying to steal your money and your identity. Full stop.
okay, that's the scam warning. What about on the financial planning side of things? You know, I can just imagine someone listening, and that $2,000 would pay off that nagging credit card balance or finally get the car's transmission fixed. It's so tempting to spend that money mentally before it ever arrives.
It is tempting, but you can't do it. Please don't do it. We are in the warming up phase, not the deposit phase. Do not go out and take a payday loan expecting this check to cover it next week.
It's not coming next week.
It is not coming next week. Legislation takes time. Even if Congress moves at lightning speed, and they rarely do, we are looking at weeks, probably months, of debate, committee hearings, voting, reconciliation between the House and Senate versions.
It's a process.
It's a long process. The green light is not a press conference. The green light is the president's signature on a bill that has passed both houses of Congress. Until then, it is a strong maybe.
A very loud, very committed maybe, but still a maybe. Let's talk about the broader impact for a moment. In the outline, we touched on the phrase Doge dividend, which was a reference in the source material. This feels very different from some of those other more theoretical ideas, doesn't it?
Oh, world's different. The Doge stuff, which is shorthand for ideas coming from the Department of Government Efficiency, often feels a bit more, academic, a bit more internet culture meets policy wonk.
Right, interesting ideas, but not necessarily ready for prime time.
Exactly. This proposal, specifically the tariff dividend, feels institutional. It's being routed through the Treasury. It's being mathematically justified by the Council of Economic Advisors. It feels like the administration is trying to build a permanent mechanism.
A permanent mechanism? What do you mean?
A system where, going forward, American citizens get paid a dividend whenever the country's trade policy generates a significant surplus. It's not a one-time emergency payment. It's potentially a new feature of the American economy.
And for our listeners, that kind of shift would be profound. If you're on a fixed income, inflation has been just eating your lunch for the last 5 years.
Absolutely brutal.
Your purchasing power is down 20, maybe 30% from where it was. A $2,000 check isn't just stimulus to buy a new iPad.
Yeah.
It's dignity. Yeah. It's a full pantry for a few months. It's not having to choose between medication and keeping the lights on.
It is breathing room. It's the ability to pay a high heating bill in the winter without panicking. It's knowing you can afford to put gas in the car to get to your doctor's appointment.
Yeah.
And that is why the stakes on this are so incredibly high.
Yeah.
The administration has identified a way to deliver that tangible relief without, at least in their view, blowing up the national budget.
Yeah.
Now they just have to sell it to 535 members of Congress.
So let's recap. Let's put a bow on all of this. What do we know for sure as of today, January 16th, 2026?
Okay, fact number one. The president is publicly and repeatedly committed to a payment of at least $2,000.
Check.
Fact number two. It is targeted at everyone making under roughly $100,000, which absolutely includes almost everyone on Social Security, SSI, SSDI, and VA benefits.
Check.
Fact number three, they have a funding mechanism they're promoting, the tariff revenue, which they claim will pay for it, and bypass the usual deficit argument that kills these kinds of bills.
Okay, check.
Fact number four, the Treasury Department is actively looking for legal ways to get it done, which means the bureaucracy is already in motion.
And the big one, number 5.
It requires legislation, It must pass Congress, and Congress is currently in the warming up phase. The ball is now officially in their court.
We are going to be watching this like a hawk. Every single development, every time a bill number is dropped or a committee vote is scheduled or Scott Besson opens his mouth at a press conference, we will break it down for you.
Absolutely. Stay safe. Please watch out for those scammers and keep your ear to the ground because this is moving very, very fast.
And remember, if you found this breakdown helpful, the most important thing you can do is make sure you are subscribed so you do not miss the next update. This situation is fluid, it's changing day by day, and we will be here to guide you through it.
Thanks for listening to The Deep Dive.
We're watching this for you.
The Deep Dive begins today with a massive financial update, and this one is coming directly from the White House. It's a pretty urgent one.
Very urgent. The timeline is incredibly short on this.
We're talking about a potential $2,000 or maybe even more stimulus dividend payment. That's what they're calling it.
The dividend, yeah.
And if this gets enacted, it could offer just, significant breathing room for your household budget.
Real-world breathing room.
Especially if you rely on a fixed income like Social Security, SSI, or, disability benefits.
For sure. Multiple high-profile administration officials have gone public on this. It's not just a rumor.
Right. They're confirming their absolute commitment to delivering this money. And they claim, and this is the key part, they claim they found a way to fund these $2,000 checks without tapping into the national debt.
They're pointing to a very specific source, tariff revenue.
So today, we're going to unpack the 5 critical pieces of evidence. We'll analyze the intense political pressure that is now building to make this payment a reality.
And we'll get into who qualifies based on what we know from these initial proposals.
This is what we know right now, and here's why this potential financial help matters to you, the learner.
Let's get into it.
Welcome to The Deep Dive, where we really try to cut through all the noise and just deliver the essential knowledge you need to stay ahead.
And our sources have been, they've been stacking up fast, really just over the last 48 hours.
It's been a coordinated message, hasn't it? From the highest levels of government. It demands our immediate attention.
It really does. So the focus today is this major proposed financial relief, this potential $2,000 payment that the administration is very consistently calling a dividend payment.
And that's the first thing I want to zero in on, that word.
The language, yeah.
What's central to this whole deep dive is the sheer intensity of it all, the immediacy of the news.
That's it. We are not dealing with some vague policy paper or a political wish list that gets debated for months and then disappears.
No, this feels different.
Very different. The sources are so clear that the level of public commitment, from these really high-profile officials spanning policy, finance, communications,
all of them.
That's the most defining feature of this proposal right now. This is a deliberate, synchronized administrative push, and that signals a very firm intention to follow through.
That coordination, it tells us something really crucial about their intent, right?
Yeah.
So let's start by defining exactly what we're looking at here. Let's clarify that term they're using.
The dividend.
Why are they calling it a dividend payment instead of, traditional stimulus or a rebate? What does that conceptual difference actually imply for our audience?
That is, I think, a deeply fascinating and very intentional choice of language.
It has to be.
Oh, absolutely. It reflects a desire to separate this financial relief effort from everything we've seen in the past. Historically, you hear stimulus payment, and you think, okay, that's debt financed.
Right. Money being printed to inject into the economy, adding to the deficit.
Exactly. And a rebate usually refers to money you get back from taxes you've already paid. It's tied to your tax filing. By using the term dividend payment, the administration it's subtle, but it's deliberate. They are framing this money as a return on shared national assets.
Okay, so like a company paying out profits to its shareholders.
Precisely. In this case, the shareholders are the American people, and the profit is the revenue generated by these specific tariffs. It's a conceptual shift, and it aims to position the payment as non-debt financed relief.
Which has massive political appeal.
Huge appeal, especially in a fiscally conservative climate. No one wants to hear about adding to the debt.
So it's not just semantics. It's a financial and political statement about where the money is coming from. It's trying to reassure everyone that this isn't just more borrowing.
That's the goal.
Our mission today is really crucial then for any learner who relies on timely, verified financial information. We need to cut through the rhetoric and present all 5 pieces of concrete evidence.
And all of which emerged in, a matter of just a couple of days?
Exactly. all pointing to this White House commitment to a $2,000 payment.
Absolutely. And the direct benefit for our audience, many of whom are retirees, older adults, low-income individuals receiving benefits like Social Security, SSI, SSDI.
That's why we have to do a full deep dive. A $2,000 payment is, well, it's substantial.
It's massive. For someone relying solely on a fixed income, especially where inflation has just aggressively eaten away at their purchasing power for the last few years,
Oh, yeah.
that sum could be the difference between making rent, affording essential prescriptions, or just, regaining some measure of financial dignity and stability.
We really cannot underestimate the real-world impact of a payment this big.
We can't.
We have to acknowledge the potential life-changing nature of this sum. The core proposal sets the minimum amount as at least $2,000 per recipient or family.
Right, at least.
And we're defining this proposal based on those initial announcements made by the president just a few days ago. The speed with which the entire administration then mobilized behind this high-dollar figure, that's the key signal we need to decode.
And that phrase, at least $2,000, it's so important. It means this figure is the floor, not necessarily the ceiling.
Good point.
Depending on how they structure the final legislation, maybe it's scaled for families with dependents, or maybe there's a higher amount for certain vulnerable groups. We don't know yet.
But it shows an aggressive, proactive intent. They want to deliver substantial relief quickly, and that just underscores the urgency they're placing on this initiative.
It does.
Okay, let's unpack this with the first major element.
Yeah.
The sheer political heat they are generating for themselves.
Yes.
The administration has, by making these public statements, effectively boxed itself into a very tight corner, politically speaking.
And what's fascinating here is that this observation is woven throughout our source material. The administration is consciously painting themselves into an extremely tight corner by promoting this idea so heavily and so publicly.
This isn't some cautious leak to, test the waters.
Not at all. This is multiple high-ranking officials tying their credibility and the administration's political future to a specific high-dollar financial figure.
And that political implication is just profound. It suggests they are acutely aware that if they fail to deliver, there would be significant widespread backlash.
Especially among the very demographics they're targeting with this message. Retirees, fixed-income earners, low-income voters.
If the commitment is this strong and this public, the implications that the administration knows they really need to follow through. I mean, failure to deliver $2,000 to people who are struggling financially, they could be politically devastating.
The severity of that potential blowback, should this payment not materialize after this level of public confirmation, it cannot be overstated.
Yeah.
The source material stressed that failure would lead to a lot of really, really upset people. People who were, quite rationally, basically banking on this to happen.
Of course.
So this engineered pressure, it creates a massive, almost irresistible political incentive for the administration to devote every single resource to overcoming any hurdles, legislative or financial.
They've consciously chosen to raise the stakes.
They have, to ensure political movement.
It's a classic high-risk, high-reward strategy. So let's look at the concrete evidence trail that built this pressure cooker. We have to start with the executive commitment itself.
Top down.
We have concrete evidence here. Specifically, 2 public statements detailed in source material screenshots made by the president over 2 consecutive days, Sunday and Monday,
Back to back.
where he decisively doubled down on the $2,000 payment.
And that repetition, day after day, it reinforces the message. It prevents it from being dismissed as, a momentary slip of the tongue or a one-off comment.
Exactly. And the initial language he used is what sets the broad scope for the entire proposal. It defines who the research team should be focusing on.
He announced the distribution of at least $2,000 in the form of a dividend to everybody except high-income people.
That phrase, everybody except high-income people, that's the core promise. It dictates a wide distribution intended to encompass the vast majority of working and retired Americans.
And it certainly includes those who rely on any form of social welfare or retirement benefits.
Now, in government, the president sets the policy, but it's the Treasury Department that has to ensure the financial and legal pathway is clear.
Right.
Which brings us to our second critical piece of evidence, the crucial confirmation from Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. What exactly did he confirm? How did he move this from just a political post to an active administrative task?
Bessent's statement was key. It provided the necessary institutional and financial grounding for the proposal. It confirmed that this policy is being actively pursued at the highest financial level in the government.
And his specific words.
He explicitly confirmed that the White House is committed to making that happen. But crucially, he added that the team of economic advisors is currently exploring all legal options to get that done.
That is not an insignificant phrase.
Not at all. It is the first official confirmation that the government bureaucracy is now engaged in the complex work of figuring out the legal pathways. How do you transfer funds derived from tariffs, a non-traditional source for this kind of relief, into checks for citizens?
So that's a massive step. Active exploration of legal options, specifically related to these, non-budgeted funds. But when we analyze Besson's statement, what's notably missing that our audience should be cautious about?
Well, for context, Besson provided absolutely no timeline.
No dates.
No specific dates for payment, no further specific details about the mechanics of the payment or the final eligibility criteria. He only offered the strong commitment itself. He was acting as that high-level assurance that the policy goal is non-negotiable within the administration.
So the absence of a timeline means the process is still fluid.
Completely. It's dependent entirely on the success of that legal exploration and, of course, legislative action.
Okay, so if Besson gave us the policy commitment and the legal directive, then the administration needs someone to figure out the how.
The nitty-gritty.
And more specifically, whether this whole tariff funding model is even financially viable. That brings us directly to the numbers person, Kevin Hassett, the economic advisor.
Yes, his role is critical. He's responsible for the data, the feasibility, and making sure this idea of using tariffs actually holds water.
He's the one who has to make the math work.
Precisely. Hassett's involvement transforms the promise into a logistical and mathematical problem. He's the one in charge of running the models, checking the ledger for that tariff revenue.
And what did he confirm?
He confirmed that his immediate task is to study the matter and get the numbers straight. He said he is actively studying the matter and getting the numbers straight to provide the president with all the choices he needs to decide on how to execute the payment.
That's a very transparent confirmation that the proposal is now fully in the technical, implementation and feasibility review phase.
It is. It signals the administration is treating this as a serious, calculable policy, not just a talking point.
The coordination is powerful.
Yeah.
You have the president initiating the commitment, the Treasury Secretary backing the legal review, and the economic advisor actively calculating the numbers.
That level of synchronized messaging, it strongly signals seriousness.
And to complete the picture of this high-profile commitment, we have the fourth data point.
Reinforcement from the administration's public face. Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt.
What did she add?
She also spoke out, indicating the administration's ongoing unified commitment to the $2,000 distribution. So this synchronization across the political, the financial, and the communications departments, it just reinforces the gravity and the coordination of the promise.
Yeah, when all four of those key players are speaking the same language about the same high-dollar figure within just a few days.
You know the policy has crossed a major internal hurdle.
So if you were watching over the last few days, you saw 2 posts from the president, and you heard statements from the Treasury Secretary, the economic advisor, and the press secretary.
5 specific data points.
All confirming the same major financial initiative. This is the definition of digging in, and it moves the discussion from if they want to do this to how they will legally and financially execute it, despite all that political pressure they've created for themselves.
Exactly.
Let's shift our focus now to the immediate practical concern for our audience. Who is this money intended for? Well, the president gave a pretty broad mandate. We need to delve into the specific income thresholds that are being researched right now.
Okay, and we have to begin by reiterating that broad initial scope laid out by the president. Everybody except high-income people.
That's the guiding star.
It is. For our listeners on fixed incomes, it's essential to understand that this phrasing is intentionally inclusive. It's meant to include Social Security retirees, individuals on supplemental security income, or SSI.
And those receiving Social Security Disability Insurance, SSDI.
And low-income veterans receiving benefits through the VA. All of them should fall under that umbrella.
Let's take a second to clearly define these groups, because the distinction is so crucial for eligibility and, protections.
It is.
SSI, Supplemental Security Income, that's a federal program for the aged, blind, or disabled who have very, very limited income and resources. This is the most vulnerable group when it comes to resource limits.
That's a key point. Then you have SSDI, Social Security Disability Insurance, which is for those who have worked and paid into the system, similar to retirement benefits.
Right, so both SSDI and SSI recipients have critical financial needs, but any one-time payment is often scrutinized very closely for how it might impact their ongoing benefit eligibility, especially for SSI.
And it is for this broad audience that Kevin Hassett, the economic advisor tasked with the actual numbers, provided the first, and so far, the most specific figure regarding income thresholds.
Okay, so what was that initial working figure that Hassett put forward?
Hassett mentioned a $2,000 rebate that would be for families making less than, say, $100,000.
Okay, say $100,000.
Right. This is the first concrete household income figure we've seen publicly associated with this payment. For a significant portion of our audience, especially those receiving fixed income, that $100,000 benchmark serves as a really encouraging sign.
It confirms their likely inclusion, since most fixed income recipients fall far, far below that threshold.
Correct.
But that $100,000 figure, it immediately flags interest. But we need to be very clear about the undecided nature of that threshold. You need to know this is not a final number.
That clarification is vital, and the source material is crucial here. Hassett explicitly confirmed that the $100,000 income figure is not decided upon yet.
Those moving part.
It's still in discussion. This means that while $100,000 for a household serves as an initial working benchmark for their research.
Which lets them model the total cost and scope.
Exactly. But the final legislative limit could be lower or higher. Or it could vary based on filing status, Maybe single filers have a $50,000 limit, married filers get the $100,000. It's a working hypothesis, not a confirmed legislative outcome.
So the importance of patience here cannot be overstated for you right now, particularly if you're on a needs-based program like SSI or Medicaid.
Absolutely.
While the commitment to the payment is incredibly strong, the specific eligibility criteria that affect someone receiving Social Security, SSI, SSDI, or low-income veterans, all those specific details about your benefit status, they're still being finalized and debated internally.
It's all part of that exploring legal options phase.
We have to delve into the technical complexity here because this is where a well-intentioned policy can create real harm if it's not legislated correctly.
It's a huge potential pitfall. For Social Security retirees and SSDI recipients, a one-time lump sum payment generally doesn't affect their ongoing eligibility, but for the roughly 8 million recipients of SSI
who face those strict asset and income tests.
Exactly. For them, a lump sum payment carries a significant legislative risk.
So if Congress doesn't include specific protective language, how exactly could this $2,000 payment jeopardize their benefits?
It could happen in two ways. First, if the $2,000 counts as income in the month it's received, it could reduce or even eliminate that month's SSI payment under the income rules.
Okay, that's bad.
But the second way is more critical. If the money is held past the end of that month, it could count toward the SSI resource limit, and that limit is very low.
How low?
Typically just $2,000 for an individual or $3,000 for a couple.
Wow. So the payment itself could put you over the limit.
Instantly. Exceeding that resource limit even by $1 results in the immediate loss of SSI eligibility and, crucially, the automatic loss of Medicaid benefits in many states.
That would completely defeat the purpose of the relief. This means that, historically, with payments like past stimulus checks, Congress had to step in.
They did. They had to specifically and legislatively exempt those payments from being counted as both income and resources for SSI and Medicaid for a certain period, often 12 months.
Exactly. The absence of that specific legislative language right now means we cannot assume this $2,000 dividend will be protected.
And that's why when the Treasury Secretary said they're exploring all legal options, that has to include looking at historical precedent to ensure the specific dividend payment is statutorily exempted from counting against federal benefit eligibility tests.
So our audience has to be aware that this crucial detail is still pending. It's the primary thing we need to watch for in the final bill.
It's everything for that group.
It's also important to contextualize this proposal within the administration's broader focus on, new aggressive financial initiatives. The source material briefly mentions that the president was also discussing 50-year mortgages alongside the stimulus checks.
Yeah, that reference, though it's separate from the dividend, it highlights the aggressive, almost disruptive nature of the administration's current financial agenda. 50-year mortgages are a very unconventional long-term proposal.
Aimed at radically changing housing affordability.
Right, just as the tariff-funded dividend is an unconventional, non-debt approach to citizen relief. This isn't an administration seeking marginal change. They are clearly pursuing large-scale structural modifications to household finance.
And that gives us a strong context for why they are so intensely committed to this $2,000 dividend.
It does. It fits a pattern.
Let's pivot to the financial innovation here. This is where the story gets truly unique because it deals with how they claim they can pay for this without adding to the national deficit or touching the current budget.
This is the whole strategy. It relies entirely on redirecting tariff revenue.
And the plan, as they've communicated it, is designed for maximum political appeal. The $2,000 checks are proposed to be paid for entirely using that revenue.
It's a deliberate attempt to bypass the traditional budgetary process, which usually requires either cutting existing programs or direct borrowing,
Which results in deficit spending.
which is politically toxic. They are trying to position this as a fiscally responsible relief effort.
So we should probably briefly explain what tariffs are. They're basically taxes imposed on imported goods.
Right. When those goods enter the U.S., the duties are collected by Customs and Border Protection, and that revenue flows into the U.S. Treasury.
And this revenue stream, which has fluctuated a lot based on global trade tensions and policy decisions, this is what they're saying they want to tap for this dividend.
And Kevin Hassett, the economic advisor, he addressed the feasibility of using this specific revenue stream directly. His claim is the linchpin of the whole financial argument.
It's what's supposed to satisfy the desire for relief while avoiding the usual accusations of fiscal irresponsibility.
Exactly.
So what did Hassett specifically say about the financial feasibility of relying solely on tariffs? Can it be done?
According to him, yes. He stated that he looked at the numbers and confirmed there is enough room and enough revenue to cover those checks and not go into the rest of the budget.
He's saying the money is just sitting there.
He explicitly affirmed that there would be enough money to pay for the $2,000 checks strictly from the tariff revenues that have been coming into the Treasury. That is the administration's official position. The money is available and dedicated.
Okay, now, this is where we have to introduce that crucial note of caution from the source material. This is vital for providing multiple perspectives.
The counter-argument.
Right. While Hassett, the official advisor, claims the numbers work based on his internal review, the source noted significant external skepticism.
Right.
Independent calculations are suggesting that the numbers for funding this strictly via tariff revenue don't really add up on a year-over-year basis. There's a potential multi-billion-dollar shortfall.
And this tension is critical. It really defines the nature of the policy debate here. On one hand, you have the chief economic advisor claiming, based on his internal data, that the funding is secure outside the traditional budget.
And on the other hand,
You have external calculations suggesting the total tariff revenue collected, even with high trade volumes, is just not sufficient to cover a $2,000 payout to tens of millions of people.
so you'd have to either use just a fraction of the revenue or draw on non-tariff funds.
Exactly.
So if the external skepticism is based in reality, what exactly is the source of the shortfall? Is it that the total tariff collection just isn't large enough, or is it a legal accounting issue?
It's likely a bit of both, and the specifics matter a great deal. The primary skepticism revolves around the sheer scale of this.
The numbers are huge.
Annual tariff revenue is substantial, sure. It's often measured in the high tens of billions. But distributing $2,000 checks to a vast population segment, you're talking potentially 100 to 150 million people, that pushes the total cost into the hundreds of billions.
A completely different order of magnitude.
It is. And if the administration is only referring to a specific subset of tariffs, say those levied on a particular trading partner, the funds available are even smaller.
And there's the legal side, too.
Right. Not all tariff revenue is freely available to just be appropriated for this purpose. Some of it may be legally dedicated to other pre-existing mandates or trust funds.
So Hassett's claim suggests that either they found a large, unrestricted surplus of tariff revenue that nobody else has seen, or
they're counting on highly optimistic future collection projections to bridge that gap.
so even if the math seems questionable to outside observers, the fact that the administration's own expert has gone on the record saying it works.
That gives them the necessary political justification to move forward and argue against the deficit spending claims.
They've put forward their reasoning, and that reasoning is currently backed by the authority of the administration's economic data. So what's next?
It means the immediate path forward is legislative. The debate shifts from whether the money exists to whether Congress has the political will to authorize this specific non-traditional use of the funds. They need a bill.
Which brings us to the formal legal hurdle, Congress. We know stimulus or dividend payments generally require an appropriation of funds.
That is the hard, cold legal requirement. Hassett confirmed this himself. He stated explicitly that the payment will require legislation.
So it can't be done by presidential decree alone, like some executive order.
No. The proposal has to be introduced as a bill, it has to be debated, and passed by both the House and the Senate and then signed into law.
Which is precisely why the political pressure we discussed earlier is so critical. The administration needs Congress to act on their commitment.
They do.
However, there is an optimistic sign mentioned in the source material regarding the legislative branch's attitude.
Yes. The recent information suggests that lawmakers are warming up to the idea of these $2,000 payments.
That's a big deal.
It is. This political momentum, fueled both by the White House's public commitment and the popular appeal of the dividend, means the proposal isn't dead on arrival in Congress, it's gaining traction.
Which increases the probability of legislative action being prioritized, maybe through measures designed to expedite spending bills.
And this willingness to even consider a non-debt financed relief measure suggests a potentially successful path forward.
If this moves through Congress, especially if it succeeds with this tariff funding model, it will be a landmark legislative event.
Oh, absolutely. It could set a major precedent for future relief efforts and how large financial programs are structured from now on.
This all sounds very promising, but we have to immediately guide our audience through the practical reality, which is waiting.
Yes.
When people hear $2,000, they want to know how to get it right now.
And the most crucial immediate guidance is tied directly to that legal process. Since this requires legislation, absolutely no action or application is needed from you, the listener, right now.
Let's say that again.
If Congress has not passed a bill, there is no application process. Any suggestion otherwise is either extremely premature or, most likely, fraudulent. The government will contact you if and when a bill is passed.
And we also need to acknowledge the current limitations of the information available. This proposal is still in the research and legislative development phase.
It is.
Our audience, particularly those on fixed incomes and benefits, they have specific questions that are currently unanswerable. We have to detail what we're missing.
That is so vital. Critical details that determine the real-world impact are missing because they are legislative decisions, not administrative ones.
Right.
We do not have information on specific payment dates. We don't know if the payment structure will be a single check or staggered payments. And most critically for our audience, we lack confirmation on how this will affect a recipient's tax status.
Or if it affects eligibility for needs-based benefits like Medicaid or SNAP.
Or if there will be specific garnishment protections for this dividend. All of that has to be in the bill.
So if you are relying on Supplemental Security Income, SSI, or Medicaid, you must wait for the legislative text to confirm how this one-time payment interacts with your existing federal income and resource calculations. We need that protective language.
Precisely. If that protective language is included, the $2,000 will be safe and won't harm your eligibility. If it's omitted, which is why Besson's legal team is reviewing options, the funds could temporarily disqualify you from essential programs.
We're operating on a high-level commitment, not a final law.
Exactly.
And we must use this opportunity to issue a strong critical warning against scams, especially given the highly publicized $2,000 figure and the fact that we're dealing with high-need demographics who are eagerly awaiting help.
The moment a high-dollar figure like this is proposed and widely discussed, the scammers mobilize immediately. They often use fear and urgency to target older adults and low-income individuals.
It's disgusting.
It is. We have to strongly advise our audience. No government agency, whether it's the IRS, the Social Security Administration, the SSA, or the VA, will ever call you, text you, or email you asking for money, banking information, or personal identifiers in order to receive this payment.
This is a fundamental rule.
Yeah.
The government does not initiate contact this way for benefits.
Never. Any official communication will come via a verifiable physical letter sent to your address on file or through your official My Social Security online portal.
So if someone asks you to pay an application fee or buy gift cards or send a verification code or click a link in some unexpected email.
It is a scam 100% of the time. Do not engage. Report it immediately.
And even if you receive the payment, we have to address the topic of garnishment protection from private creditors.
Yes. While certain federal benefits are automatically protected, A one-time dividend payment like this requires specific legislative instruction to prevent garnishment.
This is a lesson we learned from past stimulus payments, isn't it?
It is. If Congress passes this as a true dividend, they must include specific language to shield those funds from being seized by private creditors, debt collectors, or collection agencies once they hit your bank account.
So our listeners should be aware that until the bill is passed and signed, those specific protections, especially for non-federal debt, are not guaranteed.
It's yet another detail the legislative text must confirm.
So our guidance is practical. Make sure your current direct deposit information is up to date with the SSA or VA. Use official government websites ending in .gov for information.
And most importantly, do nothing right now but wait for the official legislative announcement.
Let's pull all this evidence together and look at the immediate and long-term implications. We've established that the administration has created intense political pressure to deliver this $2,000 dividend using a non-traditional funding source.
Right. And to summarize the 5 core facts we analyzed. First, the unprecedented coordinated commitment level.
The president, Treasury Secretary, Economic Advisor, Press Secretary, all in a few days.
Exactly. That elevates the priority level tremendously.
Second, the specific amount is concrete, at least $2,000 per recipient or family. That sets a strong financial floor for the relief.
Third, the target audience is broad, everyone except high-income people. It's likely centered around that initial working benchmark of a $100,000 household income, but that number is still fluid.
And we are closely monitoring the required protection clauses for needs-based programs like SSI and Medicaid.
Critically. Fourth, the proposed funding mechanism is novel. Tariff revenue. It's based on the economic advisor's claim that the numbers work and the money is available without adding to the general budget or the national debt.
Despite that external skepticism about the total revenue available.
And fifth, the status, it is not yet law. It requires specific congressional legislation, meaning it's not final, but political momentum is building. The probability of passage is increasing significantly.
So what does this all mean when we zoom out? The administration is attempting to redefine how social relief is financed. They're trying to create a direct link between tariff revenue, a stable non-debt source, and citizen dividends.
It's a potential new template for federal financial relief, and it's a very high-stakes gamble.
This brings us to the final provocative thought we want to leave you with, the learner. Given this immense political pressure, this strong public commitment to a $2,000 dividend funded by tariffs, we have to consider the long-term implications for American financial policy.
Because if they succeed in establishing tariff revenue as a viable, dedicated, non-debt funding stream for citizen dividends, what does this mean for how social relief programs are structured and financed in the future?
We're looking at 2 major possibilities that will define the political conversation moving forward.
The first is what you could call the temporary fix argument. Proponents would argue this is a politically savvy, one-time measure. It's designed to alleviate immediate inflationary pressure and secure political capital without incurring new debt.
So a short-term solution.
Right. Once the immediate pressure subsides, the tariff funding stream may be quietly abandoned, and this dividend is just considered an emergency anomaly.
And the second possibility.
The new paradigm argument. This suggests a real structural shift. If this legislation passes, it successfully establishes a precedent for non-debt financed relief based on a dedicated existing government revenue stream.
And could that signal a permanent shift in how the government transfers money to citizens? Could it establish a new model for, say, universal or targeted basic income programs?
Funded not by perpetual borrowing, but by a share of trade income derived from tariffs. That's the big question.
That question, is this a temporary political solution or the beginning of a new, sustained approach to citizen income? That is the one that will shape economic and political debate for years to come.
The financial success and the legislative pathway of this $2,000 payment could redefine the entire debate around social safety nets and fiscal responsibility.
We encourage you to continue following these updates extremely closely. We will be tracking every step of this proposal as it moves through Congress and the various administrative offices.
And we'll be specifically watching for those crucial protection clauses for SSI and low-income beneficiaries.
Make sure you subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss an immediate update as the legislative details, the specific eligibility thresholds, the payment dates, and those crucial protections are finalized.
It's the best way to stay informed.
If this information was helpful and gave you the deeper context you needed, please share it with friends and family who rely on fixed income. or who need this potential financial help. Being well-informed is the best tool you have right now. Thank you for joining us for the deep dive. Are you ready for a major financial update that could put at least $2,000 directly into your pocket?
And we should be clear.
Yes.
This is not based on rumor or, some political speculation.
Not at all. We are talking about an unusual, really an unprecedented level of committed language coming straight from the White House.
And it's all backed up. It's backed up by specific, coordinated statements.
From 3 extremely high-profile officials, and all of this happened within just a 72-hour window.
That's right. Multiple administration officials have gone explicitly on the record. Just within the last few days.
And they're reinforcing their promise.
Publicly reinforcing it. They want to deliver a new $2,000 payment, which, and this is interesting, they're calling it a stimulus check sometimes, and other times a national dividend.
It's definitely not just a political talking point anymore. It's moved way beyond that.
Oh, absolutely. This is an active policy discussion now, with a highly specific and I'd say somewhat controversial proposed funding source.
They are strategically painting themselves into an extremely tight corner on this issue.
They really are.
And when commitments reach this level of public visibility, this kind of coordination, it means the political pressure to actually deliver is immense.
Which suggests the likelihood of this legislation moving forward is surprisingly high.
Very high.
So today, we are diving deep into all the necessary context. We're going to analyze this unified messaging, we'll dissect the viability of that tariff revenue funding source they're talking about, and we will define who the president wants to include in this relief.
So if you receive Social Security SSI or SSDI, stick with us. This deep dive is your shortcut to being well-informed on this potential financial support and, I think, crucially, how to protect your existing benefits if this payment arrives. Welcome to the deep dive. Our mission today is to move beyond the headlines and really provide some objective, actionable context. We're talking about the administration's clear commitment to deliver a new $2,000 financial payment.
And they keep framing it interchangeably, right? A stimulus check or dividend payment.
Exactly. And the rhetoric around it, it's just escalated dramatically in the last few days.
Well, and for so many people listening, especially those who are navigating life on fixed incomes or disability benefits or just struggling with this ongoing inflation.
$2,000 is not a trivial sum.
Not at all. It represents vital breathing room. It's a chance to catch up on bills or maybe just regain a measure of financial dignity.
Our approach today is analytical. It's not political.
Right. We are approaching this material not as speculation, but as a synthesis of concrete evidence. This whole deep dive is based entirely on a collection of recent, very high-profile statements and written communications.
All from the highest levels of the administration.
And they all confirm this strong intent to make the payment happen. We're not looking at hearsay. We're synthesizing 5 specific pieces of evidence that, when you look at them together, they demonstrate a really unusual level of seriousness and commitment to this proposal.
This is not your typical White House messaging.
Far from it.
And we really want to acknowledge the personal importance of this update for you, the listener. If you're receiving Social Security retirement benefits, SSI, SSDI, or low-income veterans benefits, navigating this kind of financial news can be confusing.
And sometimes deliberately overwhelming.
Yes. These potential funds could provide much-needed stability. So our goal is clarity, context, and I think absolutely crucially, the necessary safeguards you need to know about.
Especially concerning your existing means-tested benefits.
Exactly. Before any money potentially moves, you need to know that.
And the overarching context here is strategic. The administration is clearly trying to generate substantial political momentum and public expectation.
No doubt.
When they commit publicly like this, across multiple departments, including the economic advisor, they're elevating this proposal. It moves out of the realm of, abstract possibility.
And it becomes a mandatory legislative objective.
That's it, exactly. It's a deliberate tactic to force Congress's hand. So we will detail precisely what was said, who said it, and how they propose to pay for it.
Which involves that specific strategy concerning tariff revenue that is, frankly, fascinating.
It really is.
Our journey starts by systematically examining the combined weight of these official statements, because understanding that unified front is really the only way to gauge this proposal's true political viability. Okay, let's unpack this official commitment. This is the first layer of evidence, and it's so critical because it shows coordination.
It really does.
It's not just one person talking on background or, testing the political waters.
No.
It's a unified message, delivered in quick succession, almost as if they are actively trying to generate the public demand needed to push this legislation through.
That coordinated rollout is the critical takeaway here. When you see policy announcements delivered simultaneously by key economic personnel, the head of Treasury, and the communications staff,
It sends a signal.
it signals that the proposal has moved past that preliminary internal review and has been officially sanctioned as a key immediate administration objective.
So where do we start?
Let's start with the economic heavy hitter, because his job is to provide the fiscal foundation for all these promises. The first crucial piece of evidence comes from Kevin Hassett, the administration's economic advisor.
Okay.
And his role is not political hype. His job is to provide the fiscal rationale, to analyze the economic impact, and to crunch the numbers necessary to make a policy feasible.
So when he speaks on viability, he's not just freelancing.
No, he is speaking with the backing of the White House's internal research team.
Okay, so what did Hassett specifically confirm about the process? Because this is where the conversation really shifts from just generalized political promises to, concrete procedural facts that reveal how deep the planning really is.
He confirmed two major procedural facts that are essential for our listeners to understand. First, he was asked directly if the $2,000 checks derived from tariff revenue would happen, and he stated unequivocally that this plan will require legislation.
That's vital information.
It is. It means this is not something the president can just enact with a stroke of the pen, through an executive order.
Congress has to act.
Congress must introduce, debate, and pass a bill. So for our listeners, that means the timeline is dependent entirely on the speed, the cooperation, and frankly, the political will of lawmakers.
And requiring legislation immediately introduces political friction, certainly.
Yeah.
But Hassett's second point seems to indicate the White House is already far past that initial conceptual hurdle.
Right. He also confirmed that he is actively studying the matter and getting the numbers straight.
And why is he doing that?
So the president can make a final informed decision on the specific design of the payment.
Wow. Okay, so if Hassett, the guy who's responsible for the administration's economic modeling and costing, if he's actively crunching the numbers on the funding source,
which we will get into in a moment,
and defining the specific eligibility criteria, then this proposal is fully operational. It's undergoing deep research inside the White House policy framework right now.
Precisely. They are trying to build the legislative blueprint as we speak. His involvement alone raises the credibility of this proposal significantly.
So it moves from potential political rhetoric to
a serious, internally researched fiscal undertaking.
And just to put Hassett's involvement in perspective here, most large, complicated financial relief programs, they often take months to get to this level of modeling.
That's a great point.
The fact that the economic advisor is speaking publicly about the legislative need in the active study phase suggests a very accelerated internal timeline.
So moving from that essential economic groundwork to the political and implementation backing, we then had confirmation from two other extremely high-profile figures.
Which signals commitment from where?
From the financial mechanism and the communications arm of the administration.
Okay, so Scott Besson, the Treasury Secretary, he confirmed departmental involvement.
He did.
And while the source material we analyzed doesn't really detail his exact quotes on eligibility, the simple fact that the head of the Treasury is publicly addressing this, that confirms the government's financial arm is actively engaged in the planning. His department would be the one ultimately responsible for issuing the checks or deposits.
Through existing structures, like the Bureau of Fiscal Service and coordinating with the SSA.
Right. And then you have the official White House communications channel.
A press secretary, Caroline Leavitt. And her job is to deliver the definitive official position of the administration, leaving zero room for media misinterpretation.
Her statement acted as the ultimate public mandate.
It did. That is the definition of a binding public statement.
Yeah.
Leavitt stated plainly, and this is a quote, "The White House is committed to making that happen." Yes.
Yes, just point blank.
Point blank. And that the team is currently exploring all legal options to get that done.
And that phrase, exploring all legal options, that just reaffirms Hassett's point about the legislative necessity, right? They want to make sure they have the strongest legal basis possible.
It all connects. The trio of Hassett for fiscal viability, Besson for implementation, and Leavitt for the public mandate, all speaking in quick succession. It creates this immense coordinated pressure on Congress to act. And then finally, this escalating commitment was cemented directly by the president himself
In writing.
in two separate written posts, one from Sunday and one from Monday. This effectively reinforced their stance on the $2,000 payment promise.
Solidifying it as his personal and immediate policy priority.
Exactly.
The specific language used in those posts is extremely important. It sets the scope of the payment, and it introduces a nuanced distinction that I think we need to clarify for our listeners.
I agree.
The president's crucial language promises a payment of at least $2,000 in the form of a dividend to everybody except high-income people will be paid.
That phrase, at least $2,000, is key. It establishes a floor, not a ceiling.
That's a really important detail.
It is because it suggests flexibility. The final legislative number could potentially be higher if Hassett's tariff revenue projections are, extremely robust.
Or if Congress decides to use this mechanism to channel additional relief funds.
That's another possibility.
Now, let's go back to that key distinction, addressing some of the feedback we received. The administration keeps using stimulus check and dividend interchangeably. Why is calling it a dividend a key rhetorical and financial strategy?
It's politically sophisticated. A stimulus check traditionally implies government spending funded by taxes or debt aimed at boosting a sluggish economy.
Right.
A dividend, in this context, suggests a payout to the nation's citizens derived from a common pre-existing asset or revenue stream, in this case, the tariffs.
So it reframes the whole issue.
Completely. It suggests the payment is not a cost borne by taxpayers, but rather a share of the profits or revenue generated by trade policy. This framing is deliberate. It's designed to support the financial justification we're about to discuss, and it makes the entire proposal sound much more fiscally responsible.
So to summarize this section, the evidence is pretty overwhelming that this is a fully sanctioned, intensely researched, and publicly mandated policy objective of the administration,
They're all rowing in the same direction.
which significantly increases the political stakes for Congress. Okay, here's where this proposal moves from just being interesting to being fundamentally different from past relief efforts. The proposed mechanism for funding this $2,000 payment is not general revenue or traditional deficit spending.
No, it's the redirection of specific tariff revenue streams.
It's a bold move.
It's a very bold move. By identifying a dedicated, non-traditional funding stream like tariffs, the administration is attempting to circumvent the inevitable criticism from fiscal conservatives and deficit hawks that this is just another massive expenditure.
They're trying to preempt the budgetary argument.
Exactly.
So let's look at the financial justification provided by the economic advisor Hassett. He laid out the arithmetic, he claimed, and this is a quote, "If you look at how much tariff revenue has been coming in, then there would actually be enough room to cover those checks and not go into the rest of the budget."
That is the pivotal statement. That's what gives the entire policy its perceived viability.
He's claiming that the current inflow of money from tariffs is sufficient to finance $2,000 checks for the targeted low and middle income population.
And the implication is profound. The economic advisor, the person who is expected to have mastery over the data, is using a specific available revenue stream to justify the payment.
Which is designed to shield the proposal from immediate budgetary conflicts.
By arguing it is an affordable, viable, and self-funding endeavor.
And this directly supports that dividend narrative we just discussed.
It does.
Instead of tariffs being seen as a cost that's ultimately passed on to the consumer, a hidden tax, if you will, they're reframed as an asset.
A national revenue source that is directly distributed back to the very consumer who paid them.
Exactly.
And this justification creates strong political momentum because it gives lawmakers who are, sensitive to the national debt a compelling argument for passage.
They can say, we are providing substantial financial relief without adding to the national debt or tapping into existing programs.
That's the narrative. And whether or not it holds up under strict academic scrutiny, that's what matters in the halls of Congress right now. It is the political engine driving this proposal.
But we have to be diligent. We have to address the necessary financial scrutiny. The source material we looked at notes that the numbers being calculated by Hassett, quote, on a year-over-year basis, don't really add up, according to some external analysis.
This is where we need the deep dive.
Yes.
This is the friction point where policy meets reality. When the administration claims a massive targeted relief program is fully funded by a single revenue stream, external number crunchers, independent think tanks, opposition party economists, the Congressional Budget Office.
The CBO.
They will inevitably dissect the figures. This isn't unusual. This is the legislative process in action.
Wait, so the top financial advisor for the administration is pushing numbers that external analysis suggests are soft or maybe incomplete. Isn't that a massive red flag that this might just be political posturing?
Well,
Designed purely to gain public support, and that Congress will just immediately dismantle the funding mechanism.
that's the exact question we need to ask. It's possible that Hassett's calculation relies on different accounting methods than those used by his external critics.
For instance,
For instance, he might be utilizing gross tariff revenue projections without subtracting the crucial administrative costs required to collect and enforce the tariffs.
or the costs to actually disperse the $2,000 checks.
That too. Those costs aren't zero.
So he's presenting the top-line revenue without the necessary operating expenses. That significantly changes the true net availability of the money.
Precisely. Another factor could be the population estimate. If Hassett's calculation relies on a very aggressive exclusion of high-income earners, let's say assuming only 60% of the population qualifies, the total cost would be much lower.
Which makes the tariff revenue look sufficient.
Right. But external critics may be scoring the program based on a broader eligibility assumption, which would immediately push the costs way beyond the tariff revenue pool.
So the conflict isn't necessarily that the tariff money doesn't exist,
No, the money is there.
but that the cost of the program, based on a realistic legislative scope and administrative overhead, likely exceeds the net funds Hassett is claiming are available.
That's the most accurate assessment. However, and this is the important part, so what remains? Despite the external skepticism, the administration's top economic advisor is publicly vouching for the viability of tariff funding.
And that creates the political momentum.
Strong political momentum. It supports the narrative that this is an affordable, viable plan. For the purposes of getting a bill passed, the political viability, the ability to tell a compelling story about a dedicated funding source, that often outweighs the academic debate on the exact arithmetic.
It's essentially presenting Congress with a prepackaged plan that includes both the benefit and the perceived funding mechanism.
Which makes their job easier and their refusal harder.
It changes the debate from where will we find the money to do you oppose returning tariff revenue to the people? That's a much harder political position to defend against. This moves us to the most pressing question for you, the listener. What do we know about the specific income requirements? And does that phrase, dividend to everybody, truly mean what it sounds like?
We have to synthesize the two different, but I think complementary eligibility criteria that have been presented by the administration officials themselves.
And while the final legislative details aren't set,
The direction is unequivocally clear. This is targeted relief aimed at the low and middle class. The first data point on eligibility came from the economic advisor, Hassett. He specifically mentioned a rebate for families making less than, say, $100,000.
okay, so that's a concrete middle-class income threshold.
And most benefit recipients fall well below that.
And the second data point came directly from the president with the broader promise of a payment to everybody except high-income people.
Right. So when you interpret the overlap, the clear intention is to target the entire spectrum of low and middle income Americans and explicitly exclude the wealthy.
This distinction is immensely crucial for our listening audience.
It is. If the income cap lands anywhere near that $100,000 mark for a family, or even slightly lower for individuals, say $50,000 or $75,000.
It strongly suggests inclusion for nearly all current federal benefit recipients.
Yeah.
Let's connect that directly to our core audience who rely on federal benefits. The vast majority of people receiving Social Security retirement benefits, SSDI or SSI.
Social Security, disability insurance, and supplemental security income.
Their incomes are significantly below that $100,000 threshold. In fact, most SSI recipients have near zero or extremely low other countable income.
So, based on the stated intent, the proposed income caps virtually guarantee inclusion for these groups.
It seems like it.
This is clearly targeted relief for the most financially vulnerable citizens and those who have felt the pinch of inflation the hardest over the last few years. The payment is clearly aimed at providing economic support to communities where every single dollar makes a difference.
However, we do need to acknowledge the uncertainty. When Hassett was asked if that $100,000 threshold was final, he hesitated.
He did. He said, We haven't. It's in discussion,
It's in discussion.
which reiterates a necessary point of caution. The final income cutoff is still in discussion. They haven't decided on that yet.
And for the average retiree whose income is fixed and predictable, this might not seem like a major variable.
But for certain benefit recipients, specifically those on means-tested programs, the fine print of that cutoff definition is everything.
Why does that ambiguity matter so intensely for groups like SSI recipients or, say, SSDI beneficiaries who may be working part-time?
It matters because of the technical definitions in the final bill. The legislation will determine several critical factors.
Like what?
First, what constitutes family income? Is it based on last year's tax return? Current benefit income? A combination? We don't know.
Okay.
Second, for working SSDI beneficiaries who have strict substantial gainful activity limits, SGA limits, we need clarity on whether this $2,000 payment counts toward their monthly income threshold.
The intent suggests it shouldn't, but the law has to say so explicitly.
It has to.
So we're waiting for the legislative language to define precisely how that $100,000 threshold interacts with these complex benefit systems.
Right.
Until that legislative draft is public, the inclusion of, say, SSI or working SSDI beneficiaries remains a projection based on the stated intent, not a legal certainty that safeguards their current benefits.
Exactly. The administration has made their intent clear to help low and middle income earners, but the legislative language must explicitly translate that intent into rock-solid protection for those relying on federal assistance to survive.
We have to temper all this enthusiasm with realism and process. The question isn't if the administration wants it to happen,
No, that's clear.
but how and when it can realistically move through the legislative gauntlet. This is the difference between a high-profile commitment and a delivered check in your bank account.
This is where we shift focus from the White House's intention to Congress's mechanics. And the path forward is complicated, and clarity on the timeline is currently the single biggest missing piece of information. As we've established from Kevin Hassett, this measure absolutely requires Congress. The current process is the administration studying the options and finalizing the details of their proposal.
But lawmakers have to introduce and pass the bill.
They do. And given the political importance, this will likely be pursued through a dedicated standalone bill or perhaps attached to a larger must-pass piece of funding legislation to ensure its passage.
So it doesn't get stalled by political opposition.
Exactly.
Now, the source material did mention the reported warming up of lawmakers to the idea. In legislative terms, that political momentum is the first crucial sign of life for any major spending proposal.
It is. When lawmakers see their constituents reacting positively and with urgency to a presidential announcement of this magnitude, they become significantly more motivated to deliver.
The administration's tactic of generating that intense, unified public commitment, it increases the political cost of opposing the payment.
Absolutely. And the fact that the funding is claimed to come from tariff revenue, not general debt, also provides political cover for those lawmakers who might otherwise oppose new spending.
It gives them a defensible reason to vote yes.
It does.
However, we still have to acknowledge the reality. We don't even have a bill number yet. The administration is still crafting the foundational documents.
Indeed. And since the White House is still exploring all legal options, and Press Secretary Leavitt confirmed she has no timeline, we currently have no specific delivery dates.
We have a commitment, but no execution schedule.
That's a good way to put it.
And for our listeners who need to budget, the lack of a timeline is frustrating. But we can use historical context from past relief payments to paint a picture of what a realistic administrative timeline might look like once the bill is passed.
We can. Based on previous relief packages, the moment the president signs the legislation, the Treasury, in coordination with the Social Security Administration and the VA, enters a, say, 4 to 6 week administrative preparation phase.
And what happens during that time?
This time is used to load payment files, update IT systems, finalize procedures for non-tax filers, and ensure they have current banking information for every single beneficiary.
So if a bill were to pass next month, for example, the payments would likely start arriving 6 to 8 weeks after that signing date.
That's a reasonable estimate.
And we often see a tiered distribution based on historical data, correct?
Yes. Based on precedent, payments are often staggered. The first wave typically goes to those who receive benefits via direct deposit and who have clear tax records on file with the IRS.
Okay, and after that?
Following that, there is often a sequence based on benefit type. Social Security retirement, then SSDI, then SSI, and finally VA benefits. Payments are also sometimes staggered by birth date. For example, beneficiaries born on the 1st through the 10th of the month might receive theirs first.
And what about the physical methods of delivery? That's really important for seniors and disabled individuals, many of whom rely on specific systems.
We expect the methods to align perfectly with existing government disbursement systems. This means direct deposit will be the fastest.
And paper checks.
Paper checks will be mailed out for those who still receive benefits that way, which inevitably adds a layer of delay due to postal processing.
And crucially, the Direct Express card.
Crucially, yes. We expect the money to be loaded onto the Direct Express card system for many SSI and SSDI recipients. The administration will leverage the SSA and VA's existing payment files to expedite the process as much as possible.
What about those who use representative payees? People who manage the funds for beneficiaries, who are unable to manage their own finances.
That is a key logistical hurdle. It requires specific administrative guidance, which contributes to the delay. Treasury and the SSA must formalize procedures for how the $2,000 dividend is delivered to the payee, ensuring transparency and accountability for the beneficiary.
So until the legislative guidance is established, those details remain fluid.
They do. So until the legislative draft is released, the best advice remains preparedness. Ensure your address and direct deposit information on file with the SSA or VA is current, and monitor the official portals for updates.
Exactly. We have to wait for that legislative draft to move this conversation from a high-level commitment to physical execution.
This next section is paramount. When substantial money is being discussed, we absolutely need to address financial safeguards and critical protections for the beneficiary community. For our listeners on fixed or limited incomes, ensuring this $2,000 does not negatively impact their existing support like health insurance or food assistance is just as important as receiving the money itself.
This is where the fine print dictates survival. If the government fails to explicitly legislate protections, this $2,000 dividend could inadvertently become a financial trap that costs the recipient much more in lost benefits than they gained. First, let's nail down the necessary clarity on tax status. Will this $2,000 dividend be counted as taxable income, or will it be designated as tax-free relief?
Well, based on the administration's use of the term dividend from tariff revenue, it could technically be subject to taxation, depending on how the final legislative language designates it.
So Congress has to act.
Congress must explicitly designate it as a non-taxable grant, similar to past stimulus payments, to ensure the full $2,000 provides benefit. If it's taxable, even if the overall tax burden is low, it diminishes the impact, and it creates unnecessary complexity for seniors who might not otherwise file taxes.
The second, and far more serious concern, relates to means-tested programs, and this is a critical expansion of detail. We need explicit protection against impact on federal benefits like SSI, Medicaid, and SNP.
Absolutely. For low-income programs, the rules are unforgiving. Let's use SSI, Supplemental Security Income, as the clearest example.
Okay.
SSI recipients face two major tests, an income test and a resource test. The resource test states that an individual cannot have more than $2,000 in countable resources, like money in a bank account at the end of the month.
Or they lose their benefits.
Exactly.
That is a tiny cap. For many people, that $2,000 is their total savings buffer.
Precisely. Now imagine a struggling SSI recipient receives the $2,000 dividend in their checking account. If they already had $500 saved, their total resource count jumps to $2,500.
Which is $500 over the limit.
This $500 excess immediately violates the $2,000 resource limit, meaning they could lose their next SSI payment and potentially face a difficult administrative review to regain eligibility.
And the worst part is the immediate cascading impact.
Right.
Losing SSI often means automatically losing associated state Medicaid or FEB benefits, which are essential for healthcare and food security. The $2,000 payment would cost them critical long-term support.
This is why the legislative solution is so vital. We have to monitor for clear language ensuring these vital funds do not jeopardize existing support.
Specifically,
the legislation must include what is known as a period of disregard. This means Congress explicitly tells the SSA, the VA, and state welfare agencies to ignore this specific payment for a defined period. Historically, it's been 12 months, treating it as if it never existed for resource or income calculation purposes.
without that specific protective language written into the bill, the $2,000 can become a financial hazard.
A huge hazard.
So when the bill is released, you need to check immediately if it contains specific wording that guarantees the money will be treated as an exempt asset for at least the first 12 months you possess it. This is the difference between relief and ruin for the most vulnerable. Beyond protecting benefits, we have to address debt collection. For many struggling seniors or SSDI recipients, outstanding medical debt or consumer loans are a major burden. If they receive this money via direct deposit, will it be safe from seizure?
We saw the scenario play out with previous relief payments. While standard federal benefits, like Social Security and VA benefits, are generally protected from garnishment before they're deposited,
Once the money hits a bank account.
it can become vulnerable to seizure by third parties, such as private debt collectors, unless specific temporary legislation is passed to shield those funds.
Therefore, the bill must include specific language to protect the $2,000 funds from garnishment by debt collectors, ensuring the money provides the needed relief directly to you, the listener, and doesn't just disappear to satisfy an old, often predatory debt.
This protection is often called a look-back period. The legislation needs to mandate that banks cannot comply with garnishment orders related to these specific relief funds for a certain period. This is the only way to guarantee the funds meet their stated goal of providing breathing room and stability, especially for those with low balances and old judgments against them.
This discussion of large, anticipated payments brings us to the single most important safety measure we can offer.
I agree.
A strong, detailed warning against the inevitable, anticipated scams that will flood mailboxes, phones, and computers once this news hits the mainstream.
Scammers are professionals at exploiting the high hopes and urgent needs of vulnerable populations when big, unexpected money is promised. We need to be absolutely crystal clear about how the government handles official contact.
So listen carefully to this warning. The IRS, the Social Security Administration, and the VA will never call, text, or email you demanding information, money, or verification details to receive this $2,000 payment.
Never.
They will never ask you to pay a processing fee, purchase gift cards, or provide credit card or checking account information over the phone to unlock or expedite your dividend.
The procedure is simple and absolute. The only trusted information sources regarding this payment are official letters received via the U.S. mail in your verified mailbox or secure verified government portals like the My Social Security portal.
So if someone calls, texts, or emails you about the $2,000 payment,
It is a scam.
it is a scam, and you must hang up immediately. Do not engage. Do not confirm any detail.
And if you encounter suspicious contact, report it. You should immediately report any attempt to solicit personal or financial information related to this dividend to the Federal Trade Commission, the FTC, and the relevant agency's Office of the Inspector General.
Protecting yourself from fraud is the absolutely critical first step in receiving this aid safely and securely. Let's connect this high-stakes commitment to the broader political and economic strategy. Why is the administration pushing so hard for this right now, and what does this payment represent in terms of future economic policy?
Well, this move is strategically aggressive and calculated. It illustrates a clear intent to deliver tangible, immediate financial relief to a key constituency, the low and middle income earners. And it's a strategy explicitly designed to force congressional action. Let's revisit that idea that the administration is painting themselves into an extremely tight corner. This intense, multi-department public commitment is a form of political leverage directed squarely at Congress. By having 3 top officials and the president all confirm the $2,000 payment, they have raised public expectations to a level that failure to deliver would carry extremely significant political consequences for any lawmaker who votes against it.
That public pressure increases the urgency and likelihood of Congress delivering the bill. Lawmakers are extremely sensitive to disappointing a large, organized bloc of voters who have been directly promised relief.
This public relations strategy is specifically designed to bypass the usual bureaucratic inertia and accelerate the process.
And by making the claim that the funds are available now via tariff revenue, they are neutralizing one of the primary legislative arguments against the relief, which is the cost.
Right. This leaves lawmakers with fewer legitimate fiscal reasons to block the measure, forcing them to take a potentially unpopular political stand against direct relief.
Now, this payment is fundamentally different from routine cost of living adjustments, or COLA, for Social Security, and that distinction is key.
It is.
It represents a novel use of tariff revenue as an economic tool to provide targeted relief.
It is a critical distinction to grasp. A COLA is an adjustment based on inflation data and is intended solely to maintain purchasing power. This $2,000 dividend is intended as an additional economic boost.
A specific use of dedicated revenue to counteract current economic pressures.
Exactly. And if it's successful, this could illustrate a potentially permanent shift in how federal aid might be structured, using specific non-general fund revenue streams to bypass traditional budgetary conflicts and deliver direct payments.
It sets a precedent for how specific revenue mechanisms like tariffs, often criticized as a cost, could be repurposed to deliver visible, immediate financial benefits to the same consumers they might otherwise negatively impact.
It connects abstract trade policy directly to the average household budget in the most tangible way possible. If this model proves successful in its legislative execution, we could see it deployed again in future economic cycles as a targeted tool for relief.
Okay, as we wrap up this deep dive, let's reinforce the most important facts you need to walk away with. This is your essential checklist for clarity and preparedness.
First, the committed payment amount is at least $2,000.
Right.
Second, the commitment level is extremely high, with 3 top officials and the president confirming the plan in quick succession.
Third, the proposed funding source is tariff revenue, which totally alters the political and budgetary dynamic.
Fourth, eligibility is targeted at low and middle income Americans, making inclusion highly likely for those receiving federal benefits, though the final protective language for SSI and Medicaid is still being written.
And finally, the primary barrier and required next step is that legislation must be passed by Congress.
That's the big one.
This potential $2,000 payment represents hope and a necessary lifeline for many struggling with high costs, whether they are retirees managing a fixed income or disabled individuals navigating complex healthcare needs. We are committed to being the objective, authoritative voice guiding you through the legislative process and ensuring you have the clarity and context you need, especially regarding those critical benefit protections every step of the way. Thank you for joining us for this crucial deep dive into the administration's financial commitment. Before we go, let's leave you with a final provocative thought to consider.
Okay.
Considering the administration is justifying this payment based on specific tariff revenue rather than general funds, how does the idea of using non-traditional, dedicated funding sources for immediate financial relief change your perspective on the long-term stability and political viability of federal aid for seniors and low-income citizens? Is this model, which links benefits to specific trade policies, a sustainable or advisable path for future economic support?
And you have to think about how linking a direct benefit to a specific revenue stream might change public support or opposition for that underlying revenue stream itself. It creates a new form of public investment.
It's a fascinating question. We will, of course, continue watching the legislative movement, the specific language of the bill, and the definitions of eligibility, especially for our listeners relying on SSI and other means-tested programs.
And if that legislative draft moves forward this week,
you need to know about it immediately. Please subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss an update as the legislative process moves forward.
And please share this deep dive with family or friends who need this clarity. Help them understand what is being promised, where the money is expected to come from, and the critical safety steps they need to take right now to protect their existing benefits. We'll catch you on the... Okay, let's unpack this. Because there is a phrase floating around right now that has completely hijacked the internet, the news cycle, and I'm willing to bet your family group chat.
Oh, yeah.
It is the topic that dominates the kitchen table conversation whenever the economy gets tight. 2 words that instantly grab everyone's attention: stimulus, checks.
It is the topic that never really goes away, does it? It's like the zombie topic of the American economy.
It is.
Just when you think it's buried, it claws its way back out of the ground.
It really is, but this time it feels a little different. The numbers are bigger, the promises seem louder, and honestly, the confusion is just at an all-time high.
It's through the roof.
We are hearing about a potential $2,000 payment to Americans, and naturally, people are freaking out in both good ways and bad. I mean, if you check social media right now, half the people are planning how to spend it, and the other half are arguing about whether it's even real.
Right. And the confusion is totally understandable because the terminology keeps shifting under our feet. You see headlines about a stimulus, then you see tweets, or truths rather, about a dividend, and then other people are calling it a rebate.
Right.
It leaves a lot of people asking the most basic question: is this real money? Is it a tax credit? Is it like a loan? Or is this just internet noise designed to get clicks?
Exactly. So our mission for this deep dive is to cut through that noise. We are not here to speculate on rumors or read tea leaves. We are strictly looking at the source material.
The direct source.
A detailed breakdown of the president's direct social media posts from November 9th and 10th. We are going to separate the wishful thinking from the actual text, and more importantly, we are going to do the math, the actual hard arithmetic, to see if the check can actually clear.
And that math is where things get really, really interesting. Because when you look at the funding mechanism here, tariffs, it changes the entire economic conversation we're used to having about government relief.
How so?
This isn't just printing money, it's
Right.
capturing it,
Yeah.
allegedly.
Allegedly is the key word there. So let's dive right into the core proposal. This all stems from a flurry of activity on Truth Social. It wasn't just a one-off comment during a rally where someone might have misspoken, was it?
No, and that's a crucial distinction. Often in politics, you have these off-the-cuff remarks that get walked back by press secretaries the next morning.
Mm-hmm.
What he meant to say was clarification. This was the opposite. This was a statement followed by a clarification, followed by a double down.
The double down is what really caught my eye in the notes. The president posted on November 9th, but then came back the very next day to make sure everyone understood exactly what he meant.
He didn't let it fade away.
No, he amplified it.
Precisely.
Yeah.
And the phrasing he used is fascinating from an analytical perspective.
Oh.
Words matter, especially in economic policy. He didn't use the word aid. He didn't use welfare. He didn't even use relief, which was the buzzword of 2020 during the pandemic.
So what was the word?
The specific phrase used was a dividend of at least $2,000 a person.
Dividend. That sounds corporate. That sounds like I'm a shareholder in Apple or Exxon and I'm getting my quarterly cut.
That is exactly the connotation. A dividend implies a share of profits. Relief implies you are in trouble and need help. It implies charity or a safety net.
Right.
Dividend implies the country is making money, specifically from these tariffs, and you, the citizen, are the shareholder who's entitled to a cut of that profit.
So it's a huge psychological shift.
It is. It's a significant psychological shift in how the government positions its relationship with the taxpayer.
It's almost like rebranding citizenship as an investment. You hold a share in USA Inc., and now USA Inc. had a good quarter, so here's your check.
That's a great way to put it. It reframes the payment not as a handout, but as a payout, a return on your investment.
So let's look at how this message evolved, because the definition of who gets that dividend changed pretty quickly, over just 24 hours.
It did.
And this is where I want our listeners to really lean in, especially if you are on a fixed income, because the details here are absolutely vital.
They are. Let's look at the timeline. Day 1, November 9th. The message was very broad. The Post essentially said this money would be paid to everyone, with the only exclusion being high-income people.
Which sounds great on paper. Everyone is a big tent. It implies universality. But then day 2 rolls around, November 10th.
Right. The language tightened up significantly. In that follow-up post, the president specified that the payments would go to low- and middle-income USA citizens.
Okay, so we went from everyone except the rich to specifically low and middle income. Why does that specific distinction matter so much? Is it just semantics?
It's definitely not just semantics. It's all about signaling. Think about the audience listening to this right now. Think about the people who rely on fixed incomes, Social Security recipients, veterans on disability, people on SSI or VA benefits.
The people who need it the most, generally speaking.
Exactly. But these are also the people who often feel invisible in these broad economic discussions.
Yeah.
When a proposal just says taxpayers, they panic. They worry they don't qualify because they might not file active taxes every year. They think, I haven't filed a return in 5 years because my only income is Social Security. Does that mean I'm left out?
That is a huge anxiety, a really common one.
It is. So by explicitly naming low and middle income, it sends a green light signal to those specific groups. It tells them, you are the target demographic for this money. We see you.
It's reassurance.
It shifts the focus from taxpayer rebate to income support.
That's a huge relief for a lot of listeners, I'm sure, but it immediately brings up the next big question, the one I know everyone is shouting at their device right now.
Go on.
Am I low income? Am I middle income? Where is the line? Because my definition of middle class might be very different from the government's definition.
This is the $1 million question, or rather the $2,000 question, I guess.
Right.
The source material is very transparent about this.
Mm-hmm.
Currently, in the proposal as it stands on social media, there is no hard number. Nothing is written in stone. The posts didn't say anyone earning under X amount.
So we have to do a little detective work here. We have to look at the precedents. We have to look at what the government has done before to guess what they might do now.
We do. We have to look in history. If we look at previous stimulus rounds, specifically the ones from the early 2020s, we can make a really educated guess on where those thresholds usually land.
And why is that?
The government rarely reinvents the wheel on these things because building a new system just takes too long. They usually use the existing pipes.
Got it.
The source suggests the likely cutoff for an individual would be around $75,000 a year.
Okay, 75,000, that covers a significant chunk of the population. And for married couples, is it just double?
Likely double that, so $150,000 for a household filing jointly.
That feels pretty standard, actually.
It is standard for these types of programs, and context here is key. The average household income in the U.S. is around $83,000. So if they set the limit at, say, $50,000, they would be excluding the actual middle class. To hit low A&D middle, you have to go up to that $75,000 to $100,000 range.
That makes sense. You can't promise money to the middle class and then set the limit below the average national income. That's just bad math and even worse, politics.
Exactly. It would be a political disaster to promise a middle-class dividend and then disqualify the average family from getting it.
But here is another anxiety point that came up in the source material, and I think it's a valid one. What about the income metric itself? I know people who are retired, or maybe they've been out of work for a year, or they're on disability. They are thinking, I don't have a job right now. Do I count? Does zero earned income count as low income?
This is a really important reassurance from the source. In the eyes of these government distribution systems, income is just a metric of eligibility. It is not a requirement of employment.
Wait, let's slow down and unpack that. That is a critical distinction.
Sure. Think of it as a ceiling, not a floor. When they're designing these eligibility rules, they are looking for reasons to exclude you, not to include you.
They're looking for the cutoff at the top.
They're looking to see if you are high income.
Okay.
So if you have zero income, or if you have fixed income from Social Security or disability payments, are you high income? No. Therefore, you generally fall right into the eligible bucket.
So the system is built to find the rich people and stop them from getting it.
Precisely. It's designed to filter out the rich, not to punish the poor or the retired for not having a traditional paycheck.
Yeah.
If you are breathing and you are a citizen and you make less than 75 grand, you are likely in.
That is a great way to put it. They are looking for the ceiling, not the floor. That should help a lot of people breathe easier.
Perfectly said.
Yeah.
And when you apply that filter, excluding the top earners, the scope of this proposal is massive.
Oh, massive.
If the math follows the patterns of the 2021 checks, the $1,400 ones, we're talking about roughly 85% of the entire population.
85%.
Roughly 284 million people.
Wow. Okay, 284 million people receiving $2,000 each. I'm doing some mental math here, and those zeros are starting to stack up really, really fast.
They add up.
That is not a small line item.
And this is where we hit the reality check. This is section 3 of our dive, the math. Because you can't just tweet money into existence. Well, you can tweet about it, but the Treasury has to actually find it somewhere.
Right. And the proposal says this is funded by massive tariff income. So let's look at the ledger. Does the U.S. have massive tariff income?
We have significant tariff income, yes. But massive it's a relative term. According to the source data, year to date, the United States has brought in about $195 billion in tariffs.
$195 billion. That sounds like a lot of money.
It is a lot of money. It averages out to about $1 billion a day. If you were running a 11/8 stand, you'd be thrilled. It is a massive revenue stream compared to zero.
Okay, $1 billion a day. I'd take that.
Absolutely. But now, let's look at the cost column. If you want to send $2,000 to 284 million people.
Let me guess. It's more than $195 billion.
It is significantly more. You would need approximately $568 billion.
Whoa. Okay. Let's just pause there for a second. We have $195 billion in the bank, essentially.
Cash on hand, yes.
But the bill is $568 billion.
We are roughly a third of the way there.
That's a pretty big shortfall. That's not a rounding error. That's nearly $400 billion missing.
Correct. And this creates an immediate contradiction in the messaging, which the source pointed out.
What's that?
The president's post mentioned using money left over from the payments to pay down the national debt.
Left over? How can there be money left over if we are starting $400 billion in the hole?
Yeah.
That's like saying, I'm going to use the money left over from buying a Ferrari to pay my rent, but I only have enough cash for a Honda Civic.
That is the analytical disconnect. Based on current cash on hand, the money actually sitting in the account right now, there is no leftover. There's only a deficit.
Okay.
However, and here is where we have to widen the lens to understand the government's logic. The proposal isn't necessarily about using today's money.
What do you mean by that?
The source highlights a 10-year horizon. The projection is that these tariffs will generate $3 trillion over the next decade.
$3 trillion. Okay, now $500 billion sounds a little more manageable.
Exactly. If you look at it over 10 years, the revenue covers the cost very easily.
Right.
But that brings us to the mechanism of how this would actually work.
Right, because people need the money now.
The government doesn't wait 10 years to collect the cash before sending the check. They can't say, here's your stimulus, it'll arrive in monthly installments until 2035.
So they have to use a borrow and payback strategy.
Yeah. Effectively, yes. That's what the source suggests. They would borrow the $568 billion now, immediately adding that to the national debt, and justify it by promising to pay that debt back with the future tariff revenue that's coming in over the next decade.
So when they say funded by tariffs, they really mean funded by debt that we hope tariffs will pay off later.
That is the precise economic translation. It's a cash flow issue. You need the liquidity now, but the revenue is a slow trickle over time.
It's like a mortgage.
It's exactly like buying a house. You don't have the cash for the house today, so you take a mortgage, which is debt, and you pay it off with your future income. In this case, the income is the tariffs, and the house is the $2,000 dividend for every American.
That puts a whole new spin on the leftover money comment. It sounds a lot like creative accounting.
It's extremely creative, and it relies entirely on those tariff projections, holding steady for 10 years.
Which is a big if.
A huge if. If trade policy changes or if imports drop because the tariffs are too high, that $3 trillion number could shrink. And then we are just left with the debt and no way to pay it.
It's a gamble. A $3 trillion gamble. But here's the thing. This isn't the first time we've heard this gamble proposed. The source points out a really interesting pattern here.
No.
This isn't a brand new idea that just popped up in November.
No, and this history is vital for context. The source calls this the fourth iteration. If you have been paying close attention to the news cycle over the last 10 months or so, this promise has been evolving, shifting, and reappearing like a ghost.
Walk us through the timeline, because I think a lot of people might have missed the earlier versions amidst all the other news.
Sure. It started way back in February with what was called the Doge dividend idea, a proposal for $5,000.
$5,000. We started high.
We did, a very high starting bid. Then, in August, we saw a more formal attempt with the American Worker Rebate Act of 2025. Introduced by Senator Josh Hawley.
And what was that one for?
That was for a $600 rebate.
Okay, so we went from $5,000 to $600. That's a massive drop. That's a huge deflation of expectations.
It was. But then in October, specifically October 2nd, there was an interview where the figure bounced back up. The range mentioned was between $1,000 and $2,000.
And then came November.
And finally, we arrive at the November 9th and 10th posts on Truth Social, explicitly stating $2,000.
So we've seen 4 distinct versions of this promise in just 10 months, February, August, October, November. Why does the frequency of this matter? Is it just them, testing the waters?
It matters because of expectation management. The source brings up a very valid concern here, the risk of becoming the boy who cried wolf.
Ah, the credibility crisis.
Exactly. When an administration floats a specific financial promise 4 separate times and puts specific dollar amounts on it, they're painting themselves into a corner. They're raising the expectations of the public so high that not doing it becomes politically dangerous.
It's like promising your kid a trip to Disney World 4 times in a year. Eventually, if you don't get in the car and go, you're in big trouble. You can't just keep saying, maybe next month.
That is a perfect analogy. And the source argues that this creates a bad messaging campaign if it fails. It implies that the only escape route for the administration now, the only way to save face, is to actually send the money.
They've built the hype train.
Now they have to drive it into the station.
That political pressure might actually be the best news for the listener hoping for this check. They kind of have to do it now, right?
It certainly increases the probability. Political will is often just as important as economic math. If the political cost of not sending the check is higher in terms of votes or approval ratings than the financial cost of borrowing the money, they will likely borrow the money.
Now, I want to pivot a bit to the tone of the source material itself, because while we are analyzing numbers and tweets, there is a very human element to this commentary. The person breaking this down acknowledged the emotional side of it all.
Yes, explicitly asking the listeners, how would you feel? Happy? Excited? It grounds this abstract policy in real emotion.
It does.
For a lot of people, $2,000 isn't just a dividend. It's rent, it's car repairs, it's breathing room. It's the difference between sinking and swimming for a month or two.
And for our listeners on fixed income, Social Security, SSI, VA, that amount is huge. A $2,000 lump sum could be a life-changing buffer against inflation.
Absolutely. And that's why the clarity on who qualifies is so vital. It provides a sense of hope, but also a sense of, okay, I can plan for this if it happens.
But there was also a moment in the source that, well, it was just bizarre, and I have to mention it because it made me laugh out loud. In the middle of all this serious debt talk, the skeleton.
And the skeleton in the pocket.
Yes.
Yeah.
The commentator is in the middle of this serious financial analysis, and suddenly he realizes he has a small plastic Halloween skeleton in his shirt pocket.
It was a fantastic moment of unscripted reality. He literally paused the analysis to say, I felt something in my pocket. It's a skeleton. It was just so random.
And honestly, it feels like a metaphor for this whole situation. We're digging through these social media posts, trying to find the money, and we keep finding these little skeletons, like the deficit or the debt, or the fact that the math doesn't quite add up yet.
It really is fitting. Skeletons in the closet regarding the national debt, perhaps.
Yeah.
Or just a reminder that following financial news can be unpredictable and sometimes a little strange.
He kept it real.
It kept the tone grounded. This isn't a lecture from a textbook. It's a person trying to make sense of a chaotic news cycle, just like the rest of us.
Absolutely. But with the excitement and the skeletons comes a very serious warning. And this is the part of the show where I need everyone to turn up the volume and really listen. The source was very clear about the risks involved here.
Very clear. Whenever you have this much excitement and large sums of money being promised, the sharks start circling. The source explicitly warned about scams.
This is so important. If you are listening to this, please hear this part. There is no bill passed yet. There is no website to sign up. There is nothing to apply for.
Correct. The source emphasized keeping a close watch on the official feed, specifically Truth Social in this case, as the primary news source for this. Nothing else.
Let's be specific about what a scam looks like here, because they get more and more sophisticated.
If you get a text message saying, click here to claim your tariff dividend, it is a scam. If you get an email asking for your bank details to pre-register for the payment, it is a scam.
100%.
If someone calls you claiming to be from the IRS or the Social Security Administration and says you need to pay a fee to unlock your $2,000, hang up immediately.
Yeah.
It is a scam.
The government does not call you to ask for money to give you money. It just doesn't work that way.
Never. If this program goes live, it will likely work exactly like the previous stimulus checks. If the IRS or Social Security has your direct deposit info, the money will just appear in your account.
Right.
If you have a Direct Express card, it will just be loaded onto the card. You won't have to apply or give your password or your Social Security number to anyone over the phone or email.
The excitement makes us vulnerable, doesn't it?
Yeah.
We want it to be true so badly that we might click the link without thinking.
Exactly. Skepticism is your best defense right now. Until you see an act of Congress signed or an executive order signed and sealed, protect your personal information like it's gold.
So let's try to land this plane. Let's wrap this up. What does this all mean for the listener right now?
Okay, so if we summarize the core facts, we have a very clear, very loud proposal for a $2,000 payment. It is targeted at low and middle income earners, and that specifically includes those on fixed incomes. It is technically funded by future tariff revenues, but realistically, it requires a massive upfront borrowing maneuver to bridge a nearly $400 billion cash gap.
And the political will seems to be there, based on the repeat promises.
It does. 4 separate promises indicate a strong desire to make this happen. But as the source noted, we are essentially in a waiting game to see if the math can catch up to the messaging. The tension is between the idea of the dividend and the execution of the debt financing.
It's a fascinating moment in economic history. We are watching a whole new philosophy being tested in real time.
That is what strikes me the most. And if I can leave you with one, think about that shift in language we discussed right at the start.
Yeah.
Dividend.
Yeah.
We are moving from a model where our taxes fund the government to a proposed model where tariffs are supposed to fund the people. If the government starts paying us a dividend, like a corporation pays its shareholders, how does that change the fundamental relationship between a citizen and their country?
That's a deep question.
Do we stop seeing ourselves as contributors and start seeing ourselves as investors who are just expecting a return? And if the company, the U.S. government, runs at a loss to pay that dividend, how long can that shareholder model actually last?
That is a lot to think about. It changes the whole social contract. It turns we the people into we the shareholders.
It really does.
Well, on that heavy note, and keeping an eye out for skeletons in our own pockets, we are going to wrap it up there. Thanks for diving in with us.
Always a pleasure.
We'll catch you on the next one.
Okay, let's dive right in. Picture this. It's a Tuesday morning. You're sitting there with your coffee. Maybe you're looking at your banking app and wincing a little bit.
We've all been there.
Exactly. Or you're just scrolling through your news feed, and then suddenly you see it. It's this one number, and it is absolutely everywhere.
It is.
In the headlines, on social media, cable news, $2,000.
It is absolutely the number of the week. And frankly, you could make the argument it's the most important number of the year so far, just given the context of everything.
It really is. And I think for a lot of people, I mean, especially if you remember 2020, 2021, that number, it just triggers a very specific memory.
Oh,
You
yeah.
think stimulus, you think emergency check, you think, okay, here we go again, the government is printing money.
Right.
But, and this is the thing that makes this moment so different and honestly a little confusing, the branding is completely different this time.
Totally. It's a fascinating shift in language.
We're not seeing the word stimulus nearly as much in any of the official statements. We're hearing a new word, dividend.
Which sounds like a small tweak, just semantics, But it actually changes the entire psychological framework of what this money is supposed to be.
Exactly. And that is why we are doing this deep dive today. We have a huge stack of source material in front of us. We've got transcripts from the White House press secretary. We have interviews with the Treasury Secretary, data from economic advisors, and of course, the president's own social media posts.
A lot to get through.
A lot. And our mission today is really simple. We need to separate the noise from the signal. Because I know you, the listener, are sitting there thinking the same thing I am. Is this real? Is this money actually coming?
Or is this just politics?
Is this just political vaporware designed to get us all excited for nothing?
And that is the multi-billion-dollar question, isn't it? Because usually in Washington, you get a lot of smoke without any fire. You hear about exploratory committees, or we're discussing the concept of a plan.
All that vague language. Yeah.
Right. But what we have in front of us today, I mean, this source material we're looking at, it suggests something very different is happening. We are not looking at anonymous sources or leaks. We are analyzing a detailed, coordinated update based entirely on the-record statements.
This is where it gets really interesting for me. The sheer intensity of this push is, well, it's surprising. It feels like they are sprinting toward this, not just floating a trial balloon to see what happens.
They are absolutely doubling down. There's no other way to put it.
Right. I mean, every time a reporter asks about it, the answer isn't maybe or we'll see. It's yes, we are committed. And that leads us to this theory that just kept popping up in our research, and they're calling it the tight corner theory.
A tight corner theory. And this is really the lens, I think, that we have to view this entire situation through.
I agree.
The idea is that the administration has promised so much, so publicly, and in such a short window of time, that they have effectively painted themselves into a corner where they almost have no choice but to deliver.
Or face the wrath of a very, very disappointed public.
Exactly. I mean, think about it. If you promise a dividend and then you don't pay it out, that's like a political default. It's so much worse than never promising it in the first place.
Okay, so let's start there. Let's dive into the core announcement itself. Let's strip away the hype for just a second. What exactly is on the table?
Well, let's start with the headline number, because that's the hook. The proposal is for a $2,000 payment. And, as you just pointed out, the president is explicitly, very deliberately, calling this a dividend payment.
Dividend. I want to stick on that word for a second because words matter so much here. Stimulus just sounds like emergency aid. It sounds like the economy is sick, and this is the medicine.
That's precisely the distinction they're trying to make. A dividend is what you pay out to a shareholder when the company has a good quarter, a good year.
It's a share of the profits.
It's your cut. By using that word, The administration is completely reframing the relationship between you, the citizen, and the government's revenue. They're basically saying, hey, the country made some money on trade, and this is your piece of it.
It transforms you from a beneficiary of aid into a stakeholder in the country's success.
It's a really powerful branding shift.
And it didn't just come out of a dry press release.
Yeah.
This started with the president himself on Truth Social.
Right. And importantly, it wasn't just a one-off post. Our sources really highlight that he announced it and then followed up pretty quickly with what they're calling a double-down post.
So he's not backing away from it.
He's leaning into it. He is putting his name, his brand, directly next to that $2,000 figure. He owns this number now.
So the big question then, who gets it? Because there's always a catch, right? There's always fine print. And I'm thinking about, retirees, people on fixed incomes, families working 2 jobs just to get by. They hear $2,000, they need to know, am I included in this?
Well, the fine print is definitely still being written as we speak, but we do have some pretty strong clues. In the president's own posts, the phrasing he used was that the money is intended for, and this is a quote, everybody except high-income people.
High income. That phrase is doing a lot of heavy lifting there.
A lot.
Because that could mean almost anything. I mean, if you live in San Francisco, $100,000 a year, you're barely getting by.
Yeah.
In other parts of the country, that's a fortune.
It is very subjective. But we also have some more concrete statements from Kevin Hassett. Now, he's a key economic advisor here. He's the numbers guy.
Okay.
He clarified that the discussion, at least internally right now, revolves around families making less than, say, $100,000 a year.
Okay, 100,000. Now, that's a concrete number we can work with.
It's a concrete suggestion. We have to be clear on that. Hassett was very careful to say this isn't finalized, this isn't set in stone, but it gives us the ballpark. We aren't talking about a universal basic income for billionaires, but we're also not talking about something that's restricted only to those in extreme poverty. It's aiming right for that broad middle class and working class target.
And that's exciting to see a number like $100,000 thrown out there because that covers a massive chunk of the population. But it does raise more questions, doesn't it? Is that $100K per individual? Is it per household? Is it adjusted gross income?
And those are exactly the details that they're trying to lock in right now. But the intent, the broad distribution, that part is clear. I mean, if you are a senior on Social Security, you are very likely well under that cap.
Oh, for sure.
If you're a veteran on disability, you are almost certainly under that cap. The goal here seems to be to flood the zone with this liquidity for the vast majority of Americans.
Now, you mentioned earlier that this isn't just the president tweeting into the void. It feels like there's a full court press happening here.
That is the best way to describe it. It's a blitz. In the span of just a few days, we saw this incredibly coordinated push. It wasn't just the president. You had the whole machinery of government start to echo him.
So let's talk about the roster here. Who are the key players that we're seeing in these source clips and interviews? Because knowing who is talking tells you a lot about how serious this actually is.
Well, you've essentially got the triumvirate of policy execution here. First, there's Kevin Hassett, who we just mentioned. He's the numbers guy, the economic advisor. His job is to make the math work.
Right. Now how?
Then you have Scott Bessent. He's the Treasury Secretary. Now, that is a crucial voice because he's the person who would actually have to oversee the implementation. He controls the financial plumbing of sending out tens of millions of checks.
When the Treasury Secretary speaks, Wall Street listens.
They do. And finally, you have Caroline Leavitt, who is the White House press secretary. She's the official voice. When she speaks from that podium or in an official interview, that sets the administration's on-the-record position.
So what are they all saying? Are they hedging your bets or are they giving themselves wiggle room?
Not really, and that's what's so fascinating about this. Leavitt, for example, she explicitly stated that the White House is, and I'm quoting here, committed to making that happen.
Committed to making that happen.
Yeah.
That's pretty definitive language for a press secretary.
It is. Usually you get something like, the president is intrigued by the idea, or we're exploring options.
Right, something they can walk back easily.
Exactly. Committed is a bind. She also went on to say they are exploring all legal options, and she confirmed the president has made his desires very clear to his team. This isn't coming from the bottom up. This is a directive from the top down.
And then you add Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, into the mix.
Right, and he's been out there publicly discussing eligibility. Now, when the Treasury Secretary starts talking about who is eligible for a payment, that moves the entire conversation from wouldn't it be nice if to how do we operationalize this?
It becomes real.
It signals that the administration is aligned. We're not seeing any visible infighting on whether this should happen, only on how it's going to happen.
Okay, so let's recap. We have the what? It's $2,000. We have the who. It's likely people making under $100,000 a year. Now comes the big one, the how. Where is all this money coming from?
The billion-dollar question, or $100 billion question.
Right, because I can hear the skeptics already screaming, we can't afford this, we have a deficit, we have inflation concerns. Where does all this cash just suddenly appear from?
And this brings us right back to that brilliant branding, that dividend concept.
Yeah.
Kevin Hassett made a very, very specific claim in the interviews we analyzed. He said the funding would come from tariff revenue.
Tariffs. Okay, so the basic idea is we charge fees to other countries, or, well, to the importers, to bring their goods into the U.S., and that big pile of money then gets handed out directly to Americans.
That is the pitch, 100%. Hassett asserted that if you actually look at the tariff revenue currently coming in, there is, and this is his quote, enough room to cover these $2,000 checks without digging into the rest of the federal budget.
I have to ask the obvious question here. Is that true?
Wow.
I mean, $2,000 times, what, 150 million Americans?
Yeah.
That's a lot of zeros. That's hundreds of billions of dollars. Do we really have that kind of cash just sitting in a tariff jar somewhere?
It is a massive amount of money, and this is where we really have to put on our critical thinking caps and look closely at the source material. The narrator in the analysis we're reviewing points out a pretty significant discrepancy here.
What's that?
They note that if you look at the year-over-year tariff numbers that are publicly available, the math, quote, doesn't really make sense to a layperson.
It doesn't add up.
On the surface, based on the historical data that you or I can look up, it's very hard to see how current tariff levels would cover a multi-hundred-billion-dollar payout like this.
So what's the catch?
Well, the source also makes a fair point, which is that Hassett is the advisor with access to all the internal real-time data. He might be projecting future revenues from new tariffs that haven't fully hit the books yet. He might be seeing a revenue stream that the public charts just haven't caught up to.
There was this really interesting moment in one of the interviews where a reporter challenged Hassett on this exact point. They used this analogy about a bank overdraft.
Yes, that was a very sharp question.
Right.
The reporter asked Hassett effectively, isn't this just like using an overdraft to pay off your credit cards?
Ouch. I mean, that is a stinging comparison.
It is. They were directly questioning the financial responsibility of the whole idea. Is this real money, or are we just moving debt around from one column to another? Are we essentially borrowing from our future to pay ourselves a dividend today?
And what was Hassett's rebuttal to that? How did he respond?
He held his ground. He insisted that the math works within the tariff revenue stream. He completely rejected the premise that this was some kind of debt spending. He is really, really sticking to this narrative that the revenue is there, or will be there, to support a direct transfer to citizens.
So to put it simply, the administration is framing this not as government spending, which scares fiscal conservatives, but as a redistribution of trade income.
Precisely. And politically, it's a very clever maneuver. If you call it stimulus, it sounds like you're just printing money and causing inflation.
Right.
But if you call it a tariff dividend, it sounds like profit sharing. It neatly bypasses the whole argument about the national debt, at least in their messaging. It makes it sound like found money.
But messaging is one thing, and reality is another. And this brings us right back to that tight corner theory we teased at the start.
Yeah.
I want to really drill down on this because I think it explains so much of the behavior we're seeing right now.
This is the strategic analysis part of our deep dive, for sure. The source narrator makes this observation repeatedly. The administration is panting themselves into an extremely, extremely tight corner.
Because they've just gone so hard, so fast on this.
Yes. Just think about the sheer volume of their communication. In just a few days, we identified 5 distinct, high-profile data points, 2 direct posts from the president, and 3 on-camera interviews from his top brass.
That's not a trial balloon. That's a full-scale launch.
And what it does is it raises public expectations to a fever pitch.
It does. I mean, once you tell people checks are coming, they start mentally spending that money, don't they? If you are living paycheck to paycheck or you're a senior on Social Security and things are tight, hearing $2,000 isn't just news, it's potential lifeline.
It's a game changer. And that creates a massive political risk for them. If they fail to deliver after this specific coordinated blitz, after the Treasury Secretary and the Press Secretary both said, we are committed, the fallout would be severe. The source material describes it as creating really upset people.
Upset is putting it mildly. It would be seen as a huge betrayal.
Which then makes you wonder, Is this pressure intentional? Is this part of the strategy?
What do you mean by that?
The source suggests it might be. By raising the stakes so high so publicly, the administration might be trying to force their own hand, or, more likely, they're trying to force Congress's hand.
So they're burning the boats. There's no retreat.
That's the theory. The more they talk about it, the more the public expects it, and the harder it is for them to walk it back. If the public starts demanding this because they've been promised it, it becomes very, very difficult for any politician in any party to be the one to stand in the way.
It's a bold strategy. Essentially, let's make a promise so big that we have to keep it. But there is a huge hurdle here that we've kind of danced around, and it starts with the letter L.
Legislation.
Yeah. Despite all the dividend branding, the talk of tariffs, Kevin Hassett admitted something pretty crucial in his interview, didn't he?
He did. Right in the middle of all the optimism and commitment, he said. It's something that will require legislation.
That feels like the record scratch moment in this whole story. The president can't just sign an executive order and have the checks go out tomorrow.
Generally speaking, no. The power of the purse, the power to spend money, belongs to Congress. The president can direct his agencies, he can adjust certain tariffs, but appropriating hundreds of billions of dollars to be sent out as direct checks to the population, that almost always requires a bill to pass through the House and the Senate and land on his desk.
And we all know how fast Congress moves on things like this.
Glacially is the word that comes to mind.
However, the source material does mention something interesting about the political winds on Capitol Hill. It says lawmakers are reportedly warming up to the idea of these payments.
That's right. Which is a shift.
So why the change of heart? Usually, Congress fights tooth and nail over every single penny. Why would they suddenly be okay with sending out billions of dollars?
Well, just connect it right back to that tight corner theory we were just talking about.
The public pressure.
Exactly. If the president has successfully whipped the public into a frenzy where they are expecting a $2,000 check, do you want to be the congressman or the senator who holds a press conference to explain why you're voting no?
That's a very good point. It's populist pressure at its most direct.
It is. There is a populist appeal here that, frankly, crosses party lines. Who wants to be seen as opposing giving money to working families and seniors? It's a hard vote to vote against, especially when the administration is giving them cover by claiming it's all paid for by tariffs and not by tax hikes. It puts any opponents in a very difficult political position.
So what is the actual practical status right now? If I'm listening to this and, checking my bank account for a pending deposit, should I be holding my breath?
I would not recommend holding your breath. The official status, based on the phrases used by the administration, are things like actively studying the matter. We're getting the numbers straight, and it's in discussion.
So a lot of action words, but not a lot of action.
It's process. Hassett himself admitted, quote, "We haven't decided on the exact income cap yet." And Caroline Leavitt, the press secretary, when asked for a timeline, said, quote, "I don't have a timeline for you."
So despite all the talk of commitment, the actual plan is still in the research and development phase. It's a stated policy goal, not a signed law.
Correct. You could say it's a destination they're driving towards at 100 miles per hour, but they haven't actually built the bridge to get there yet.
Now, I want to bring up something that gives a little context to why some people might be a bit skeptical of all this. The DOGE connection.
Ah, yes. The ghost of promises past.
The source material mentions a reporter asking Kevin Hassett specifically about the DOGE dividend. Now, for those who don't remember, this is a previous idea that was kind of floated about, efficiencies and crypto-adjacent dividends that never really materialized.